Chapter 1999. Why did he block her? Bitch. The crowd squinted their eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a disgusting woman. Hee hee. Zhang Yingjun laughed. His not-so-handsome face laughed miserably. Perhaps it was hard for him to accept that his first love was broken. However, he resolutely took a step forward and used a slap to resolve everything. I won't give you any chance. This slap carried dignity and Zhang Yingjun's break. Now it was not Jin Yanran giving Zhang Yingjun a chance, but Zhang Yingjun not giving Jin Yanran a chance. I've already divorced you. From today onwards, get the hell out of the immortal divine nation, bitch. After that slap, Zhang Yingjun felt his whole body relax, as if he had seen through something. Bitch, get lost. The entire immortal divine nation's people angrily shouted. It was very satisfying. The goddess of the sun god nation was driven away at this moment. After tomorrow, this matter would definitely spread throughout the immortal divine nation. Jin Yanran would definitely have no face to see anyone. You. Jin Yanran pointed at Zhang Yingjun, unable to speak. Her body was trembling, and the surrounding gazes were like needles to her. She had never thought that she, who was like a goddess, would be humiliated like this one day. You all have to die. Brother evil god, help me. Jin Yanran crazily roared. There was only one voice in her head. She wanted everyone to die. Zhang Yingjun had to die, and his friends had to die. Especially that blue-robed youth. Everything was brought about by him. Evil god. Hearing those words, the crowd's expression changed. Could it be that 4 of the divine geniuses? Their faces instantly paled. The strength of the 4 divine geniuses was only below that of the ancient giants. Now that the ancient giants of the immortal divine nation had left, who could stop those geniuses? Are you scared? Are you regretting it? All of you have to die. Zhang Yingjun, let me tell you. I'm disgusted with you. You're not strong and you're ugly. I don't understand how you're worthy of me. The one who's coming is my ideal husband. You'll see how strong he is. Jin Yanran became high-spirited and pointed at Zhang Yingjun proudly. If he dared to divorce her, she would destroy everything. And you guys, I don't know what kind of drug you gave Zhang Yingjun to make him help you, but you underestimate me too much. The height I'm at is not something you can look up to, so you all have to die, especially that blue-robed guy. You'll be the first to die. Run, all of you run. Let's see which one of you can escape. Jin Yanran seemed to be venting her anger as she shouted. Not good. Zhang Yingjun immediately panicked, and hurriedly said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, quickly leave. This person should be the undead evil god. His strength is not something we can resist. Let's go. Many people also said to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling had awakened the little prince, so they were very grateful to Lin Ling leave. Lin Ling's face was calm, he didn't know why he had to leave. After these words, not only Zhang Yingjun and the others, but even Lu Susu and the others were panicking. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave? Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but he was definitely not a match for the 4 legendary geniuses. Haha, you want to leave? It's too late, you all can't leave. Seeing that everyone was panicking, Jin Yanran was even happier. Let me tell you, the undead evil god is the strongest young generation of the nation of God. His strength can fight against a martial emperor, and he also represents the sun god nation to compete with the other geniuses. Compared to him, you are simply ants, trash. As if she wanted Zhang Yingjun and the others to know how inferior she was, Jin Yanran arrogantly said. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjun and the others frowned. Compared to the undead evil god, they indeed needed to look up, because to represent the nation of God and compete with the other geniuses, this was a supreme honor. Bitch, are you showing off how powerful your adulterer is? Lin Ling shook his head and said. Showing off. Haha, you all are not qualified. My lover is the undead evil god. Can Zhang Yingjun compare to him? Can you compare to him? Apart from the undead divine nation's genius, who can compare to him? You all can't compare to him. Jin Yanran laughed. Her words made many people clench their fists, but they couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, no one could compare to the undead evil god. Yanran, did someone bully you? I'll kill him for you. At this time, the evil chi in the distance was vast and mighty. It actually turned into flames, covering the sky and covering the earth. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura made many people tremble in fear. That's the heaven and earth divine fire. Quickly run, you can't block it. Zhang Yingjuan's face was pale. He reminded Lin Ling, Lu Susu and the others to run. So what if you know? You really can't block it. Jin Yanran smiled, and her embarrassed look looked even uglier. Die for me. The evil fire in the sky descended, turned into a huge palm, and fiercely slapped toward Zhang Yingjun. The person who came was crazy. He even dared to kill Zhang Yingjun. Seeing this, everyone was even more panicked. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Block? Why should I block it? He took a step forward, and instantly appeared in the sky. He stretched out his hands, and white flames swept out majestically, turned into 2 reincarnation flames, and collided with the huge palm in the sky. Boom! Something shocking happened. The palm formed by the green evil fire in the sky originally slapped towards the ground, but as if it was summoned, it actually flew towards the sky, and was bound by the 2 reincarnations. You have some skills. There's finally someone in the undead divine nation that I'm interested in. In the distance, an arrogant voice drifted over, and the evil fire turned into a green ancient sparrow, flying over. The ancient sparrow's cry made everyone's heart rumble, and their eyes turned red. The desire hidden in their bodies couldn't be suppressed. The undead evil god's talent was terrifying. He could trigger evil thoughts, forming evil fire that he could control, and greatly increase his strength. I didn't expect that after the trip to the 5th city, you didn't seem to have gained much. Your strength is still so weak. In the sky, Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, and the reincarnation flames under his control became even crazier. A powerful suction force was born, and it actually pulled the green flame ancient sparrow into the sky. Then the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out fiercely. Great creation. After reaching Wuxiang's 9th stage, Lin Ling's spatial laws had obviously improved greatly. Roar. With a slash, the green flame ancient sparrow was split into 2, and it exploded, turning into green flames floating in the sky. What? On the ground, all the experts' eyes narrowed. The little prince's friend actually broke the undead evil god's attack? No wonder he asked why he should block it. Even Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed. How could this be? What a strong power of law. Other than the 2 ancient giants and 1 absolute genius, when did such a person appear in the undead divine nation? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The green flames in the distance came over like a tide, forming a handsome and evil young man in the sky. The power of law in his body actually caused the undead divine nation to shake. Undead Evil God. Chapter 2000. Return. However, Evil God of Immortality ignored him and stared at Lin Ling. This person was so familiar. You've never seen me before? You're so forgetful. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the Yellow Spring Army flew out like a swarm of locusts, shocking the world. If Evil God of Immortality didn't know who Lin Ling was before, how could he not know now? After all, in the underground city, those dark crows from the 9 underworlds made all the geniuses of various races helpless. It's you, Lin Ling. Evil God of Immortality roared, his pupils constricting. Evil God of Immortality knows him? Everyone was shocked, including Jin Yanran, because in their imagination, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to be recognized by Evil God of Immortality. Kill him, that brat is so arrogant he dared to hit me, you must kill him. Jin Yanran still didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. She pointed at the sky and roared. Lin Ling laughed. Yes, come and kill me. However, Evil God of Immortality was stunned. If he could kill Lin Ling, he would have done it in the underground city. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling was stronger than when he was in the underground city. You crazy woman, you don't know how to do good things, you only cause trouble for me. Evil God of Immortality suddenly stared at Jin Yanran with resentment. If he knew it was Lin Ling, he definitely wouldn't have come. Jin Yanran, this bitch, actually didn't tell him it was Lin Ling. After speaking, he immediately left, not looking at Jin Yanran again. This decisive attitude undoubtedly shocked the entire immortal divine nation. Evil God of Immortality, wait for me. Jin Yanran was stunned and immediately shouted. She still didn't know what happened. Why did evil god of immortality run away? He is Linling, the son of Huang. Not to mention me alone. Even if Jin Feiwu and I joined hands, I'm afraid we can't kill him. You're on your own now. Evil god of immortality's angry voice came from afar. He had a feeling that if Linling was forced to use his trump card, he might also die here. Even the undying evil god is scared of him. Is he the son of Huang, Linling? Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes stared at the sky. She suddenly felt that she was being ridiculous. She thought that Zhang Yingjun and his friends were all going to die when evil god of immortality came. However, not only did Zhang Yingjun and his friends not die, evil god of immortality was the one who was scared away. This was too dreamy. Evil god of immortality was one of the 4 most dangerous talents of the nation of God. Moreover, even if Linling's strength was not weak, the evil god of immortality should have fought at least once. However, nothing happened. The evil god of immortality ran away as soon as it saw Linling, and even ignored Jin Yanran. Could it be that there was already a battle between them? And in the end, the evil god of immortality was defeated? Not only did Jin Yanran feel that she was being ridiculous, even Zhang Yingjun and the others felt the same. The scene in front of them was too dramatic. This guy left once. What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do this time? Even Qin Hu, who was familiar with Linling's strength, was shocked at this moment. If he remembered correctly, Linling was only stronger than him. His strength was comparable to the Xiandi 10 heroes, but the Xiandi 10 heroes was not the Xiandi 10 heroes. Could it be that in this short period of time, Linling's strength had increased again? The eyes of the entire immortal divine kingdom were staring at Linling, but Linling did not feel that there was anything strange about it. He indifferently looked into the distance. Before, he did want to kill evil god of immortality, but evil god of immortality was not weak. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to expose himself as a minor saint. In the end, after thinking about it, he decided to let evil god of immortality go. Haha Linling, you're really a freak. When we were in the wild forest, you weren't even this strong. You really scared me. TSK, although you're not as handsome as me, your strength is admirable. From now on you have to protect me. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yingjun excitedly said, "The little prince has found a good friend." Many people smiled as well. Linling shook his head and looked at Jin Yanran. "Pitiful woman. This is your so-called perfect lover? And now where is your lover?" Plop. Jin Yanran dropped to her knees. She liked evil god of immortality because he was strong, funny, and knew 100 ways to make her happy. Therefore, she often compared evil god of immortality to Zhang Yingjun. And Zhang Yingjun was no doubt trash. However, when it came to going through thick and thin together, evil god of immortality was the first to run away. Their previous pledge of undying love was actually a joke. Evil god of immortality was only interested in her treasures. Although Zhang Yingjun is ugly and weak, his love for you is true. Evil god of immortality is handsome, but he's just using you. Unfortunately, you can't see through this. You're short-sighted and only care about vanity. You don't know that being ordinary is true. Linling said word by word. Jin Yanran's face was full of regret. She was sure that when it came to life and death, Zhang Yingjun would be the first to stand in front of her. I was wrong, Yingjun. Give me another chance. She knelt and walked toward Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun sighed softly. Your lover left, so you're wrong. If your lover didn't leave, you'd still be high and mighty. Jin Yanran, you'd still be ugly. Linling interrupted her directly. Today, I won't kill you. However, I'll take back what you took from Zhang Yingjun. Since you came empty-handed, you can leave empty-handed. Linling pointed at the sky with his right hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky and formed a strong suction force that sucked all of Jin Yanran's cultivation. A goddess was reduced to a mortal from now on. Great. The crowd was excited. Over the years, Jin Yanran had gained a lot from Zhang Yingjun. Now she was returning all of it. You've gone too far. Although Jin Yanran was regretful, she was only regretting that she had lost a sugar daddy. You wanted to hit me before, so I'll take back something. Lu Susu walked over and stretched out her fair arm. Her bright red nails were extremely dazzling. Then, she clawed at Jin Yanran. You wanted to disfigure me, so I'll disfigure you. With Jin Yanran's current strength, she obviously couldn't stop Lu Susu. Her face was covered with nail marks and her clothes were torn. She was even more embarrassed. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. When a woman became ruthless, she was very scary. You bitch, let go of me. Jin Yanran was furious. A dignified goddess had her clothes torn apart like a shrew. Forget it, let her go. Seeing Jin Yanran's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Yingjun sighed. He asked someone to bring a rag and put it on Jin Yanran's body. Then he turned and left. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He knew that after experiencing this, Zhang Yingjun would become more mature. He shook his head and said, Men, send the Sun God Nation's goddess back. Tell her that the immortal divine nation has divorced her. Also, don't let anything happen to her on the way. You must protect her well. No need, I'll go back myself. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jin Yanran immediately shook her head. However, a large number of experts from the immortal divine nation walked out and volunteered to send Jin Yanran back. Do you have any conditions to refuse now? You killed so many of our brothers before. You should be lucky that we didn't kill you. Chapter 2001. Sensational news. Throw a few eggs at her, this slut. The crowd shouted angrily, throwing eggs and rotten vegetables. Jin Yanran, on the other hand, was dizzy from the eggs. Most importantly, she wanted to leave the unaging divine nation and change her clothes to return with dignity. But the people of the unaging divine nation didn't allow it. They wanted to personally send her off. Thinking about it, if she went back in such a sorry state without any clothes, what kind of mockery would she receive from the Sun Divine Nation? How would she, Jin Yanran, face others in the future? Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her disgrace, because this was Jin Yanran's own sin. He had also reincarnated and left. After waiting for a few more days in the unaging divine nation, Lin Ling prepared to leave. At this time, the unaging divine king and unaging Buddha king finally returned. When they found out about what happened in the unaging divine nation, they both sucked in a cold breath of air and were secretly grateful to Lin Ling, especially the unaging Buddha Lord. He didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great in the underground city. At present, who in the demon race, divine race, and human race didn't know about the son of famine Lin Ling? Immediately, the unaging Buddha Lord personally cooked to thank Lin Ling. This made little fatty Zhang Yingjun cry out again. His father cooked for Lin Ling a second time. It was truly rare. Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and the others were all present at the dining table. Lin Ling, thank you. If you weren't here, my unaging divine nation would be in trouble. The unaging Buddha Lord looked at Lin Ling and said. He was even more grateful to Lin Ling for allowing his son to grow up. It's nothing. Lin Ling laughed. He could be considered to have repaid the unaging Buddha Lord's kindness. He curiously asked, how is the fifth city? The 7 immortal treasures were obtained by experts and divided into 7 parts. The treasures in the underground city were also plundered clean. However, the battle in the underground city was incomparably fierce. Many experts died. Among them, the ancient giants of the human world were injured. Skyshering Wuxia disappeared. Similarly, the great demon kings of the demon race were also injured. Unaging Buddha Lord explained. Lin Ling frowned. The battle in the underground city was indeed fierce. Fortunately, he left early, otherwise he would be in danger. Right, what's the result of the ancient giants' discussion? Lin. Although I am your friend, from the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, we still wish, the ancient giants of the human world, the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, and the other ancient giants of the divine nation. The reward is that our 3 great divine nations can enter the human world. Immortal Buddha Lord said with a light sigh. He was sure that the human realm would usher in an era of unprecedented numbers of experts. The experts of the demon race, the god race, and the human race had all gathered together. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed. This was sensational news. Lin Ling sighed, but he wasn't surprised by this result. Instead, he was worried about Taoist Kame and the others. The human world is vast and boundless. It is the place that the demons and gods yearn for the most. However, there are sovereigns in this world. It is impossible for the three races to maintain a peaceful situation. Therefore, the three races finally reached an agreement. 3 years later, the Genesis battle will begin. The winner will unify the three races. The unaging Buddha Lord's final words undoubtedly made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. The three races collided? The Genesis battle? He immediately asked. The experts of the three races will eventually clash? That's not it. It will be a battle on the martial stage. The strongest martial artists of the three races will participate. Even the ancient giants will participate. This battle will determine the future of the human world. It will be the most glorious battle in history. Unaging Buddha Lord said solemnly. So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded. He was sure that 3 years later, the human world would be vast and mighty. Although 3 years seemed like a long time, it was actually just a moment of cultivation. Especially for the ancient giants, it was just a blink of an eye. Moreover, according to what I know, the geniuses of various races have obtained benefits in the underground city. 3 years from now, they might become ancient giants. If they want to participate in the Genesis battle, then there will be a three-race of Heaven's Pride competition a year from now. If they win, they can participate in the Genesis battle. Immortal Buddha Lord said. He had high hopes for Lin Ling to participate in the competition. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He had to participate in the competition no matter if it was for himself or for his friends and family. No matter what, I still have to apologize. Because when the ancient giants were discussing this, our unaging divine nation agreed to enter the human world. Unaging Buddha Lord said apologetically. It's fine. What will come will come. The Genesis battle? I want to see just how powerful the ancient giants of the three races are. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His words were full of confidence, and even unaging Buddha Lord was secretly surprised. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Tomorrow, we'll return to the human world. Everyone didn't talk much about the previous topic. They all laughed and drank. At this moment, the human world was surging with wind and clouds. After the godly nation opened the enchantment, the demon race entered in a mighty manner. Moreover, what was surprising was that the ghost race also entered with an army. This caused the Genesis battle to have a large number of experts. After the news of the Genesis battle spread, the entire human world was in an uproar. More and more martial artists worked hard to cultivate, trying to shine on the martial stages of the four races and become kings. As for the devil race and ghost race, perhaps because of the battle of creation, they restrained themselves. At the very least, they didn't casually slaughter those mortals. Perhaps to them, if they won, those mortals would very likely become their slaves. At this moment, there were many experts in the rainforest Holy Land. It was like a monolith. The streets and alleys were all talking about the Genesis battle. Unlike the other martial artists, they were extremely confident. Lord Lin Ling will definitely participate in this battle. He will definitely shine brightly. On a city wall, a middle-aged man looked into the distance and smiled. It was Lord Shuiwu. That brat. Sigh, I can't see through him. In the past, I was the lord above him. Now I have to look up to him. He has also stepped onto an even bigger martial stage and clashed with the experts of the four races. Next to him, a man shook his head and smiled. His smile was extremely evil. It was Lord Pu. Only you are still so evil, daring to call Lin Ling a brat. If those guys outside knew, they would tear you apart. Lord Shuiwu smiled helplessly. I believe that. But I also know that that brat Lin Ling doesn't care about fame. Even if I call him a brat in front of him, he will smile back at me. Lord Pu confidently said. That's true. That brat is becoming stronger and stronger, but he has never been arrogant in front of us. He still remembers the kindness we showed him in the past. To be able to see that brat rise in this life, I am satisfied. Lord Shuiwu agreed with Lord Pu. Lin Ling was arrogant towards his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. He never put on airs unless he was angry. And as they were talking, they didn't see that in the distance, dark clouds were falling. A thick killing intent was spreading towards the rainforest Holy Land. Before the Genesis battle began, Some people had already begun working hard for the position of king. They had begun to eliminate their opponents. I'm old. To be able to live in the rainforest holy land for the rest of my life. I am satisfied. Chapter 2002. The Great Tribulation. Yeah, I've been here for so long that I've started to think of this place as my home. Most importantly, it is because of Lord Linling's protection that we can live such carefree lives. Not far from the city wall, many experts also laughed. They were all Linling's acquaintances, the top experts of Xiamping province in the past. Kill. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky arrived, and a cold shout sounded like a clap of thunder. The earth trembled, and an ominous aura surged into the sky, causing the entire rainforest's sacred ground to sway. Countless people raised their heads and looked up, only to see hundreds of figures in black cloaks floating in the sky. These people arrived in a strange and silent manner, as if they were death gods looking at the heavens and earth. Who are you? Lady Watermist said with a frown. Kill. The hundreds of figures in the sky were like ghosts. They didn't say much, only one sentence. Your esteemed self, could it be that you wish to offend Huang's son Linling? Sir Pu also spoke up. He could sense that these people's strength was extremely terrifying. Linling, the son of desolation, is someone that no one in the mortal world dares to provoke. Are you not afraid of Linling's revenge? You should know that everyone who offends Linling ends up in a miserable state. Lady Xuewu added. According to common sense, no one should dare to provoke Linling at this moment. Therefore, he didn't know where those people got their courage from. However, those black-cloaked figures still did not move. One of them even revealed a disdainful sneer. His hand was raised high, like the butcher's knife of the Grim Reaper. The expressions of Lady Xuewu and the others had finally changed drastically when they saw this. Where did these people come from? What was their goal? Why did they dare to kill Linling, even though they knew that the Rainforest Holy Land's backer was Linling? Kill. In the sky, the Grim Reaper's butcher's knife finally slashed down. Rumble. The hundreds of Grim Reapers were like ghosts. Every time they attacked, the entire rainforest would shake, and countless people would die. Crazy. Many people from the Rainforest Holy Land roared in anger. This was too heartless. Those people were killed just like that. Little Chui. Father, mother. The Rainforest Holy Land was in chaos, as if it was the end of the world. Brothers, kill. Lord Watermist looked at the chaos on the ground, his eyes turning red. Kill those bastards. Even if we have to bleed to death, we have to make them pay. Although Lord Pu looked devilish, he was also an honest man. He had lived in the sacred rainforest for many years and treated this place as his home. Now that a mysterious person was slaughtering people here, he was enraged and decided to throw caution to the wind. He was actually faster than Lady Watermist. You overestimate yourself. The cloaked figure in the sky shook his head and stretched out his hand. Boundless demonic chi turned into a demonic demon king and lunged towards Lord Pu. The strength of these people was clearly terrifying. Lord Pu and the rest could not stop them at all. Old Pu. Lady Xuewu gritted her teeth. Her body exploded. She turned into water mist and disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of Lord Pu in the next second. Boom. The Devil King magnate swallowed, causing Lady Watermist to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her bones and blood were all devoured, and her life force was dissipating. Xuewu. Lord Pu was stunned. In truth, he didn't have a deep relationship with Lady Watermist before this. They only knew each other. But after following Linling, he realized that this legendary Lady Watermist was also a sentimental person. After that, they often fought against strong enemies together, and in the midst of life and death situations, a bond of comradeship was born. Now, in order to save him, Lady Xuewu died in the hands of these mysterious people. I will kill you all. Die. This was the first time in his life that Lord Pu was so angry. No, these people are not ordinary people. Their intentions are very mysterious. They must have a purpose. So Old Pu, you must leave this place alive. Let Linling investigate this matter and find out who wants to kill us. Lady Xuewu said with difficulty. Her body was pulled towards the sky by the Devil King magnate. Lord Pu's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth. That's right, he could not die. If he died, who would avenge his brothers. Everyone listen to my order. Protect Lord Pu and leave. Yes. Lady Shui Wu's final voice shook the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone looked up. Their eyes seemed to be bleeding. Lady Shui Wu led the rainforest sacred land and treated everyone kindly. After so many years, they had already formed a strong bond of comradeship. But now Lady Shui Wu was dead? Kill. Kill. All the martial artists in the rainforest sacred land exploded with killing intent. They were like ants that did not fear death. The cloaked figures in the sky were shocked. In the face of their massacre, ordinary people would have fled long ago, but the martial artists of the rainforest sacred land were very courageous. They actually fought back. This Lin Ling brought up a group of good subordinates. Kill. One of them said coldly, but he did not show any mercy. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill. All the cloaked figures attacked, causing demonic energy to surge in the rainforest's sacred land. Ordinary martial artists died. Old people died. Children died. This was truly a case of not leaving even the chickens and dogs alive. Smoke billowed, spreading to the rainforest's sacred land, as if destroying its former glory. The rainforest's sacred land, the most sacred land in Xiampeng province, had experienced countless calamities, but had survived each time. But this time, the rainforest's sacred land could not hold on. It was like a giant that supported the heavens, and at this moment, it collapsed. Ants. Kill. The cloaked figures in the sky were expressionless. Every time they attacked, they would take a large number of lives, but the martial artists in the sky did not stop, like a carp crossing a river. This kind of courage made Lord Pu, who was far away, shed tears. Good job, his brothers were all good. Even if they were to die, they would die in the charge. Little Tai. Kill. Suddenly, Lord Pu looked at the brothers he had brought out, his body trembling. A cloaked figure reached out with his claws and tore his brother apart. Lord, leave quickly if you die, who will avenge us? The man who was torn apart shouted before he died. Little Tai. Run. Lord Pu roared, then turned around and ran. His heart was broken. He would rather die in the hands of the enemy than run away, but if he did not run, who would tell Lin Ling what happened? The rainforest sacred land has dignity. Anyone who dares to invade this place will lose without a doubt, even if you are backed by an ancient giant. But Lord Lin Ling, no matter how far he is, must be killed. Brothers, self-destruct. Go. Someone shouted, looking at the sky heroically. Ha ha ha, 100,000 people self-destruct. This scene will definitely shake the world, come. Go. Many people laughed out loud, and their voices reverberated in the sky, echoing endlessly. Boom boom boom. Next, 100,000 martial artists self-destructed, forming a terrible storm. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Go. On the ground, the martial artists all flew out, self-destructing their cultivation. 100,000 gradually became 1,000,000, and even 10,000,000. Even the powerless old men had committed suicide. Even if they had to die, they would die with dignity. What a bunch of trash. Go. Chapter 2003. Who is it? Rumble. A deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Xiampeng province was shaken. Far away, the faces of the martial artists changed drastically, guessing that something big had happened in the rainforest. Who is so bold, even daring to touch Lin Ling's territory? Sigh. At present, the ancient giant was injured, and Lin Ling's backer was also weak, so there were many people who dared to kill Lin Ling. Sigh. But Lin Ling's killing god, mad god. Even if the opponent is the demon king, he still dared to kill his way into the demon territory. Sigh. Many martial artists were discussing, but they were all clenching their fists. The martial artists of the rainforest were all good. At this moment, the rainforest had turned into ruins, and on the ground, black smoke was like snakes, floating towards the sky from all directions. Are there any survivors? Sigh. One of the cloaked men said. Except for Lord Pu, everyone is dead. This Lord Pu is really ruthless, greedy for life, and afraid of death. He escaped alone. Sigh. Can he escape? Sigh. The other cloaked men sneered. Who said I escaped? Sigh. But at that moment, a voice came from the ground. Mr. Pu, who had escaped, was walking back step by step. All the caped cultivators were astonished. What a fool! He had escaped, but now he was coming back. Wasn't he courting death? You came back, did you think you wouldn't die? One of the cloaked men said. Haha, who doesn't die since ancient times? Although I came back, I failed to live up to everyone's expectations, but I, Lord Pooh, can't watch everyone die while I run away. Sigh. Lord Pooh stopped walking, looking at the sky fearlessly. So you came back? Sigh. The cloaked men looked deeply at Lord Pooh. This guy was a man of indomitable spirit. Linling brat, I'm sorry, I'll leave first. Sigh. Lord Pooh took a step forward, flying towards the sky. His face was filled with despair. This guy is also a lunatic, kill him. Sigh. The cloaked men were shocked, and their killing intent exploded. Boom. Boom. Lord Pooh was engulfed by the terrifying attacks. He could not block the attacks of these cloaked men. Although your ambition is praiseworthy, your strength is too weak. The cloaked men shook their heads. But at this moment, a figure flew out from the fluctuation of Lingqi in front of them. If one looked carefully, one would see that his legs and arms were broken. But he still rushed over. Moreover, he rushed towards one of the cloaked men. This made the cloaked man's face change. This guy's fighting spirit was so tenacious. Boom. In the end, Lord Pooh self-detonated, causing the cloaked man's clothes to explode. He was in an extremely sorry state. Bastard. The cloaked man roared angrily. An ant actually made him lose face. Let's go. These people might be ants, but they have their own dignity. We've completed our mission. Next, we should go to that place. The leader of the cloaked figure said calmly as he looked at the vast land in shock. Then he disappeared from where he stood. All of the cloaked figures had disappeared. The rainforest's sacred land was silent. The prosperous scene of the past had all disappeared at this moment. Xianpeng Province. At this moment, all the experts had their eyes fixed on the rainforest's sacred land. They all sighed. After 1 day and 1 night, the rainforest's sacred land finally welcomed 3 figures. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. These 3 people were Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and Qin Hu. What happened? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He looked at the prosperous and lively hometown of the past. Looking at those familiar memories, his heart ached. This was his real hometown. This place had the ancient face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and everything that Lin Ling had when he was young. Who was it? Lin Ling's body trembled. A terrifying killing intent rose to the sky. Lin Ling, are you alright? Lu Susu knew how important the rainforest's sacred land was in Lin Ling's heart. Hence, she asked worriedly. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. He continued to look at the land. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Such a ruthless method. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said. He also wanted to know who was so ruthless. Haha, Lin Ling, it's time for you to pay the price for your sins today. Those people died for you. Many people had already gathered in the rainforest's sacred land. At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Xianhuang Dayu's former Fire Tribe Emperor, Hua Ao. In the past, Hua Ao had wanted to kill Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling brought the 7 emperors and a large number of human realm experts to the Fire Tribe to get justice back. This caused the Fire Tribe's ancestor to step in and remove Hua Ao from his position. From then on, Hua Ao wandered the world. Hence, Hua Ao's hatred for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Now that Lin Ling was facing a great calamity, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of an ancient giant. Now one of the ancient giants is injured, and the other is missing. Your good luck has come to an end. Ha ha ha. Hua Ao was obviously very excited. His red hair fluttered in the wind. Father, don't say any more. Beside him, Princess Wuxia hurriedly advised. The crowd also felt that Hua Ao was crazy. He was rubbing salt in Lin Ling's wound. Why should I be afraid of him? He's just a desolate son in name. Do you think he dares to kill me? Hua Ao laughed disdainfully. He doesn't want to hear it. I'm going to say it. There are many people who want Lin Ling dead. The demon race, ghost race, human realm experts. Lin Ling's time of death has come. Father. Princess Wuxia's face was pale. She did not know why, but when she looked at the trembling youth in the distance, her heart suddenly felt very painful. She knew that the man was remorseful and guilty. Because of his friends, his hometown had been destroyed. If it was before, Princess Wuxia would have rejoiced in his misfortune. However, since Lin Ling had risen again and again, she had paid special attention to this man. Only now did she realize that this man had put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Moreover, this man was a true man. For Hong Yan, for his brothers, for his hometown, he dared to fight the heavens. Because of this, Princess Wuxia was no longer jealous of Lin Ling. She even admired and adored him. Everyone thought that he was crazy, but who knew the heavy responsibility he shouldered? Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Huaeo was still shouting to the sky, extremely excited. In the distance, Lin Ling stood there trembling. His eyes were red. Through the eye of time, he saw that Lord Shuiwu, Lord Pu, and the others were all dead. His benefactors of the past had all left him. He even saw Lord Pu self-destruct rather than die. Xiao. As Huaeo was laughing to the heavens, a cold figure appeared in front of him. That billowing killing intent caused the hearts of all the martial artists in the distance to tremble. So cold, so cold. Huaeo's smile froze. He looked up and saw that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. His handsome face was extremely cold. What do you want? However, Huaeo laughed. He did not fear Lin Ling. After all, he was a human realm expert. Chapter 2004. Dark clouds shrouded. Lin Ling shouted. The Yellow Spring's flame was like a tide, turning into 6 cycles of reincarnation. Huaeo's face changed as he was tied up and sucked into the cycle of reincarnation. If he entered the cycle of reincarnation, Huaeo would die without a doubt. Are you qualified to laugh? A cold voice came, causing Huaeo's body to tremble. When did Lin Ling become so strong? He, the dignified emperor of the fire race, couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling. He specialized in fire martial arts, but after meeting the Yellow Spring's flame, he could only tremble in fear. Die for me. Lin Ling's voice came from the depths of hell, causing Huaeo to be afraid. He was gloating because he didn't fear Lin Ling, but now, he had no choice but to be afraid. How terrifying. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by the result in front of them. Lin Ling, don't. My father was wrong. If you want to kill him, I'm willing to die for him. Princess Fireglow quickly stood in front of Lin Ling and said while gritting her teeth, then you die for me too. Lin Ling was merciless. His comrades and friends were all dead. So who dared to block him? Everyone must die. Even if the great demon king of the demon race came, he would still dare to kill him. Lin Ling, don't. Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying killing intent, Lu Susu quickly rushed over, but Lin Ling was still merciless. He had clearly lost his mind. Lu Susu quickly hugged Lin Ling and made Lin Ling look back. That pair of eyes were full of killing intent, but after seeing that it was Lu Susu, that killing intent finally disappeared. Princess Fireglow is right. You can't kill her. I don't want you to become a mindless killing machine. Lu Susu's eyes were moist. She knew that Lin Ling was in pain, but at this time, she had to pull this man and not let him enter the path of slaughter. Lin Ling's heart was filled with a crazy desire to kill. Unknowingly, a terrifying law of killing had been born, but it also gradually disappeared. If Lu Susu had not stopped Lin Ling, the law of slaughter would have been even more powerful. In the end, the law of slaughter would have formed a devil and escaped from Lin Ling's grasp. Once one reached Lin Ling's level, the devil that was born would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying. I'm fine, Lin Ling said in a hoarse voice. He had Lu Susu release him. Lin Ling took a step forward, grabbed Huaeo, and flew towards the ground. They died a heroic death, so no one can laugh at them. Kowtow 3 times for me. Bang bang bang. Huaeo was grabbed by Lin Ling and smashed into the ground. He heavily kowtowed, causing the entire ground to crack open. I really envy Lin Ling. To have such a leader in their lifetime, they would be satisfied even if they died. Seeing this shocking scene, many people inwardly sighed. 6 paths of reincarnation. After kowtowing 3 times, Lin Ling threw Huaeo away. He raised his hands, and the white flame floated into the sky, forming a 6 paths of reincarnation. On the ground, the vengeful spirits were sucked in one after another. However, because too many vengeful spirits were sucked in, the real 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, forming a scene of 2 6 paths of reincarnation clashing. One was Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation, and the other was the 6 paths of reincarnation from the ghost domain. As everyone knew, the dead would enter reincarnation, but Lin Ling was now snatching the law of heaven and earth. Get lost. Looking at the 6 paths of reincarnation that appeared in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. His terrifying soul power gushed out and froze time. Moreover, this time, the freezing was directed towards the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, causing it to stop spinning. Seeing this shocking scene, no one was not shocked. Because this was the first time many martial artists saw the 6 paths of reincarnation, and also the first time they saw the 6 paths of reincarnation being frozen. This meant that Lin Ling's law power had broken away from the law of heaven and earth. So powerful. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling's trump card would be able to resist even the heavens. These cloaked people's origins are mysterious. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Previously, he used the Eye of Time to look at the rainforest's sacred ground, so he knew what was happening here. However, he could not see through the cloaked people's origins. Faintly, he felt that a huge conspiracy was shrouding him. Currently, you are the son of desolation, and you have an ancient powerhouse behind you, but there are still people who want to attack you. Who are these people? Qin Hu also guessed. What is their goal? He knew that ordinary people would not dare to attack Lin Ling because the price was too high. However, there were still people who dared to attack him. This meant that there was a terrifying expert behind these mysterious people. Currently, we know that these mysterious people have demonic qi, Lin Ling said coldly. He could not see through all this and could not guess who dared to attack him. Not good. They are luring the tiger away from the mountain. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He saw through the Eye of Time that one of the cloaked people said that the mission was not over. This meant that they still wanted to kill. Could their next target be the True Spirit Island? Their massacre was indeed not random. Instead, there was a plan, and it was a thorough plan. Let's go to True Spirit Island. Lin Ling took a big step and headed toward earthly paradise. There was a teleportation array there, so he could reach True Spirit Island as quickly as possible. Wait for me. Lu Susu and Qin Hu followed. Princess Rosie pondered for a moment and thought of her sister, Princess Fire Spirit. She also followed immediately. At True Spirit Island, Lin Ling's relatives were all there, so Lin Ling was more anxious than anyone else. When he arrived at earthly paradise, Lin Ling immediately headed toward the teleportation array. Stop, who are you? The Demon Clan, Ghost Clan, and Deity Clan are invading. This teleportation array cannot be used casually. An expert blocked Lin Ling's path and prevented Lin Ling from using the teleportation array. How dare you? He is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. What right do you have to stop him? Qin Hu shouted angrily. So it is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. You can use the teleportation array, but you must get the approval of the 7 emperors first. Because all the experts of the various clans are out, we must be cautious. The expert said calmly. Looking at their origins, they seem to be from the Sky Clan. You bastard. We are in a hurry to use the teleportation array. How can we have time to inform the 7 emperors? Even Lu Susu could not stand it. Then we can't help you. The expert sneered. Martial God Tian Yu was missing and the guardian of the mortal realm was seriously injured. Lin Ling had no backing, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling. Great creation. Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The arrogant expert was split into 2, and the remaining person's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling, are you crazy? We didn't stop you from using the teleportation array. How dare you kill people here? Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to kill people without hesitation. Lin Ling raised his sword again, causing them to panic. They immediately said, you can use the teleportation array. Chapter 2005. Behind the scenes gulp. Several heads fell to the ground, causing everyone in heavenly earth to suck in a breath of cold air. The Sky Clan had already compromised. They were afraid and begged for mercy, but Lin Ling still killed them. This kind of ruthlessness caused them to be shocked as well. Lin Ling did not say anything and stepped into the teleportation array. To him, if he delayed for even a moment, his family would be in great danger. So, he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Everyone followed the teleportation array and reached True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was indeed in great danger. A large number of cloaked men appeared and slaughtered everything on True Spirit Island. That's Lin Ling's family. Kill them. A cloaked man stared at Elder Tai Yen and the rest. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Tai Yen and the rest gritted their teeth. After this group of people arrived, they did not say anything and immediately slaughtered them. Moreover, they were so powerful that they could die at any time. Boom. Boom. However, just as the cloaked men attacked, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Fire Spirit Princess and the rest exploded with all their strength. Moreover, they had the immortal weapons left behind by Lin Ling, which temporarily blocked the cloaked men's attacks. They have treasures on them, but they are all one-time use. So they will die sooner or later. Kill. Those cloaked men were like messengers from hell. They were still mercilessly attacking. Rumble. Elder Tai Yen and the rest gathered together and resisted with the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. If it were not for these treasures, they would have died long ago. We must finish this quickly because the Spirit Clan is very close to this place. The experts of the Spirit Clan will rush over at any time. A cloaked man exploded with terrifying strength. This person was actually Wuxia's 10th realm. He grabbed with his big hand and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. It was as if he was going to tear the entire island apart. Bastard, stop. At this time, a cold voice finally came out. An old man appeared in the sky with an extremely cold expression. He raised his right hand and a black tortoise shell appeared and covered the ground, blocking the terrifying attack for Elder Tai Yen and the rest. Taoist came. Grandpa Turtle. Everyone gratefully looked at Taoist came. Among them, Linny was fiercely clenching his fists. He was angry at himself for being weak. If he was as strong as his father, how could those people do whatever they wanted? Moreover, they knew that everyone in the rainforest Holy Land had died. This caused them great pain in their hearts. Taoist came. What was surprising was that the cloaked people looked at Taoist came indifferently without the slightest hint of fear. Who are you people? What is your purpose? Taoist came also looked at him. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that there are many people who want to take action against Lin Ling. The scale of this conspiracy is beyond your imagination. The cloaked man said indifferently. Then he shouted coldly, Devil Cloud Moon Concealing Formation. Under his voice, the other cloaked men disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they appeared around Taoist came, and laid down a mysterious devil cloud array. This array had a blood-red moon in the sky, forming a terrifying devil cloud. Taoist came, you were seriously injured in the battle with the 5 great demon kings in the nation of gods. Therefore this array is not something you can resist. The leader of the cloaked men said. Moreover, you have always been curious about who is behind this and who has such power to summon strong people like us. Now, I can tell you that this person is someone close to you. Who is it? Taoist Kame's complexion changed dramatically. The person you are most familiar with. The cloaked man said with a faint smile. Taoist Kame's complexion changed again. Could it be Lin Ling? His heart roared. Lin Ling wanted to take action against him. Why? Lin Ling has risen. The ancient giants of the mortal realm are either seriously injured or missing. Therefore Lin Ling wants to be an ancient giant himself. Therefore he wants to eradicate the strong people of the older generation. The cloaked man said. Nonsense. My father is not an ungrateful person. Linny immediately roared upon hearing this. Elder Tai Yen, Yu, and the others also didn't believe that Lin Ling wanted to kill Taoist Kame. You said the person you were most familiar with at first, and I was wondering who it was. Who would have thought that you would say Lin Ling? What a pity, you want to sow discord. I won't fall for it at all, because I believe in Lin Ling. At this time, Taoist Kame suddenly laughed. He didn't have much contact with Lin Ling, but he believed in Lin Ling. Hearing this, the cloaked man's complexion changed. However, he sneered and said, "Although you believe in Lin Ling, it is undeniable that you had a short period of time before. Although it was a short period of time, it was enough." A ray, open and refined Taoist came. Rumble. The entire True Spirit Island was filled with surging devil chi, turning the island into a devil island. The blood-red moon rose into the sky and illuminated the sea outside the island, turning the sea into a blood-red color. "You're despicable." Taoist came was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Although a ray formation was powerful, it took time to set up. In order to distract him, the cloaked man lied to him and said that the person behind this was Lin Ling. Taoist came was aware that according to convention, ordinary people wouldn't dare to kill their way into True Spirit Island. On the contrary, it was possible for familiar people to do so. Because of that brief moment of negligence, the array formation was completed. It had to be said that these cloaked men dared to kill their way into True Spirit Island because they had a thorough plan. This array formation is only SOSO. Watch how I break it. Taoist came coldly shouted. Although he was trapped in the array formation, he firmly believed that the array formation couldn't harm him. Taoist came as an ancient magnate with formidable strength. This array naturally can't trap you. However, you are already injured. Moreover, why would this array trap you? As long as it causes your heart devil to rise, that's enough. The cloaked man sneered. As soon as his words fell, Taoist came's complexion changed. He felt that the killing intent in his heart was quietly spreading like a seed sprouting. This killing intent had been strangled by him a long time ago. How could it sprout now? If it was someone else, this heart devil wouldn't be terrifying. For example, Lin Ling would choose to let it sprout and then slaughter the cloaked men outside. However, for Taoist came, this heart devil was huge. It could even be said that this heart devil was his weakness. The person behind this is the person I am most familiar with. I finally know who it is. It's you, the evil Buddha lineage. Taoist came suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Haha, yes, the person behind this is indeed the person you are most familiar with. It is my evil Buddha lineage. You didn't expect this, right? In the past you separated me and I became stronger and stronger. Now let us return to one body. The cloaked man finally took off his cloak. What was surprising was that he looked exactly the same as Taoist came. Obviously, he was Taoist came's heart devil. Moreover, it was a heart devil that had grown. In the past, the evil Buddha lineage escaped from the God Queen's garden. I didn't expect to see you here today. Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the others were surprised. They didn't expect that the person behind this was the other side of Taoist came. Although I want to say that I am the person behind this, I'm sorry. This plan is beyond my imagination. Even I am just a chess piece. Chapter 2006. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. There were swords that came from space. You guys are really good at eliminating your opponents in the battle of creation. Came Spiritual Master let out a low roar. He had also sensed how many experts were involved in this massacre. Old fart, you're about to die. Among the cloaked men, an old man said, You were an ancient giant in the past, but today, you're just an ant. With that, he slowly removed his cloak, revealing a familiar face. It was actually the Sky Lord. TSK, I've long heard of Kame Spiritual Master's strength. Today I'll see how great you are. Another cloaked man also removed his cloak, revealing a dark face with horns on his head. He was the Ghost King of the Oxhorn Ghost Clan. Even the Ghost Clan's experts had intervened. On the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. Haha, I Kame Spiritual Master, was born in the desolate antiquity era. I've witnessed the birth of the experts of the 4 great eras. You want to kill me? You're too weak. Kame Spiritual Master. Under the rolling demonic cloud array, Kame Spiritual Master changed his old appearance. His clothes were torn, and he grew rapidly, turning into a 100-meter-tall giant. His muscles were extremely solid, and his surroundings were filled with the power of law. This old ghost. The Sky Lord's expression was cold. He raised his right hand, and the power of law was brewing. It turned into a circular slash of light that was extremely terrifying. Sky Tide Slash. The slash of light passed through the demonic cloud and slashed toward Kame's spiritual master. In the process, the slash of light grew larger and larger, as if it could cut the world apart. What a terrifying power of law! The Fire Spirit Princess was shocked. They couldn't see through the power of law at all, but they guessed that it was definitely tens of thousands of laws. Tens of thousands of laws, that was terrifying. This was the great law of heaven and earth. Rumble. Kame's spiritual master's pupils constricted. He closed his dragon-like arms and forcibly blocked the huge slash of light. This showed how terrifying his strength was. King Ghost Flag. Another powerful cloaked man also attacked. A green ghost flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in the wind, and a ghost head appeared. It turned into a huge flag that appeared above Kame's spiritual master's head. Then it fiercely stabbed down. This ghost flag was also unparalleled in the power of law. Suppress. The cloaked man shouted. Obviously he wasn't weak. He was only Kame's spiritual master. Buddha raises his head. Daoist Kame roared as he pulled out an arm and raised it towards the sky. He actually managed to block the descent of the ghost flag. As expected of an ancient giant of the mortal world. His strength was truly unparalleled. Puff. However, Daoist Kame also spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't been seriously injured, those two people wouldn't have been his match. Come on, come on. But even so, he still faced the sky and roared. It was hard to imagine that once the benevolent Daoist Kame erupted with his full strength, he would be like an invincible god of war. Rumble. As the three powerhouses clashed, the true spirit island cracked open. The seawater in the distance soared into the sky, forming a sky full of raindrops. If it weren't for the fact that the scene was too cruel, this would definitely be an extremely beautiful scene. Awesome, Grandpa Tortoise, go for it. Looking at the battle in the distance, Linny tightly clenched his small fists. The others were also excited. Now Daoist Kame seemed to be able to block those too. As expected of Daoist Kame. If we weren't injured, we wouldn't have been your match. Unfortunately, since we dared to come this time, we were already prepared. At this time, the evil Buddha lineage also joined the battle. It urged the billowing evil clouds to rush towards Daoist Kame. What was terrifying was that there was actually a rumbling Buddhist sound within it. The evil clouds merged with the demonic clouds in the sky and rolled like an ocean, causing the blood-colored moon to become even more dazzling. Daoist Kame's expression changed drastically as he sensed that the inner demon within his body was being born again. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his feet became unstable. However, he quickly stabilized his body again. Hee, I am your weakness. However, the evil Buddha lineage immediately let out a cold voice. I have walked through 4 great eras. How can I fall here? Daoist Kame's face was dark gold, and it occasionally turned black. It was extremely strange. Obviously, he was already injured. Now that he was attacked from both inside and outside, his injuries were worsened. Rumble. The rain in the sky became even heavier. Countless eyes stared at the towering giant as their eyes became moist. They saw that Daoist Kame was spitting out more and more blood. Rumble. Daoist Kame finally fell. The deafening sound caused the entire True Spirit Island to shake. It was as if the one who fell was not an old man, but a towering mountain. Grandpa Turtle. Seeing this, the eyes of Lin Yi and the others became moist. Yu even cried softly. If Daoist Kame had not used his turtle shell to protect them, he would have been able to resist for a longer time. Compared to their crying, all the cloaked people laughed. Their laughter was unbridled and extremely ear-piercing. Obviously, it was their honor to be able to defeat an ancient giant. Evil Buddha, go and devour him. Someone said excitedly. The evil Buddha lineage nodded and walked towards the demonic clouds step by step. Kill all of them. Someone looked at the tunnel and waved his right hand. Ghostly chi suddenly surged from the ground, and many skeletons crawled out. Fight! Under the turtle shell, everyone's eyes were red. Starry left Court Palace and Flaming Right Court Palace. They were going to fight to the death. Protect the young master. Everyone, follow me and kill. Shang Qianjun roared. They all chose to fight to the death. Regardless of whether they fought to the death or not, it was already difficult for them to escape after Taoist came fell. Kill these ants. The cloaked people in the sky looked at them with disdain and ordered a large number of skeletons to kill them. Crow. At this moment, the sound of crows suddenly came from the sky. The sound was not loud, but it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. A dense flock of crows flew over from the sky, where the seawater was pouring down. A figure stood on top of one of the crows, holding an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment it was dazzling, as if he was dominating the world. Suddenly the crow swooped down. Great creation! There was a sword that came from space. This sword carried unparalleled power, and contained the terrifying power of laws. The sword slashed towards the ground. In fact, that sword was also slashing towards the blood-colored moon in the sky. Crack. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon, and then it exploded with a boom. The entire array shook. The demonic clouds dispersed and the array collapsed, revealing the old man lying on the ground and the shocked evil Buddha lineage. However, the sword did not stop and slashed towards the cloaked people. The cloaked people's eyes widened. In their eyes, the entire world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to take their lives. Crack! Dozens of cloaked people trembled. In the next moment, their bodies were divided into two halves. Moreover, it was a neat two halves. Even more than half of the skeletons on the ground were killed. This sword was so terrifying. Without a doubt, this sword caused huge waves to rise in the sky and earth. Chapter 2007. There's no need to give face to the dead. That's Dad. Lin Ling is back. Right, the teleportation array on True Spirit Island was destroyed, so Lin Ling could only teleport to Grand Mystic Region. But he still came back. Great, he's finally back. Everyone looked at the man who was like a god descending from the heavens, and were all excited. It was too shocking. Their flag was back. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling jumped down from the sky and stabbed his sword into the ground, shaking the entire island. Those who enter the island die. His cold voice entered everyone's ears. Overbearing and murderous. The remaining cloaked men narrowed their eyes and their hearts sank. Lin Ling actually broke the array, and without the array, the difficulty of the evil Buddha lineage to devour Taoist came had obviously increased. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword not only broke the array, but also easily killed dozens of cloaked men. And those cloaked men's strength were at Wuxiang's 10th stage realm. His strength has increased so quickly. Sky Lord frowned. The last time he was chased away by Lin Ling was even weaker than the Xian D10 heroes. But now, even the Xian D10 heroes would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. At this moment, Daoist Kame's voice was heard. He sat down cross-legged and spoke with difficulty. However, the evil Buddha lineage had disappeared. It had obviously entered his body. Daoist Kame, are you alright? Lin Ling asked worriedly. Now that he had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, he was even more familiar with Daoist Kame. In the past, when Li Xiaorao was weak, Daoist Kame had saved him 8 times. Now when Lin Ling was weak, Daoist Kame had helped him a few more times. This kindness, no matter if it was in the past or present, Lin Ling had to repay it. I'm fine, I just need some time. Sure. Seeing Lin Ling's arrival, Daoist Kame smiled with relief. Then he closed his eyes and began to fight against the evil Buddha lineage in his body. Lin Ling also noticed that Kame Daoist was fighting against his heart demon. In this aspect, he couldn't help him for the time being. He looked at Elder Taiyan, Yu Lin Yi, and the others and said with guilt, "Sorry I came back late." "It's good that you came back." Elder Taiyan and the others shook their heads. They were already doomed to die today. Lin Ling had returned and saved them once more. So how could they blame Lin Ling? Moreover, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had saved them. If Daoist Kame hadn't blocked it for us, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land is dead. These people are so hateful. Then everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red. If he hadn't rushed over, everyone here would have died today. Lin Ling clenched his fists and his face turned even colder. All of you must die. At this moment, the cloaked men were still floating in the sky, looking indifferently at Lin Ling and shaking their heads. Don't think that you can kill us just because you killed some people. Those people were just ordinary 10th stage Wuxiang. Our strength is twice as strong as theirs. One of the cloaked men said coldly. As for the Sky Lord, he sneered. Although Lin Ling was a monster, his strength was obviously not enough to threaten him. Since he dared to come here today, Lin Ling would have to stay here. In fact, Elder Taiyan and the others also knew this, but they didn't seem to have any other choice. Over 2,000 laws in one sword strike. Not bad at all. In addition, your talent isn't weak. No wonder those people weren't your match before. After all, an ordinary 10th stage Wuxing only has 2,000 laws, but you're just a 9th stage Wuxiang. TSK, you're indeed a genius. But I'll give you a chance now. Destroy your own cultivation, perhaps. One of the cloaked men from the demon race sneered. His voice was filled with strong confidence. I'll destroy your entire clan. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lin Ling was currently in a rage and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He was domineering and direct. You. The cloaked man from the demon race clearly had a strong background. He was a demon monarch. After being scolded by Lin Ling, his face turned ashen. While he was also at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the amount of time he had spent cultivating was 100 times longer than Lin Ling's. Thus, he possessed even more laws, having reached 3,000. Lin Ling still wasn't qualified to be arrogant before him. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The cloaked man shouted coldly. There's no need to give face to a dead person. Lin Ling also shouted coldly. He stretched out his left hand and a white flame floated out towards the sky. Right now, he had a reincarnation cycle in the rainforest sacred land, so he could only use one. Everyone, don't attack. I'll do it. I want to see how powerful this junior, who killed the Demon King's son is. Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, the cloaked man from the demon race walked out. His white beard grew crazily and turned into a white ocean. You're indeed a monster, but compared to me, you're still too tender. The white beard was like countless tentacles, sweeping towards Lin Ling, making Ancestor Extreme Flame and the rest cry out anxiously. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Even the Sky Lord frowned. What was Lin Ling trying to do? However, the next scene made them clear. Only to see those snake-like beards getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The white reincarnation circle in the sky also emitted a terrifying power of laws. It actually reached over 3,000. Hungry Ghost Dao. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Be careful. The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's laws were even more than imagined. The cloaked man from the demon race immediately reacted, but his laws were all sucked over by the reincarnation circle in the sky. Moreover, he was also sucked over. He couldn't block it at all. Not good, save me. The demon race great sovereign was finally afraid, completely afraid. He never thought that a 9th degree junior of Wuxing would actually erupt with 3,000 laws. One had to know that even Wuxiang at the 10th degree didn't have 3,000 laws. Help him. A cloaked man frowned. Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the rest mocked. Because the cloaked man from the demon race had said that no one was allowed to help. But now someone was helping. These fellows were just putting on an act. I said before, there's no need to give face to a dead person. However, Lin Ling still shouted coldly. What arrogance! Many cloaked men shouted angrily. A mysterious cloaked man immediately attacked. What was surprising was that his right hand turned into a bow. With a pull of his left hand, he shot out close to 3,000 laws. That arrow flew towards the reincarnation flame in the sky, wanting to break through it. But at this time, a shadow strangely appeared and blocked the sword in midair. With a clang, that terrifying arrow of laws was blocked. It was a black crow. Seeing this, all the cloaked men sucked in a breath of cold air. A crow was so abnormal? Save me. While they were still in shock, the cloaked man from the demon race was sucked into the reincarnation circle and disappeared without a trace. Dead. All the cloaked men's mouths were agape. That cloaked man from the demon race had a strong background. He was a general under the 10 great commanders of the demon race. His strength was even stronger than the demon race great sovereign, but now he was easily killed by a junior. Moreover, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Chapter 2008. Shocking to the eye for a moment, all the cloaked figures were so angry that their bodies trembled. Although they hid their identities, their origins were extremely terrifying. Among the various races, they were people who could shake the heavens and earth with just a move of their feet. People from the divine Marquis mansion. Lin Ling coldly looked at one of the cloaked men. That person had shot an arrow before, so he also saw the cloaked man's origin. He didn't expect that this group of cloaked people actually came from various major powers. There were all kinds of people. This massacre was much more complicated than he had imagined. What kind of demon beast is that? Why is its defense so terrifying? One of the cloaked men stared at the primordial divine crow. A demonic beast that can kill you. Lin Ling coldly replied. With a flick of his left finger, the ancient divine crow vanished without a trace. The cloaked figure's countenance drastically changed as he sensed a killing intent descending upon him. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he sensed such a terrifying killing intent. Whoosh! The black wings were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, forcefully resisting the laws. They slashed across the cloaked man's head, causing it to fall off. Gulyalu. When his head hit the ground, everyone swallowed their saliva. The cloaked man's origin was also very terrifying. He was one of the top existences in a large force. But now he died in a single exchange. How can Lin Ling be so powerful? Those cloaked people suddenly realized that their plan was perfect, but they seemed to have missed one person. And that person was Lin Ling. Why is this demonic beast able to ignore the power of law? This kind of demonic beast is too powerful. We have to attack with all our strength and kill that demonic beast. In this way, Lin Ling won't be worth mentioning. A cloaked man said gravely. Hearing this, the other cloaked figures nodded. If they joined forces, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a dark crow. I'm sorry, but there's more than one of these demonic beasts. However, Lin Ling's next sentence sent them from heaven to hell. They subconsciously looked towards the sky, and discovered that there were a large number of crows flying in the distant sky. There wasn't just one of those mysterious demonic beasts. Looking around, there were at least 10 million of them. At this moment, all of the cloaked figures trembled. There were too many of them. How could they defend against them? Haha, good. This is the primordial divine crow from the martial god realm. Its defense is strong and it doesn't fear the power of law. And its speed surpasses the power of law. However, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of the primordial divine crow. A thin and weak cloaked man walked out. Unexpectedly, he was actually very excited. Guiqi, what is the meaning of this? A cloaked figure frowned. Because this ancient divine crow is a dark crow. It feeds on yin energy, and is something that comes from the path of ghosts. In terms of the path of ghosts, can it compare to the ghost clan? The cloaked man laughed, causing the other cloaked men to laugh as well. Guiqi was just a title, but this person was the patriarch of the tortoise and beast tribe. He was extremely skilled in taming beasts, especially yin-type beasts. None of them could escape from his grasp. Come. Even the Sky Lord laughed. He believed in Guiqi. Lin Ling, summon all of your crows. I want them to become my ghostly birds. The cloaked figure sneered. Lin Ling, come on. Let's see what other tricks you have. The other cloaked figures sneered as well. Lin Ling frowned. The ghost clan had powerful beast taming skills? His silence. In the eyes of the experts, Lin Ling was clearly afraid. This raised their morale. Without those crows, Lin Ling was not even worth mentioning. Lin Ling, you have no other choice. You will die today, and so will your friends and family. The Sky Lord sneered. Although he wasn't afraid of the primordial divine crow, he wanted to see Lin Ling's tricks taken away by others. His voice interrupted Lin Ling's thoughts. He looked coldly at the crowd. I said step on this island. Die. It was still the same sentence. The cloaked figure's jaws dropped. Crows. At this time, the sky was filled with primordial divine crows. They were majestic and filled with yin qi. Good timing. Guiqi took off his cloak, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His aura was extremely terrifying. He began to chant in the air. His voice was like a ghost song. It was like a soul-summoning song. Strangely, the primordial divine crows surrounded Guiqi but stopped. It was as if they were under Guiqi's control. Haha, with these crows, my status will be comparable to the human realm's big shots. Guiqi roared excitedly. The other cloaked figures also let out a light breath. As expected of the powerful ghost race. Guiqi, give him a taste of his own medicine. Let Linling die at the hands of the crows. A cloaked figure laughed. Letting Linling die at the hands of his own crows was a good way to die. Sure. Guiqi nodded indifferently. He looked at Linling. Now, do you have anything to say? Everyone looked at Linling, but Linling's expression was still calm. Kill him. Crows. A strange thing happened. The crows that had been hovering in the air once again flew over and surrounded Guiqi. How can this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I used a ghost song and a ghost curse to plant a ghost seed. These crows should listen to me. Guiqi roared to the sky. He was so angry that he spat out blood. He was a ghost, but his method of controlling crows was not as good as Linling's. I don't accept this. Guiqi's body was torn to shreds, leaving only a sound behind. He didn't know that Linling had planted a barrier in the souls of the primordial divine crows. That was the second most powerful beast-taming barrier in the world. A mere ghost trying to compete with him in beast taming was simply overestimating himself. Another ancient expert of the ghost clan had fallen. The earth was silent. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others looked at the figure in the sky, their hearts trembling. When did Linling become so strong? The sky was also silent. All the cloaked people were shocked. They couldn't understand how a mere Linling could be so powerful. Kill without mercy. Linling ignored their shock and pointed forward with his right hand. Crows. The crows flew over. Their aura was so terrifying that even a martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. You're courting death. Linling, withdraw your crows. If you go too far, do you know who I am? Those cloaked men all roared, and one after another, they burst out with all their might. There were humans, ghosts, and demons among them. A coffin appeared in the right hand of one of the ghosts. Ghost corpses crawled out, wanting to fight the crows. Those who killed my people die. Linling shouted. More than 100 crows flew over and engulfed the coffin, tearing the ghost into shreds. Wait, I'm from the ancient Ji family. A human expert shouted. This person was an elder of the ancient Ji family. His strength was only below the family leader. If he came alone, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke Linling. However, after killing so many people, he had nothing to fear. However, he didn't expect that even the gathering of giants from various clans couldn't stop Linling's rise. Crows. The primordial divine crow didn't care who he was and directly tore the elder to pieces. Blood sprinkled down from the sky. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 2009. The stage in the sky. On the ground, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others clenched their fists. They were very happy. Those despicable people had all been killed. Dad, you're the best. Linny was also very excited. He worshipped Linling even more. At this moment, the sky was filled with a bloody massacre. Moreover, it was Linling's massacre. Those who dared to destroy his rainforest's sacred ground would be killed regardless of their origin. Kill until the sky and earth were turned upside down. Not only the ghost race, the devil race, but even the human race, Linling would kill them all. Those who dared to provoke him, Linling, would die. Kill Linling's family. Among all the cloaked people, a cold voice suddenly came. It seemed a bit sinister. Linling looked over, and found that it was Heaven Martial Warrior. This guy also joined the massacre? Moreover, death was at hand and he still wanted to make a move against his family? It's you. Yu and Inuer's expressions changed. They thought of Heaven Martial Warrior as their brother. They didn't expect him to want to kill them. I will destroy things that don't belong to me. Linling, you want to kill me? That's impossible. Let me tell you, I obtained a great treasure in the underground city. I'll be waiting for you in the competition in a year. Now I'm leaving. Heaven Martial Warrior said indifferently and strode away. His words were full of confidence. He came and went as he pleased. Moreover, he let others kill Linling's family, but he didn't kill them himself. Clearly, he wanted to borrow a knife to kill them. Of course, his talent was very strong. The ancient divine crows that approached him all slowed down. It was as if time, space, and laws were all slowed down. A heaven-defying talent. However, since he was here, how could he leave? Freeze time. Right now Lin Ling's soul force was greatly increased. Once time was frozen, especially when it was targeted at one person, it was extremely terrifying. Heaven Martial Warrior slowed down the surrounding speed, but Lin Ling directly froze him. Why can't I move? Heaven Blessed Martial Warrior froze in the air. He panicked. He found that he couldn't move, and the space around him was also frozen. He could only think. Moreover, he guessed who attacked him. It was Lin Ling. Boom. His heart exploded. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding another talent? And it was a talent that surpassed all other talents? You said I can kill you? Impossible. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in front of Heaven Blessed Martial Artist. It was Lin Ling, and he walked over step by step. Heaven Martial Warrior wanted to resist, but he couldn't, and could only watch as Lin Ling approached him. The expressions of the other cloaked figures also changed drastically. They wanted to help, but when they got close to Heaven Blessed Divine Martial, they couldn't move. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than they imagined. I know. What's left behind here is only a strand of your corporeal energy source. You must have cultivated some sort of cultivation art that allowed you to split your corporeal energy source into two, leaving the other half in the ancient rhythm immortal platform. However, do you think that the other half of your corporeal energy source can return? Lin Ling faintly spoke. Heaven Martial Warrior's eyes trembled. Lin Ling actually knew his secret. However, he soon realized that the frozen time was about to end. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Clearly, Lin Ling's mysterious talent wasn't very strong. He could still resist. Of course, he wasn't sure what kind of talent it was, and whether it could grow again. If it could, then it would be heaven-defying. Heaven Martial Warrior shattered like glass. He could move again. Haha Lin Ling, you're too proud. You didn't expect me to break your talent so quickly, right? Goodbye. Heaven Martial Warrior laughed. But just as he moved, a sword came from the west. A sword mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. This sword caused Heaven Martial Warrior's strength to drop by half. On the ground, the head stared at Lin Ling as if he couldn't believe everything. Because he still couldn't escape, and was killed by Lin Ling. Do you think you've seen through my talent? I just took back my talent. Lin Ling said indifferently. Then he turned and left. Boom. The corpse in the sky also exploded, and blood rained down. This kid killed Heaven Martial Warrior so easily? Among the sons of desolation in the mortal world, his strength is definitely in the top 3. Seeing Heaven Martial Warrior die, the cloaked people were even more shocked. They all underestimated Lin Ling. They thought the most difficult one to deal with was Kame's spiritual master. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be the most terrifying. Of course, this wasn't because they were arrogant, but because they didn't expect Lin Ling's growth to be so fast. Even Taoist Kame, who was in the distance, opened his eyes to take a look. He couldn't help but smile in relief. Previously, if Lin Ling was in danger, he would have risked his life to help. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to hold the fort by himself. This meant that besides the giants of the mortal world, no one was Lin Ling's opponent. His growth speed is really terrifying. Kame's spiritual master had seen the geniuses of the 4 eras, but Lin Ling was the most monstrous of them all. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The Sky Master also thought so. In the past, Lin Ling repeatedly opposed him and made him suffer losses. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the backing of the ancient giants. But now Lin Ling could threaten him directly. It even made him, the Sky Lord, feel immense pressure. Lin Ling couldn't be left alive. Great Sky Slash. The Sky Lord let out a low roar and pointed out a finger. Whoosh! That slash carried the innate ability of the Sky Clan. It quickly crossed space and cut off a strand of Lin Ling's long hair. The Sky Clan was a clan that specialized in the sky and space. It's the Sky Master. The remaining cloaked men's spirits were lifted. Yes, they had forgotten about the Sky Master because the Sky Master was a giant of the mortal world. He was one of the 3 legendary powerhouses of the mortal world. Now that he had made his move, Lin Ling was dead for sure. Good, the Sky Master has finally made his move. The Sky Master is also proficient in the law of space, and the law of space is powerful. Lin Ling is dead for sure. As long as Lin Ling is dead, there is no need to worry about these dark crows. Excited voices floated out. They didn't see that as the top powerhouses of their respective clans, they were actually afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the long hair floating on the ground, and his eyes flickered. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have cut off your hair. At this time, the Sky Master said indifferently. He was also saying that if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Then why didn't you kill me? You missed the opportunity. Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, you still don't understand. It's actually very easy for me to kill you because I can use 10,000 law of space at any time. So what if I missed the opportunity before? I can easily create another opportunity. Moreover, I just didn't kill you before. The Sky Master shook his head in disdain and walked toward Lin Ling step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but it was magical. It was as if the sky was his stage, and on this stage he could do anything. Chapter 2010. Show mercy to me? What's a pity? Lin Ling asked curiously, as if he didn't know how strong the Sky Master was. As soon as he said this, the cloaked people all laughed. Although they were constantly avoiding the ancient heaven divine crows, it didn't stop them from watching Lin Ling die. It's a pity that with your talent and so many powerful trump cards, you should hide and not appear in front of the Sky Master. You made the Sky Master a criminal in the mortal world. Everyone can kill him. The Sky Master definitely wants to kill you as soon as possible. You shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, now do you know what a pity is? Those experts all mocked, making Lin Ling continue to shake his head. I don't see how it's a pity. If I didn't come, who would take revenge for the rainforest holy land? If I didn't come, you the Sky Master would be free. So to be able to see you again, that's my blessing. I can take revenge for both old and new grudges. Blessing. All the cloaked people's expressions froze. Then the mocking smile on their faces deepened. The Sky Master was also stunned. Was it Lin Ling's blessing? Wasn't it his blessing? Could it be that Lin Ling still wanted to kill him? With these ancient heaven divine crows? Ha ha. The Sky Master finally laughed loudly. What a joke. I could kill you before, but I didn't. You should be lucky, but you say that meeting me is your blessing. Does this mean that you can easily kill me? The Sky Master quickened his pace, shaking his head as he walked. You can kill me, but you didn't? Then kill me for me to see. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was also walking forward. Madman. All the cloaked people shook their heads. The Sky Master was one of the 3 legends of the mortal world, and Lin Ling actually didn't run. Facts have proven everything. Now I'll cut off one of your arms. The Sky Master disdained to explain. He stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped. The great law erupted again. It was the law of space speed, a speed that even Lin Ling had to look up to. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan and the others tensed up. Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to shake the Sky Lord. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's step still didn't stop. With a light wave of his right arm, that terrifying finger of laws missed. One had to know that this was the power of laws. It represented the laws of heaven and earth, represented the 4 seasons, represented life and death. Lin Ling had actually avoided it. How lucky. The Sky Lord was also secretly shocked, but he didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid the attack. After all, not to mention that Lin Ling only had a mere 3,000 laws. Even if he had 8,000 laws, Lin Ling would not be his match. He was the master of the sky, and the sky was his world. Break your left arm. The Sky Lord spoke again. Everyone stared at Lin Ling previously. It was a fluke, but now it shouldn't be a fluke. But reality proved that Lin Ling was still lucky. Lin Ling dodged that terrifying finger of law once again. Boom. At this moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Even they couldn't avoid the Sky Lord's attack, but Lin Ling had avoided it twice in a row. Was this still a fluke? This shouldn't be a fluke, right? You said you can easily kill me? Lin Ling also spat out a sentence. As for the Sky Lord, his eyes trembled fiercely. He wanted to see through Lin Ling, but he found that Lin Ling was indeed only so. How is this possible? I've unleashed 15,000 nomological laws. The Sky Lord exclaimed in shock. What was going on? You said you can easily kill me? You didn't kill me before, so you were being merciful to me? Lin Ling said again. His words were like a resounding slap to the Sky Lord's face, causing him to grit his teeth. Impossible, my strength surpasses yours by so much. And my laws are several times yours. It's absolutely impossible, it's definitely a fluke. The Sky Lord's entire body bloomed with white light, rising up, forming a white divine bird in the sky, sacred and oppressive. That divine bird's wings swept, and thousands of rays of light shot out like sea urchins. A ray of light actually suppressed the power of 5,000 laws, and the speed was extremely fast, surpassing Lin Ling's speed of piercing through space. Clearly, he erupted with his full strength. This move, even the Son of Desolation could not block it. He's going to die this time. The Sky Lord roared. He's definitely dead. Those cloaked people were also roaring. They discovered that their palms were already sweating from nervousness. Moreover, Lin Ling did not let the ancient heaven divine crows chase after them. It was as if he wanted them to see whether he, Lin Ling, would die. Boom. Terrifying laws descended, causing the sky to immediately explode. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still continued forward. Not even a single hair on his head damaged. How could they know that the present Lin Ling had activated the evasion domain, consuming his soul force to avoid the laws of heaven and earth, so he did not fear the Sky Lord's attack. Of course, although this evasion domain was heaven-defying, it had a time limit. Once his soul force was exhausted, he would lose his divine might. Even so, it still caused the Sky Lord and the others to feel their mouths go dry. What kind of demonic technique did you use? The Sky Lord was close to going crazy. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing happen. Demonic technique? I was just lucky. However, what angered the Sky Lord was that Lin Ling actually said it was a fluke. Moreover, as Lin Ling continued forward, he had already arrived in front of the Sky Lord. Looking at him face to face, he seemed to be asking the Sky Lord, "Aren't you able to kill me at any time? Come and kill me. Die." The Sky Lord had clearly lost his mind. He continuously attacked, but Lin Ling avoided them all. The cloaked men around him were dumbfounded. Lin Ling seemed to be in an invincible state. Could it be that even a legend of the mortal realm was helpless against him? Why was Lin Ling not so strong in the rumors? When did he become so strong? Questions after questions bombarded them, making them dizzy. Even with their seniority, none of them could see where Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from. How could they know that Lin Ling had now obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, so to Lin Ling, they were like juniors? Have you had enough fun? Lin Ling finally spat out a sentence. Fun? A legend of the mortal realm was actually playing? Not to mention the Sky Lord. Even the cloaked men were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. They had calculated everything for today's massacre, but they did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you used, but let me tell you, if you want to kill me, dream on. The Sky Lord's long hair was disheveled because of anger. Then let me tell you. First, my demonic technique has actually just ended, so I can't avoid your next attack. Second, you escaped last time, so you shouldn't appear in front of me again, because that will kill you. Lin Ling was only a step away from the Sky Lord. He raised his head and said this. Such boldness shocked everyone. The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly laughed. Then you shouldn't have told me. He immediately attacked. He did not understand why Lin Ling told him that secret. Wasn't that courting death? I told you because I wanted you to die knowing. Chapter 2011. A clean slaughter. This was a shocking serpent mouth. It was as if the serpent mouth contained the laws of time. Its aura was extremely terrifying, as if it was comparable to an ancient giant. When the huge mouth opened, the Sky Lord felt a strong pressure. This mysterious thing didn't seem to be from this world. Furthermore, it seemed to have existed in an era that was even more distant than the Sky Lord. No, the Sky Lord let out a furious roar. He finally understood why Lin Ling had told him the secret. Because even if he knew, the next moment would be his death. Roar. He was swallowed in one gulp and died without a doubt. One of the 3 great legends of the human realm had fallen here. Moreover, he had died very miserably. He had actually been killed by a single move. Only before he died did he realize that it was indeed a blessing for Lin Ling to have met him, because he would definitely kill him. Dead. Even the Sky Lord is dead? The expressions of those cloaked people were all frozen in place. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and only then did they discover that a black snake was slowly growing. Moreover, it was growing bigger and bigger, as if it had turned into a black dragon. Moreover, it was holding Lin Ling on top of the snake's head. Roar! The furious roar of the giant snake caused everyone to tremble in fear. It was as if they had seen the arrival of a great calamity. The huge black snake was a little saint. Moreover, the little saint was extremely excited because he had finally returned after so many years. Roar, roar, roar. The roars continued, and the sea in the distance continued to explode. The seawater was like rain, sprinkling down. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. However, this time it was Lin Ling's storm. I've said it before. Those who step onto this island will die. Lin Ling stood on top of the giant serpent's head. His robe fluttered in the wind, but his voice was extremely cold. At this moment, all the cloaked men were afraid. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only did he have the dark crow, but he also had the mysterious ancient serpent. They had underestimated Lin Ling. Kill! Lin Ling pointed to the front, killing decisively and cleanly. He saw Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the comrades and friends who had grown up with him. Therefore he had to kill them all. Lin Ling, spare our lives. We were only following orders. You dare to kill me? I am the Grand Minister of the Xianyuan clan. Some of the cloaked men were begging for mercy. Some were still arrogant, but that didn't stop them from dying. Kill them all. Great Flame Ancestor and the others all shouted. At first, the cloaked man was so noble, looking at them like they were ants. But now his life was in the hands of someone else. How ironic. Ancient Ji clan, Xianyuan clan, Ghost tribe, and Demon tribe. Very well, I can tell you that the ancient Ji clan, Xianyuan clan, and the Divine Marquis Mansion are no more. When the cloaked people were being slaughtered, they heard Lin Ling's firm voice. They suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't give up. He wanted to tell the human race, devil race, ghost race, and even the divine race that if they dared to kill him, Lin Ling, then they would be exterminated. Crazy. The son of desolation Lin Ling was crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling already knew Li Xiaoyao's secret. Therefore he didn't need to hide anymore. It was time to show his strength in front of the world. He wanted everyone to fear him. No, spare our lives. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we know we were wrong. The voices of the experts continued to float out, but they were getting softer and softer. No matter what their origin was, they were all turned into a pile of yellow soil today. Lin Ling took a step forward and headed towards the island. At this moment, Daoist came opened his eyes and looked at the little saint in shock. Obviously, he recognized the little saint. This was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Don't move. You still need to focus on resisting the inner devil. I will lay down an enchantment for you and kill the evil Buddha lineage in your body forever. Lin Ling came in front of Daoist came and said with a smile. Kill forever? Could it be the light-sharing dust immortal formation with such power? Daoist Came's body trembled as he stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Boom. Daoist Came's heart roared. In the past, it was this ancient enchantment that separated his inner devil. However, he couldn't bear it at that time, so he didn't kill the inner devil and let it go. Because of this, his close friends complained to him. Now this enchantment that had disappeared in the long river of history appeared again? If he didn't remember wrongly, only Li Xiaoyao could lay down this ancient enchantment. You. Daoist Came raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a face full of excitement. An ancient enchantment and a little saint. Unless he was a fool, he would have already guessed something. I already told you not to be so sentimental and soft-hearted. Now you know how to regret it. Lin Ling smiled gently. You are him? Daoist Came almost stood up, but he was still resisting the inner devil, so he held back. This time my eyesight isn't blurred. Lin Ling nodded. Ha 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 ha, you are still alive. Ha 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 ha, you didn't die. I've missed you so much all these years. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you. So it was you. Everything was because of you. You hid so much from me. Daoist came laughed, but his old eyes were filled with tears. His close friend had reincarnated, and had always been by his side. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Old Tortoise, is your surname Lai? I already told you that I am him, but you didn't believe me. You even said that you are my father. Lin Ling curled his lips. Daoist came was speechless. At that time, he naturally didn't believe that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. When Lin Ling was talking, he also laid down the enchantment. White light shrouded the surroundings, making Daoist came feel comfortable. Holy Qi, righteous Qi, noble Qi, and Buddhist Qi flowed into his body. No, I almost succeeded. I am not reconciled. Who are you? Inside the tortoise formation man's body, the evil Buddha lineage roared again and again. This was an exceptional opportunity, but he still failed because a pure and holy radiance rushed into his dantian and wrapped around him, slowly burning him up. This kind of power was very familiar. It almost killed him a long time ago. It's you. You actually didn't die. The evil Buddha lineage was actually the dark side of Daoist came. Therefore, he recognized Lin Ling. Everyone said that Luo Fanchen was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. It turns out that you are. Everyone was fooled. If they knew that you were Li Xiaoyao, they wouldn't have killed Luo Fanchen. They would have killed you instead. The voice of the evil Buddha lineage became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into ashes. They are just fools. Lin Ling said indifferently. His heart relaxed. Today, everyone who came here was annihilated. This time, they are finally ruthless. Daoist came sighed. Then, under the nourishment of the ancient enchantment, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. Lin Ling walked toward Elder Taiyan and the others, then picked up Lin Yi. Dad, you are so powerful. Lin Yi kissed Lin Ling's face and said proudly for Lin Ling, My lord, we have passed another tribulation. Big brother, your strength has greatly improved compared to before entering the nation of God. As expected of the boss. Bad guy. One by one, his acquaintances laughed as they surrounded Lin Ling. They knew that if it weren't for this man, they would have died many times over. Chapter 2012. Back in Xianpeng province, Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. Yu and the others held on to Lin Ling's hand, feeling emotional. Every time there was a storm, it was Lin Ling who gave them a safe harbor. To be able to marry Lin Ling in this life was their blessing. Sister Lu Susu, you're here too. Thank you. After that, Lu Susu and Qin Hu also arrived, causing Yu and the others to laugh. However, at this moment, Lu Susu and the others were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They didn't expect Lin Ling to still have a trump card hidden. Even the master of the sky was killed. Could it be that Lin Ling had already become a giant of the mortal world? However, seeing Lin Ling reunited with his family, they were still very happy because they were also part of it. Old Turtle, how's your recovery? About 70%. You won't die anyway. Thank you. After catching up, Lin Ling looked at Daoist came in the distance and said, Stinking brat, you actually cursed me to death. Daoist came scolded jokingly. Thinking of his contact with Lin Ling, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered that the first time Lin Ling coveted his dragon turtle battleship. It turned out that Lin Ling was just taking back his own treasure. What are you going to do? Daoist came asked again. Those who dare to touch my family, even if they are far away, will be killed. I'll go and destroy the ancient Ji family, Xianyuan clan, and Divine Marquis Manor. Thank you. Lin Ling looked into the distance, his eyes cold and emotionless. Daoist Came's body trembled. They are from the human world's highest deacon palace. It will be very difficult to kill them. Thank you. No matter how difficult it is, I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. Thank you. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't provoke anyone, but others wanted to bully him. If he endured today's matter, then his previous life's Li Xiaoyao would have lived in vain. What? Hearing those words, everyone's heart roared. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but they believed in Lin Ling's words. That's right, Whoever dares to touch my home will be punished no matter how far away they are. Daoist came stared blankly at Lin Ling and shook his head. Whether it was Lin Ling or Li Xiaoyao, their temperaments were the same. They would repay kindness with kindness. Moreover, he was surprised by Lin Ling's decision at first, but after seeing the little saint, he immediately knew that Lin Ling's current strength was comparable to the giants of the mortal world. This meant that Lin Ling had become one of the legends of the mortal world. This was because the Sky Lord had died in the mouth of a little saint, and the little saint was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Although he was not as strong as an ancient giant, he was definitely not weaker than a legend of the mortal world. If that's the case, let's go together. Daoist Master Kame had a feeling that the human race, demon race, turtle race, and deity race were going to raise a huge wave, because a venerable emperor had risen. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at everyone, then waved his right hand. The little saint turned into a streak of black light, and disappeared into Lin Ling's sleeve. Lin Ling, what kind of snake is that? Yu Yu, who was beside Lin Ling, asked in surprise. It's called the Little Saint, a mysterious scaled divine snake. It has half the bloodline of a god, and comes from the martial god world. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Half the bloodline of a god? Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying ancient snake? However, you don't have to be so surprised. I have found a Xian body for you. It is very suitable for Yu Yu and Yuer. It can greatly increase your strength. Lin Ling said again. Really? Yu Yu and Yu both smiled. Their talents were indeed not bad, but in the end, it depended on who they were facing. If they were facing the giants of the mortal realm, they would naturally be weaker. Therefore, when they encountered life-threatening danger earlier, they blamed themselves. Why couldn't they help the true Spirit Island? Why couldn't they help the rainforest's sacred land? And now, they also had the chance to become stronger. Now that I've returned, everyone has the chance to become stronger. Wu Sheng is the least. Lin Ling looked at Shang Qianjun and the others and said, My lord, really? Boss, I love you to death. Everyone was overjoyed. In fact, they were not weak, but it depended on who they were facing. The cloaked figures were the top experts of various worlds. Naturally, they were no match for them. However, in the mortal world, they were still an extremely powerful force. The ancient Ji family and the Xianyuan clan have been eyeing us covetously. Now that martial god Tianyu has gone missing, and the mortal world guardian is severely injured, they are seizing the opportunity to kill us. Baiyun Tiandi said with a frown. She knew why the other party was so fearless. It was because of the disappearance of those ancient giants. Apart from us, their target is spiritual master Gui. This is just the beginning. Next will be the mortal world guardian. If they find martial god Tianyu, they will also kill him. Everything is for the creation battle 3 years later. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked into the distance. At this moment, the final battle of this world was quietly approaching. Who would rule the world? Everything would be decided in 3 years. Everyone chatted as they walked towards the ancient Ji family. On the way, Yu Yu and Yuer Yumenyun and the Fire Spirit Princess all took the initiative to walk with Lu Susu. They were sharp enough to notice that Lu Susu seemed to like Lin Ling. They did not object to this. Lin Ling was too outstanding and too perfect. It was normal for other girls to like him. They did not ask for anything. They only wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side forever. That was enough. Because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been separated by life and death. When this guy was Li Xiaoyao, he had good luck with women. Now that he is Lin Ling, his luck with women is still enviable. Spiritual Master Gui shook his head helplessly. All the women around Lin Ling were beauties. They were willing to follow Lin Ling. This was Lin Ling's blessing. For this trip, let's go back to Xianping province first. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. In fact, he knew that there were many forces involved in this massacre. However, he lacked evidence to prove that there were other forces involved. He was sure that it was the ancient Ji family, the Xianyuan family, and the Shenhou mansion. Therefore, he started with them first. Father, where are Uncle Shuiwu and the others? At this time, Lin Yi asked. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling sighed softly. They're already dead. Everyone's dead. I'm a step too late. Lin Ling, You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Yu quickly held Lin Ling's hand and said. Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said, even so, they died for me. They didn't want to participate in this creation battle. They just wanted to live a peaceful life. However, they were mercilessly slaughtered. However, although they died, I used the 6 paths of reincarnation to snatch them away from the laws of heaven and earth. From now on, they are ghosts. Hearing this, spiritual master Gui gasped and said, you have disrupted the order of heaven and earth. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Lin Ling had broken the laws of heaven and earth and forcibly kept the ghosts. This was obviously against the laws of heaven and earth. It's none of my business. Old tortoise, you are good at everything, but you are too pedantic and stubborn. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Spiritual Master Gui nodded gloomily. This was indeed his shortcoming. This was also the reason why he was weaker than Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao could break the laws of heaven and earth, but he couldn't. Old Tortoise? Chapter 2013. Back to Forbidden City, everyone boarded the Dragon Turtle battleship and returned to Xianpeng province after a long time. Who are those people? The leader seems to be Lin Ling. Is he still alive? Look, Lin Ling's family and friends are all here. Did those mysterious experts not succeed? That must be it. The experts of Xianpeng province did not leave. They were all shocked when they saw the large number of figures descending from the sky. Huao also raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw that Princess Firecloud and Princess Fire Spirit were there, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Previously, when Princess Firecloud left with Lin Ling, he was very worried because he guessed that the previous group of people were not simple. However, who knew that Lin Ling was even more complicated? When did this Lin Ling become so strong? Huao frowned. He had always wanted to see Lin Ling's good show, but it seemed that it would never be possible. Sigh, the new generation excels the old. Maybe I'm old. Firecloud is right. I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have blindly been stubborn. Looking at Lin Ling with envy, Huao turned around and left. The trace of unwillingness in his heart had disappeared with the wind at this moment. In the past, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling and was driven out of the Fire Clan. Lin Ling was just a junior. He could kill him with a finger, so he hated Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had become stronger. He had reached a height that he could only look up to. There was no hope for revenge. Because of this, he relaxed. If he overestimated himself and tried to climb a mountain that he could never climb, he would only be looking for trouble. Father. Princess Firecloud saw Huao in the crowd and quickly chased after him. However, no one paid attention to her except for Princess Hualing. Huao felt a little sad when he saw this. If he had not taken a wrong step in the past, he would also be by Lin Ling's side today. Sigh, we were too snobbish back then. Huao sighed softly when Princess Firecloud came over. Princess Wuxia bit her lips and didn't say a word. She left with her father. It was clear that she was even more regretful than her father. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand pointed towards the sky. The reincarnation flame was still burning in the sky, forming a mysterious black hole. However, under Lin Ling's finger, a large number of souls floated out. They were Lord Pu, Lord Shuiwu, and the others. My lord. After seeing Lin Ling, those souls became excited. Although they were dead, they could still stay by their friend's side. A group of comrades could still gather together. That was enough. Between people, it was fate that they knew each other. But when a person dies, it is also the end of fate. Therefore, if they had a choice, they would rather not enter the cycle of reincarnation and accompany their comrades. Uncle Shuiwu, Uncle Pu. When Lin Yi saw all his acquaintances, his little face was filled with excitement. Zhu. Lady Watermist and the others laughed, as if they were looking at their own nephew. It's been hard on you. However, the people who massacred the rainforest Holy Land were all wiped out. This is what I Lin Ling can do for you. Looking at his friends, Lin Ling knelt on one knee and said word by word. My lord, what are you doing? Everyone was surprised, and they were very touched. Lin Ling must be guilty, so he knelt on one knee in front of them. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling at all. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. Not to mention the cloaked man's massacre, they would have died long ago. Therefore they didn't blame Lin Ling. In fact, they were grateful to Lin Ling. You protected your hometown. As the leader, I didn't protect you well. This is my fault. Lin Ling said. My lord, please get up. Among those souls, some old men said with tears in their eyes. My lord, please get up. The children were the same. Lin Ling slowly stood up and looked at everyone. These people had been with him since he was weak. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the Ancient Face Sect, in the Seven Profound Martial House, they were not only Lin Ling's family and friends, but also Lin Ling's memories that could never be erased. I will avenge you. Now, I know that one of the murderers is the ancient Ji family. Now we will go and slaughter them. An eye for an eye, Lin Ling said with a dignified expression. As these words fell, Lady Watermist and the others were shocked. The ancient Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the human realm's highest deacon hall. Lin Ling would avenge them? Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. As far as I know, the ancient Ji family's patriarch was a giant of the human realm. Lady Watermist quickly said. He is already dead. He died in the unparalleled Stupa cloud. Lin Ling laughed. Bang. Hearing this, everyone's hearts roared. They did not know about this. Could it be that Lin Ling did not fear the ancient Ji family? Let's go. Lin Ling did not explain much. He waved his hand and led everyone towards the Forbidden City. What? Lin Ling wants to destroy the ancient Ji family? This is absolutely impossible. This is a joke. Lin Ling may be the son of famine, but who gave him such confidence? Yes, and I heard that many ancient giants were injured. Lin Ling no longer has a backer. He should be enduring humiliation now. The crowd in the distance was shocked. They looked into the distance and found that Lin Ling was indeed heading towards the Forbidden City. The ancient Ji family was a giant of Xiamping province, and also lived in the Forbidden City. Lin Ling had been here before. At that time, he was rescued by the divine martial world suppressing beast and finally left safely. And now he had stepped into that place again. This change made Lin Ling sigh. The ancient city floating in the sky was suffused with a sacred aura. When everyone arrived, they also felt like they were revisiting an old place. Who are you? There were 3 major forces guarding the Forbidden City. They were the Supreme Family, the Eternal Palace, and the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly, which made the strong people's expressions change drastically. One of them hesitated and asked, May I know why Mr. Lin Ling is here? To kill the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling looked into the distance, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. The strong people trembled. Looking at the dense crowd behind Lin Ling, they felt that something big was going to happen in Xiamping province today. Let them in. Don't stop them. At this time, a clear voice was heard. It was the Eternal Fairy. Lin Ling nodded at her, and then strode into the Forbidden City. What? Lin Ling is here to wipe out the ancient Ji family? He's going too far. Although he's the son of famine, he doesn't have the right to do so. I don't believe that he would dare to kill us. We must ask the highest deacon palace of the human world to stand up for us. He definitely wouldn't dare to kill us. The news spread throughout the Forbidden City. The people of the ancient Ji family also received the news, and were all furious. They had been in the human world for millions of years, and had never been attacked. Chapter 2014. Still arrogant. Are these guys crazy? They know that Lin Ling is here to kill them, but they still dare to show up. Don't they know that Lin Ling is called Mad God? The people from the Supreme Family were speechless. The ancient Ji family was challenging Lin Ling's limits. Lin Ling, we can sit down and talk. There's no need to attack. Then someone from the Supreme Family said, pleading for mercy for the ancient Ji family. After all, they had been with the ancient Ji family for a long time. Get lost. Lin Ling led the crowd and floated in the sky. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made the senior from the Supreme Family freeze. Lin Ling didn't give him any face at all. Lin Ling, everything can be discussed. What happened? Another person from the Supreme Family said. It was the Supreme CND. Moreover, someone from the Eternal Palace also wanted to plead for mercy. It was the Eternal Palace Master. However, he knew that Lin Ling was stubborn and didn't give anyone face. Therefore, he tactfully kept quiet and let the eternal fairy do the talking. He felt bitter. No matter what, he was still a big shot in the human world. However, he didn't have the mood to talk to a junior. This was too strange. Of course, although he was depressed, he also knew Lin Ling's identity. He was the son of desolation. He had to treat him with respect. That's right. The ancient Ji family is from the Xianpeng Big region. Anything can be discussed. Fairy Eternal also spoke. Lin Ling glanced at her, and the Supreme Xiandi. He wasn't as cold as before. He nodded and said, "They killed my people. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Therefore, we're here to kill them. It's that simple." Indeed, Lin Ling only gave face to Wushuang Xiandi and Eternal Fairy. This made Wushuang Xiandi and Eternal Fairy a little emotional, but they still wanted to persuade him. "You don't need to plead on our behalf. We heard that Lin Ling had come, so we mobilized our entire clan. Not a single one of us is missing. We're just waiting for Lin Ling to come and kill us. We want to see if he dares to kill us." At this moment, a white-haired old man from the Ji family shouted coldly. He was wearing a brocade robe and had a dignified look on his face. He was the supreme old ancestor of the ancient Ji family. Today he was furious. This was the first time he heard that someone dared to eradicate the ancient Ji family. This was simply a joke. Their ancient Ji clan had been famous for so long. Who didn't know of them? Lin Ling, a junior, dared to kill them? That was simply a pipe dream. Shut up. You were in the wrong when you went to attack the rainforest Holy Land. Seeing the Ji family's old ancestor speak, Wushuang Xiandi couldn't help but frown. He had never seen such an arrogant person. The rainforest Holy Land is just a group of lowly commoners. Can they be compared to our ancient Ji family? I don't know what happened in between, and I don't want to know. However, Lin Ling came to kill us. Does he think we're ants? If Lin Ling doesn't give us an explanation, we'll cause a ruckus in the heavenly earth. The old man shouted angrily. He actually wanted Lin Ling to give him an explanation. However, in reality, he also vaguely knew that someone in the family wanted to destroy the rainforest Holy Land. However, he felt that the rainforest Holy Land was so insignificant. If they wanted to destroy it, then so be it. What was the big deal? Come on, Lin Ling boy. When I was practicing martial arts, you weren't born yet. Are you trying to intimidate us? You found the wrong person. If you don't kill us today, you're trash. The old man stabbed the walking stick in his hand into the ground. He would let Lin Ling kill them. Obviously, he didn't believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill them. This old man. Doesn't he know Lin Ling's temperament? When he's impulsive, he doesn't care about the consequences. Xiandi was completely speechless. The ancient Ji family was used to being arrogant. Come on, Lin Ling. On the side of the ancient Ji family, everyone shouted arrogantly and let out ear-piercing laughter. Lin Ling frowned. A trace of anger rose in his heart. The ancient Ji family joined hands with others to destroy the rainforest Holy Land. Now, not only did they not feel guilty, they even clamored. As you wish, kill them all. Lin Ling waved his hand coldly. The experts of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Sky Right Court Palace moved out. They weren't a match for the cloaked men. However, compared to the ancient Ji family, they had already surpassed them. Kill Starry Sky 9 Formation. Kill Blazing Sky River Formation. Shang Qianjun sneered and ordered the experts to move out. He was speechless. That old man took advantage of his seniority. But in front of Li Xiaoyao, did he think that Li Xiaoyao didn't dare to kill him? He was obviously courting death. Boom. Thousands of stars fell from the sky. The experts of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace formed the Big Dipper 7 stars, Big Dipper 36 stars and Big Dipper 72 stars. Boom. On the ground, a flaming river appeared. It was the experts of the Blazing Sky Right Court Palace. They originally cultivated the fire martial arts left behind by Lin Ling. Now that they had formed a large array, the river of fire exploded. Lin Ling didn't make a move. He just looked at the ground indifferently. Rumble. The terrifying law was activated. Those who weren't in the 10th stage realm with Wu Xing would all die. Ah, he really killed them. He's too much. How dare he kill them? Save us. Those people of the ancient Ji family were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Ling really dared to kill. He really dared to exterminate the entire clan. Because Lin Ling's killing was against the highest authority in the mortal realm. Instantly they regretted. They shouldn't have been so arrogant. Didn't you ask us to kill them? Didn't you say that those who don't kill are lowly commoners and trash? Why are you afraid now? Old ancestor Tai Yin roared. Those people were so arrogant earlier. Now he wanted to see how arrogant they could be. You're too much. That ancient Ji family's old ancestor was so angry that he smashed his walking stick on the ground. Lin Ling, you dare to attack us. You're dead. And that damn old man, you're a lowly commoner. They were the noble ancient Ji family. Now that they were killed by a lowly commoner in the sacred ground, how could he not be angry? Moreover, he couldn't understand who gave Lin Ling the guts to attack. When our patriarch returns, you'll definitely die. There were many experts in the ancient Ji family. However, there were only two people who had the ability of a big shot in the mortal realm. One was the patriarch and the other was that old ancestor. Patriarch? He's already dead in the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Lin Ling sneered as he replied. That old ancestor shuddered. Dead? Their patriarch was also dead? Moreover, I killed him. Lin Ling said again. Boom. Everyone from the ancient Ji family was shocked. Lin Ling, had he reached the level of a big shot in the mortal realm? How was that possible? Lin Ling, stop. Some of them are innocent. At this time, a large number of experts arrived. They were the experts of the 7 emperors. 7 emperors, help. Lin Ling is cruel and ruthless. You must kill him. The Ji family's old ancestor immediately said. His eyes were full of resentment. He wanted the 7 emperors to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling was the son of Huang. In terms of importance, he had long surpassed the ancient Ji family. Shut up. Emperor Li Shou immediately reprimanded the old ancestor, then looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 2015. Lin Ling was crowned emperor. Hearing this, the ancient Ji family laughed. Lin Ling did not dare to kill them. After all, he was still afraid of the 7 emperors. Emperor Li Shou sighed softly and was about to speak, but Lin Ling continued. However, there is no room for negotiation. No one will give face to me. Humph. Boom. As soon as these words fell, everyone in the Forbidden City was shocked. No matter who came, they would not give face? The 7 emperors' expression changed drastically. Then they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling was determined to kill. Honorable 7th Emperor, are they innocent? They came to the rainforest Holy Land and killed their way into True Spirit Island. At that time, they were not innocent. But today we came to seek justice. Not one of them felt guilty, not one of them apologized. Instead, they clamored, Your Excellency, do you still think they are innocent? Let's look at it from another perspective. Others came to kill you, failed, and then clamored. Is such an enemy innocent? Ask the world. Who dares to say they are innocent? Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was like thunder, silencing the Forbidden City. Indeed, how could the ancient Ji clan be innocent? It was one thing for them to kill people, but after the incident, when people came to find them, they actually didn't apologize and were incomparably arrogant. Could it be that because they were the ancient Ji clan, they could only kill people and others couldn't kill them? If it was anyone else, they would be killed without mercy. Kill. Lin Ling waved his hand heavily. The people of the ancient Ji clan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were really killed. Their entire clan was exterminated. They immediately looked at the 7 emperors, hoping that the 7 emperors would help them. But this time, the 7 emperors were watching with folded arms. Clearly, the ancient Ji clan had gone too far. 7th Emperor, help us. The Ji family's old ancestor finally panicked. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Moreover, this is a grudge between your two forces. Outsiders should not interfere. Emperor Li Shou said indifferently. Ding ding ding. The Ji family's old ancestor took 3 steps back. If the 7 emperors did not help, it meant that the Deacon Hall of the mortal world would not help either. When did Lin Ling grow to such a level? Could it be that Lin Ling had already become a giant in the human realm? Then as he watched his descendants being killed one by one, his eyes turned red. Linling, you've gone too far. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Linling. His face was filled with madness, as if he wanted to perish together with Linling. If you dare to touch my family, then I'll make the old man beside you die. Moreover, he actually attacked Patriarch Extreme Flame. You bastard! The 7 kings were enraged. In fact, if the ancient Ji clan had apologized today, they could have interceded, but the ancient Ji clan was too arrogant. They didn't know that the current era had changed. Linling had risen, and he couldn't be underestimated. And now, the Ji family's old ancestor actually dared to make a move. In this case, there was no room for discussion. The ancient Ji clan was truly going to be exterminated. My eyesight is failing. You're courting death. Sure enough, Linling was furious. His family and friends had been killed, and the other party was still in the right. They even wanted to kill his grandfather. This was touching his reverse scale. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Patriarch Extreme Flame. The Ji family's old ancestor's strength was comparable to the Ji family's patriarch, a rank 1 martial emperor. He instantly exploded with tens of thousands of laws. The power of faith was extremely terrifying, and it ruthlessly bombarded Linling's body. At this moment, the god of faith appeared in the sky, and golden light illuminated the sky. Linling! My lord! Many people anxiously shouted, including the 7 kings. Linling's current strength was simply unable to block the attack of a martial emperor expert. Ha ha ha! The Ji family's old ancestor looked up to the sky and laughed. He slapped Linling's chest. Kill us? Today, I'll kill you alone. However, at this moment, the figure in front of him remained motionless. The red light shone brightly, and a terrifying power of law swept out, causing his laughter to freeze. He looked up. Linling was actually fine? Linling was wearing a set of armor that seemed to have blocked his power of faith. At this moment, the Ji family's old ancestor's pupils constricted. Your Ji family's patriarch died, because of this armor. Linling raised his head and coldly looked at the Ji family's old ancestor. He stretched out his left hand, and the Azura demon bone appeared. He ruthlessly grabbed the Ji family's old ancestor's neck. In fact, today I'm very angry. I wanted to exterminate your Ji family, but there were people who pleaded for you. For their sake, perhaps I won't exterminate your family. However, you're too arrogant. You've underestimated me, Linling. Now you even dare to touch my reverse scale. Linling's voice came from the depths of hell. You. The Ji family's old ancestor's face turned pale. What did he see? A junior was actually able to threaten him, a martial emperor powerhouse. Martial emperor, that was the strongest realm in the world. Those who had this strength were all indomitable figures. But now, such a powerful martial emperor was being held by the neck like a chicken or duck. This was too shocking. Not only him, everyone was shocked at this moment. Even Ancestor Tai Yan, and the others were the same. Previously, when Linling killed the cloaked man, they saw that it was the help of the ancient divine crow and a small saint. They never thought that Linling still had other trump cards. Relying on your seniority, do you think I can't kill you? Let me tell you, this set of armor of mine can withstand 20,000 power of law. Moreover, I can use this to counterattack. Around Linling's body, a large amount of space law appeared. It was a shocking sight. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare our Ji family's bloodline. We have been passed down for thousands of years. Even if we didn't contribute to the mortal world, we still contributed. The Ji family's old ancestor said in panic. Bullshit, thousands of years ago, the mortal world also suffered a great calamity. At that time, it was the Lord of Heaven and Earth Li Xiaoyao who blocked the invasion. You all were just running for your lives. Moreover, you are not qualified to talk about qualifications in front of me. Go to hell. Linling's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 7 emperors wanted to speak, but they all held back. They knew that the reverse scale could not be touched. Daring to kill Ancestor Tai Yan was the same as provoking the Lord. Bang! Under countless gazes, the Ji family's old ancestor's neck was crushed. A hero of a generation fell just like that. The entire Forbidden City was silent. Everyone looked at the ground again, and found that the ground was covered in blood. All the bloodline of the ancient Ji family had died. Extermination. A giant of the mortal world had also disappeared. So powerful. The spectators in the distance were all shocked. Lin Ling's strength had reached the level of a giant of the mortal world. He would kill whoever came to kill him. Even the 7 emperors were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to grow to such a level after the trip to the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Go and exterminate the Xianyuan family. Lin Ling threw the Ji family's old ancestor's corpse and said indifferently, Lin Ling, the Xianyuan family is a force of the great Xianyuan domain. It will be very difficult to attack them. Emperor Yu said with a frown. The Xianping province was Lin Ling's world. As long as Lin Ling was in the right, the supreme family and the eternal palace would side with him. However, it was impossible in the great Xianyuan domain. Lord 7 Emperors, the times have changed. There is no distinction between the mortal race, demon race, ghost race, and deity race. The only thing that matters is who can rule the world. Therefore, the mortal world's Deacon Palace might have colluded with the demon race and turtle race. The mortal world's highest Deacon Palace is just a title. Lin Ling said with a frown. What? Chapter 2016. Gate of Life. With this analysis, the 7 emperors also felt that things were getting troublesome. With Kame Daoist's death, there would be one less opponent for the Genesis battle. Therefore, some people colluded with the demon race and the divine race for the Genesis battle. This also meant that the human race was already divided. Therefore, strength is everything. However, the Xianyuan clan shouldn't attack me because I will destroy them. If the human world is divided, then I, Lin Ling, will proclaim myself as the emperor. Lin Ling said again, his voice shaking the heavens. In this chaotic world, Lin Ling raised the flag and called for experts to proclaim himself as the emperor. After all, the highest hall in the mortal world had been secretly disbanded. The ancient overlords and the mortal world's overlords all had their own thoughts. In order to rule the world, they were willing to take action against each other. Since this was the case, Lin Ling would definitely declare himself king. The world is in chaos. The ghost race, the demon race, and the divine race are eyeing us covetously. The human race is doing this for themselves. It seems that we really need a flag. Lin Ling, we will go with you. Emperor Yu said after some thought. If Lin Ling wanted to rise, he needed to be famous and feared by others. Therefore, they wanted to go to the Xianyuan Great Region. Then let's go. I also want to see if there is anyone in the human race who is colluding with foreign enemies. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. Everyone followed. If he was going to proclaim himself as the emperor, then they would definitely support Lin Ling. With Lin Ling here, the world would be peaceful. This little guy actually called for us. Haha, I don't know why, but I am willing to be called by him. Compared to before he entered the peerless Buddha cloud, he seems to have gained something, but I can't tell what it is. In any case, talking to him makes me feel like I am talking to a senior. Emperor Li Ho and Emperor Yu whispered, feeling like they were in a dream. Haha, who cares? In any case, if this little guy wants to proclaim himself as the emperor, then following him won't be a bad thing. Because everyone who goes against Lin Ling will die without a doubt. The law overlord said with a wretched smile. Emperor Li Shou and the others shook their heads helplessly, but they had to admit that although this guy was despicable, his vision was very high. On the side of the 7 emperors, many experts were following Lin Ling ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others were astonished. The 7 emperors, the supreme clans, the eternal palace, they were all following Lin Ling? Haha, old Yen, this grandson of yours is really surprising. Lin Ling's grandfather shook his head. Elder Taiyan was even more proud of himself. His grandson was indeed astonishing. However, he quickly looked into the distance. He was going to kill the Xianyuan clan this time, and there would definitely be many experts there. He wondered what the outcome would be if the two forces clashed. He couldn't help but look at the figure in front of him, and his heart immediately calmed down. No matter how big the storm was, no matter how strong the opponent was, his grandson would definitely be able to overcome it. In an instant, the entire Xianping province was in chaos. The 7 emperors, the supreme family clans, and the eternal palaces Kado all rushed towards the grand mystic region. Some people took boats, while others used teleportation portals. Even Xianhuang Daiyu was affected by the terrifying commotion. What's going on? I've heard that Lin Ling is going to destroy the Xianyuan clan. What? Lin Ling is insane. The two battle kings of Champion University took a deep breath and said icily, Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even though they thought highly of Lin Ling wasn't giving them any face. Master, I've heard that the Xianyuan clan killed Lin Ling's friends. Said someone. Lin Ling can't act recklessly. The world of cultivation is going through a catastrophe. If he kills the Xianyuan clan, it'll lead to internal strife. Master, what should Champion University do? Xianyuan is in the Shaoxing sect. I've heard that the Shaoxing sect has invited all the heroes of the world. Lin Ling and the others are probably going there too. We have to go and destroy Lin Ling's arrogance, said the two battle kings coldly. They weren't angry at Lin Ling, they just didn't like how Lin Ling acted so arrogantly. The Fire clan's ancestor, the Shi clan's ancestor, and the Yi clan's ancestor are here too. It seems like Lin Ling is going to cause a sensation in the human world. Suddenly, the two war kings looked into the distance and said, in the distance, 3 figures arrived. They were all giants of the human world. Lin Ling is going too far. You don't like him either. Let's go and destroy him. We'll show him that even though he's the son of Huang, he's not qualified to look down on us old cultivators, said one of the battle kings furiously. Lin Ling is really arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, said the stone god, who had turned into a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Next to him was the fire toad. But we're going to support Lin Ling, said the fire toad. The two battle kings were stupefied. They were going to support Lin Ling? They said angrily. Lin Ling did something disgraceful, and you support him? But we're not going to support him. That's up to you. But as far as I know, the Supreme Families and the Eternal Palace are all supporting Lin Ling, said the fire toad with a smile. Hearing this, the two battle kings' pupils constricted again. Were the Supreme Families crazy? But they were still disdainful. Humph, that's all there is to it. The 7 emperors are also going to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling is going to be crowned emperor and become one of the legends of the human world. Moreover, the Kame spiritual master is also going, said the stone god with a smile. Without a doubt, these words froze the two battle kings' expressions. They wanted to say something ruthless at first, but they suppressed it in their hearts. Apart from the ancient Ji family, all the forces in Xianping province were supporting Lin Ling? No, the ancient Ji family had been exterminated. This meant that it was indeed all of them. You guys go and fight against Lin Ling. We'll go and support Lin Ling. We'll take our leave first. Who knows, we might have a big battle later, the stone deity said and left with the 2 giants of the human realm. Wait for us. In fact, we also feel that the Xianyuan clan is very arrogant. Lin Ling, that brat, has a magnanimous personality. He must have his reasons for going to exterminate the Xianyuan clan. The 2 battle kings chased after them. You guys aren't going to get Lin Ling back? Laughed the fire toad. The 2 battle kings' eyes twitched. With so many giants helping Lin Ling, wouldn't it be courting death if they went against Lin Ling? Haha, the weather is good. Let's go. Yeah, the Xianyuan region is going to be very lively. Let's not miss it. The 2 battle kings changed the topic, causing the stone god and the rest to shake their heads and laugh. They weren't surprised by the 2 battle kings' choice because Lin Ling was rising. At this moment, the Xianyuan region was bustling with noise and excitement because the Slaughter sect had summoned all the heroes of the world. There were 3 major powers in the Xianyuan region. They were the Xianyuan clan, the Slaughter sect, and the Sky clan. As for the strongest, it was the Yungu Immortal Foundation. The strength levels of the human world were very clear. The strongest were the ancient giants, followed by the legends of the human world, and the third were the giants of the human world. Therefore, those who were able to participate in the Slaughter sect's banquet all had great backgrounds. Not only that, even the major powers of the overseas regions were invited. It could be said that the place where the Slaughter sect held their banquet was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Chapter 2017. I've killed several times as many people as you have. Murderous door? Lin Ling recalled that this ancient sect had been passed down since ancient times. Li Xiaoyao had also come into contact with it in the past, and had almost destroyed the slaughter sect. The Imperial Exterminator. So Prince Xiaoyao is the Imperial Exterminator's disciple. Lin Ling guessed. He did not need anyone to lead the way. He led the group in a certain direction in the Great Xianyuan domain. Lin Ling, where are we going? The slaughter sect is the most mysterious sect in the world. Apart from them, no one knows where they are located. Emperor Li Shou frowned. The slaughter sect was indeed very mysterious in the mortal world. Lin Ling smiled. Come with me. He led the group on the dragon turtle battleship and crossed over mountains. Soon they arrived at a desert plain. The temperature here was extremely high. Let alone plants, not even animals could be seen. It could be said to be a place at the end of the road. Shaqiong. Emperor Yu's expression slightly changed. This place is one of the heaven and earth evil lands. It doesn't even have spiritual energy. He couldn't help but look at Kame Daoist. Kame Daoist was a prophet of the human world, so he was more familiar with Shaqiong. However, Daoist Kame shook his head. He wasn't familiar with this place. This caused Emperor Yu and the others to be shocked. Lin Ling, why did you bring us here? This is a godforsaken place. Those big shots of the mortal realm won't come here. The Law Overlord said unhappily. They had come to kill the Xianyuan clan, and at the same time, support Lin Ling's ascension to the throne. However, would he be able to ascend to the throne in this lousy place? Seal for ghosts to see? No, there might not even be ghosts here. Come with me. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he steered the dragon tortoise battleship deeper into the sand. Everyone was even more surprised. Moreover, the scorching temperature had reached 200 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Just when many people couldn't take it anymore, Lin Ling finally stopped the dragon turtle battleship. He looked at the dark brown desert below and calmed down. The Eye of Time appeared. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Don't tell me they brought us here to bask in the sun. The Law Overlord became even more dissatisfied. Even Emperor Li Shou and the others frowned. But at this time, Lin Ling's hands moved, and a complex barrier was formed by him. Boom! Smoke erupted from the desert below. In the next instant, a magnificent fairyland appeared. There were mountains, rivers, and countries. Moreover, the spiritual energy was extremely rich. Everyone's jaws dropped. There was actually a hidden paradise here. Moreover, they discovered that all the spirit chi in the desert was absorbed by the paradise. This was also the reason why there was no spirit chi in the desert. That's the Gate of Slaughter. Other than the special token that can teleport you there, no one else can get close. Lin Ling said indifferently. How do you know all this? At this moment, even Emperor Yu was shocked. Someone told me when I was dreaming. Lin Ling casually found an excuse, causing Emperor Li Shou and the others to open their mouths wide. How could this be possible? Only Daoist Kame laughed. There was no such thing as a dream. Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. Was there anything in this world that he didn't know? Let's go down. Lin Ling led everyone down, passing through the green mountains and blue lakes, and finally entered the magnificent ancient city. At this moment, the ancient city was overcrowded. Looking around, all of them were Wusheng realm experts. Obviously, this place was not a place where ordinary people could come. Stop, who are you? Do you have an invitation? Lin Ling and the others entered the city in a mighty manner. Many people immediately noticed that some men in red robes were striding over, and there were also some women among them. However, if one looked carefully, one would be surprised to find that their bodies were filled with dense killing intent. Moreover, there were a large number of people imprisoned on both sides of the street. Each of them was as thin as a match and looked dispirited. There were even some experts from the outside who were watching from the sidelines, laughing and giving pointers. The Gate of Slaughter cultivated by killing all in the world. If one wanted to become stronger, the only way was to kill people. Obviously, those people were nourishment. At this moment, when those imprisoned people saw Lin Ling and the others, their lifeless eyes revealed a trace of light, as if they were waiting for someone to save them. They had been imprisoned for too long. Some had been imprisoned for 100 years, and some had even been imprisoned for 1,000 years. No wonder the Gate of Slaughter had to hide. It turns out that they specially capture people to cultivate. Damn it. Emperor Yu looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. What a vicious cultivation method. The others were also shocked and widened their eyes. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Yo, this kid is not bad. He's quite handsome. Don't kill him. Leave him to me. Kill 10 flowers. Don't forget the rules of the Gate of Slaughter. Male slaves can only be kept for 3 months. After 3 months, they have to be used for cultivation. Don't worry. After we're done with him, we'll definitely kill him. The group of people walked over coldly. Many of the women stared at Lin Ling and licked their lips. Ugly. Yu Yu and the others frowned. The Gate of Slaughter had already treated people as objects. Let me do it. Qin Hu could not stand it anymore. He strode forward, but Lin Ling stopped him and said coldly, "Since they like me, let me do it." After saying that, he walked forward step by step. Yo, you've got guts. The group of people from the Gate of Slaughter stared at Lin Ling, and the strong exponents behind Lin Ling's strong exponents like the 7 emperors were too strong, so they naturally could not see through their cultivation. Moreover, all the strong exponents from the Great Xianyuan region were at the Gate of Slaughter, so they had nothing to fear. Wu Sheng is in the 9th degree realm. You have some ability. Have you comprehended 1,500 laws? If not, don't try to show off and be my male slave. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some pointers. An alluring woman said. Although her cultivation was the same as Lin Ling, she cultivated the path of slaughter, and her ability was much stronger than ordinary practitioners. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued walking forward. Can't you hear me? Seeing Lin Ling's behavior, the people from the Gate of Slaughter frowned. That young man was really arrogant. Junior sister, you can't suppress such a male slave. Let me kill him. A man walked out. His entire body was filled with murderous aura. He transformed into a huge tower of slaughter and suppressed Lin Ling. This person's ability was not weak, and he was definitely one of the top in the Gate of Slaughter. He was also an elder of the Gate of Slaughter. Because in the Gate of Slaughter, only juniors had the possibility of surpassing seniors. Seniors would be killed by juniors and their cultivation would be devoured. Even the current Gate of Slaughter's Gate of Slaughter, Prince Xiaoyao, also devoured the imperial killer's cultivation to become the son of Huang. Rumble. The murderous aura suppressed Lin Ling, causing many people's expressions to change. Those prisoners who were locked up sighed. Dead for sure. This little bit of murderous aura. And you call yourself the Gate of Slaughter? However, very soon, a disdainful voice drifted out. Lin Ling was fine. Everyone's eyes widened, especially the man who attacked. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He had killed hundreds of millions of people in this lifetime. But his murderous aura could not suppress that young man? The number of people I've killed is hundreds of times more than you, Lin Ling said indifferently. His eyes stared at the man, causing the man to tremble. What did he see? He saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He saw the sky, the ground, everywhere were corpses. Moreover, the number of corpses was beyond his imagination. It was as if he had killed a path in the martial god realm. And how many corpses were there? Chapter 2018. Breaking into the Blood Village. How could this be? He was a disciple of the Sect of Life. How could that young man compare to the Sect of Life? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. The law of slaughter in his dantian instantly collapsed, turning him into a cripple. This turn of events made all the disciples of the slaughter sect reveal the same expression. It was horror. Killing in front of me? You're too naive. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. In this life he had killed many people. As for Li Xiaoyao, he was even more terrifying. He had killed countless people. Of course, those who died in his hands deserved to die. They couldn't be compared to the Sect of Life, who killed both good and bad people. Azura Demon Bone. Lin Ling took a step forward, causing the entire city to shake. Demonic chi surged as Lin Ling punched out. Boom. The girls from the Sect of Life turned pale, as they were smashed into pieces. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Even the 7 kings were shocked because Lin Ling was not afraid of the murderous aura. Moreover, the murderous aura could suppress it. Bang! 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 Blood splattered everywhere on the street. Lin Ling was telling the sect of life that he was the real killer. Spare me, I was wrong. I only came here to learn martial arts. I'm innocent. The female disciples of the sect of life screamed in panic, and some even cried out. They had joined the sect of life for 2 reasons. First, their cultivation speed was fast. Second, their background was powerful. Third, they could kill whoever they wanted. But in fact, they didn't even know what the sect of life was. Innocent? Those who died in your hands all these years, aren't they innocent? Lin Ling said with a cold expression. This is the cultivation method of the sect of life. The girls all knelt down and begged for mercy. Haha. Lin Ling laughed out loud. Just because of the cultivation method, you kill innocent people? You want them to help you increase your strength? Bang. He took a step forward and punched out with the Azura Demon King fist, smashing the girls into pieces. Blood splattered on Lin Ling's body. His blue robe turned red, but he didn't seem to care. Release all of them. Lin Ling said as he continued to walk down the street. His body was emitting a murderous aura, which was even more terrifying than the people of the slaughter sect. Yes, sir. The people from the rainforest Holy Land quickly went to release the people. Those who were released immediately knelt down towards Lin Ling in the distance and expressed their gratitude. Lin Ling was like a god of death at this moment, but in their hearts, Lin Ling was not a god of death. Who is that? How daring! The slaughter sect is holding a banquet today. He dares to come here and be so arrogant? The crowd on the street began to discuss. Who are you? In the distant streets, a large number of people from the slaughter sect arrived. They were furious. I am Lin Ling. Looking at the densely packed experts, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. He knew that Daoist Came wouldn't dare to kill, and Emperor Li Shou and the others wouldn't dare to kill so many. But Lin Ling dared. So what if he killed a lot? I just want to have a clear conscience. Great creation. When the sword came out, heads fell. When the Azura demon bone came out, corpses were everywhere. With just one sword, hundreds of people from the slaughter sect died on the street. No one could stop it. Blood flowed down the street. The crowd in the distance all opened their mouths wide. Too strong, too decisive. Who is the slaughter sect? Is that the son of Huang Lin Ling? Some people were even more surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to come here, because this was not Lin Ling's territory. Lin Ling? You are the Lin Ling that the sect leader wants to kill? The disciples of the slaughter sect had obviously heard of Lin Ling, and they were all surprised at this moment. I will kill your sect leader sooner or later. Lin Ling's face was covered in blood, and his clothes were dyed red. The slaughter sect called for the world, but they didn't invite me, Lin Ling. This is not giving me face, so I will kill my way there today. Lin Ling raised his sword, and his killing intent was vast. Swoosh. No one was able to stop the sword. Lin Ling actually managed to cut a bloody path through the crowd. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the slaughter sect was annihilated. This guy. Emperor Li Shou and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so ruthless, but after thinking about it, it was normal because Lin Ling was killing to stop killing. Killing the people of the slaughter sect saved a lot of people. They followed Lin Ling, and soon, a vast blood-red manor appeared in front of them. Looking carefully, the manor's walls seemed to be condensed from blood, and it gave off an extremely majestic feeling. This was the former residence of the Slaughter Emperor. Before they got close to the manor, they heard the sound of chatter and laughter, and they could vaguely hear the sound of wine glasses clinking. Obviously, a large number of experts gathered in the manor, and they were all heroes of the world. Seeing the bustling scene, Daoist Came frowned. The mortal world was facing a great calamity, but these guys were eating and drinking, and they didn't care about the lives of mortals. It was disgusting. Who are you people? After Lin Ling and the others got close to the manor, an expert frowned and asked, we're here to drink. Lin Ling took the lead and said with a smile, but his smile was cold, and he slashed out with his sword. The head of the slaughter sect's disciple who was guarding the door flew to the ground, and Lin Ling was expressionless as he grabbed the head and entered the manor. Boom. The gate of the manor was kicked open by Lin Ling. At this moment, Inside the manor where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, the giants of the mortal world gathered to drink wine. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and then a head rolled in. Seeing this, the manor fell into a dead silence. Lin Ling. Then many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise, and they didn't understand what had happened. I'm late. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at the crowd. There were many experts here, including the Slaughter Sect, the Xianyuan clan, the Sky Clan, and the Saint's Great Realm. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was here. They were all stunned, and some were even dumbfounded, because they didn't expect Lin Ling to come here. And the people behind Lin Ling were all giants of the mortal world. Prince Xiaorao frowned, and then he smiled and said, So it's Lin Ling, welcome, welcome. Men, serve the wine. Serve your ass. I don't have time to drink your dirty wine. Lin Ling shouted angrily. You. Prince Xiaoyao's face turned ugly. Since you're not here to drink, then you're not welcome. Men, see him out. Shout until your throat is hoarse, and see if anyone will come. Lin Ling snorted. Sure enough, Prince Xiaoyao shouted a few times, but none of the Slaughter Sect's disciples showed up. Prince Xiaoyao glared at Lin Ling angrily. You guessed right, all your disciples are dead. Lin Ling said without hiding anything. Crazy. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was too crazy. If he wanted to drink, they would give him face. But Lin Ling obviously didn't come to drink, he came to cause trouble. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, even if he was one of the 10 heroes of the Xiandi, they would have killed him immediately. However, Lin Ling was the son of Huang, and his identity made them feel apprehensive. My purpose here is simple, kill the Xianyuan clan, then leave immediately. Chapter 2019. Experts were dispatched one after another. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a purple brocade robe shook his head and then drank. He was the first dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan. He shook his head because he thought that Lin Ling was dreaming. Not only him, but the entire manor was silent. Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many big shots here, they would have laughed out loud. They were laughing at Lin Ling for not seeing through himself. Although Lin Ling was the son of desolation, the Xianyuan clan had existed for a longer time, and was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. Lin Ling wanted to destroy the Xianyuan clan, but it was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Hehe, who do you think you are? You think you can kill just because you say so? A young man in the crowd muttered to himself. If one looked carefully, he was the leader of the Xiandi 10 heroes, Long Yinfeng. He was also the 3rd dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan. Long Yinfeng was just his code name. Hehe, who am I? Lin Ling laughed. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed. However, I will kill whoever I say. Whoosh. Under the slash, the space exploded. Long Yinfeng's eyes narrowed as he realized that Lin Ling's strength had increased since their last meeting. He wasn't even Lin Ling's opponent last time, let alone now. He pointed at Lin Ling, and without saying anything, his head flew into the air. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. In fact, what he wanted to say before his death was that if he knew that Lin Ling would really attack, he wouldn't have said anything. Impudent. Prince Xiaoyao's side was furious. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond their imagination. Bang. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was a legend of the Grand Xianyuan domain. She definitely had to come out to oversee the situation. She smashed the wine cup in her hand on the ground and stood up. Who gave you the courage? Prince Xiaoyao and the rest sneered when they saw the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother speak. They also wanted to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. Today, if you don't give us an explanation, even if you are the son of Huang, you can forget about leaving. Another person spoke. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. As for the number 1 dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan, he was still drinking and didn't seem worried at all. However, Lin Ling smiled again and clapped his hands. The 7 kings, the clan leaders of the supreme clans, and the Empress Lord of the Eternal Palace all stepped forward. I wonder if that's enough? Several voices rang out at the same time, causing all the people who were drinking to stop what they were doing. 7 emperors? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the rest had already seen the 7 emperors, but they didn't expect them to support Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was here to kill. As the experts above Lin Ling, shouldn't they be reprimanding Lin Ling? Who dares to stop me from killing Xianyuan? Seeing everyone's gloomy face, Lin Ling spoke again. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that her body trembled. Rebellion, this was absolutely rebellion. Lin Ling was forcing her to hand over the girl. If she were to agree to a junior's demand, what face would she have left? Moreover, the experts from the Slaughter Sect, Sky Clan, and the immortal sovereign tribe of the Myriad Saint Realm also thought the same. If Lin Ling succeeded, they would be slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Therefore, they couldn't allow Lin Ling to be arrogant. This is your husband? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother asked coldly. Heavenly Mother, we are grateful for your kindness, but we will follow our husband. Today we will support our husband's decision. Even if we go to hell, we will follow him. Yu and Anuer spoke at the same time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became even angrier. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. 7 emperors, Lin Ling is one of your people. Are you not going to teach him a lesson for being so arrogant? The experts from the Myriad Saint Realm shouted. If you don't teach him a lesson, then we will teach him a lesson for you. Someone else spoke. Although the 7 emperors supported Lin Ling and were somewhat afraid of Lin Ling, if one looked carefully, the experts from the 7 emperors weren't strong enough for them to fight head-on. Those who kill will be killed by others. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is going to become a legend in the mortal world and proclaim himself as an emperor. Sovereign Li Shou said indifferently. Emperor? Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling becoming a legend in the mortal world? This meant that Lin Ling's status was above them? In your dreams, the giants of the mortal world roared. If Lin Ling became a legend, then killing Xianyuan wouldn't be a problem. Obviously, Lin Ling had shocked everyone today. You are not welcome here. Get lost immediately. If you provoke us, then we will fight. Emperor Xiaoyao spoke as well. In truth, if Lin Ling had come alone, then he would definitely kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed his disciple. However, he didn't dare to do so now because he would have to face the experts of the 7 emperors if he were to fight Lin Ling. This kind of battle was very dangerous. Even he had to be careful. Get lost. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he knew that many people here were involved in the massacre. However, Lin Ling only knew the ancient Ji family and Xianyuan clan. Today he had to destroy the Xianyuan clan. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? The sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed down fiercely. Rumble. The sword light was like a crescent moon, destroying all the banquets in the manor. Wine splattered everywhere and splashed all over the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, some of the weaker ones were screaming and lying on the ground, trembling. That sword strike had clearly frightened them badly. Let me tell you, today, you will have to hand them over whether you want to or not. I, Lin Ling, have become a legend in the mortal world. Those who dare to touch my family will be killed. Lin Ling pointed the ancient sword at the giants of the mortal world. In fact, he was declaring to the entire mortal world that he was a legend. This guy is bold. Emperor Li Shou and the others nodded secretly. Lin Ling should do this. Otherwise, no one would be afraid of him. You are courting death. Over at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side, everyone's face was distorted. They didn't care about Lin Ling's arrogance and told him to get lost. However, Lin Ling was simply crazy. Not only did he not want to hand over the disciples, he even dared to disturb the banquet. This was simply tyrannical. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at the wine on her body and her face turned green. The experts of the Sky Clan also gritted their teeth. As for the first dragon ancestor, his patience was also exhausted. I know that you are not convinced. You think that the 7 emperors alone are not enough for me to proclaim myself as the emperor. Then, I will beat you until you are convinced. Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know that everyone was angry. In his sleeve, the small saint was ready to move out. This is too much. How dare you not invite us to drink? How dare you not invite Lin Ling? This is not giving us face. This banquet should be cancelled. At this time, the manor's walls were destroyed. A large number of figures arrived. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the experts of Xianhuangdiyu. They were the Stone God, Fire Toad, and the others. Moreover, this slaughter gate is really hard to find. If we didn't catch a few people who were invited, we wouldn't even know about this place. Xiao Yao Tianzi, you really don't put us in your eyes. Fire Toad shouted coldly after entering. You. Chapter 2020. Hand him over or not? They were going crazy. Why would Lin Ling ask them to help him? Lin Ling was astonished, but he knew the Stone God and the Fire Toad, so he wasn't surprised. You're all helping Lin Ling? Asked the North Celestial Emperor of the Great Saint region. He didn't understand either. Are you deaf? We already explained everything. Shouted the Fire Toad coldly. He realized that Lin Ling was acting like his benefactor. Therefore he was on the same side. Even Sun Yu Wu Shuang, the two battle kings, do you think so too? Asked the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, frowning. The two battle kings of Champion University smiled wryly. Actually, they wanted to stand aside and watch. Indeed, they agree with Lin Ling. Let me tell you, today, Xian Yuan must be handed over. Otherwise, even if Lin Ling doesn't do anything, the two battle kings of Champion University will, said the Stone God coldly. Hearing this, the two battle kings narrowed their eyes. When had they ever said something like this? Now they were on the same side as Lin Ling. As expected, when the Stone God said that, everybody thought that all the strong cultivators of Xianhuangdayu were on Lin Ling's side. The two battle kings had no choice but to get on the same side. All right, Lin Ling, I underestimated you, said the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, looking at Lin Ling. She felt like she was dreaming. In the past, Lin Ling was a genius. He had become the son of Huang step by step, but he was still far from her level. But now, without realizing it, Lin Ling had become a legend in the human world. He was on the same level as her. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a good reason to do so. After all, if they continued fighting, they would definitely lose. Is that enough? Asked Lin Ling when he saw that everybody was silent. He was asking them if they were qualified. He was asking them if they would hand him over. In reality, this was also Lin Ling trying to intimidate them. It's really lively. There are experts from the mortal world who want to be crowned as emperors. However, they are making such a big fuss just to be crowned as emperors. This is too much. Moreover, as if feeling that this place was not lively enough, a voice came from afar. From the sound of it, the person who came seemed to feel that Lin Ling had caused too much of a stir. So he was complaining. This also meant that this person might be supporting the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. For a moment, the experts on the side of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled as if they saw hope. Almost at the same time, a large number of experts appeared in the manor. They were the experts of the Spirit Tribe. What did you say before? That's right, it's too much. It's too low-key. Lin Ling's coronation should be a grand event. Not only should the human realm know about it, the demon realm should also know about it. And as a friend of the spirit race, we should come and support him. I agree that Lin Ling should be crowned emperor and become a legend of the human world. However, what the Ling race experts said next struck the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others like a bolt of lightning. It turned out that they thought it wasn't sensational enough, so they came to help. At this moment, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were stunned. Their clothes were still stained with wine, but they didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling's coronation was supported by Xianpeng Province and the Great Xianyuan region. Now even the Spirit Tribe supported him. They couldn't understand how a mere junior had the power to rally supporters. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he soon sneered. Are you going to hand him over or not? His voice was calm, but it sounded like sarcasm in the hearts of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others. As for the first dragon ancestor, he was panicking. Lin Ling alone wasn't scary, but the human realm experts behind him were. We have cultivated for millions of years. Do you think it's possible for a junior like you to ask us to hand him over? However, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side refused to admit defeat. They couldn't lower their heads to a junior. 3 years later, the battle of creation will begin. That's why there's no such thing as the Deacon Palace in the human world. Everything is based on strength. That's why we're not allies. Wanting us to hand someone over is even more impossible, because we're already enemies. At this time a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over, and saw a man in armor. This man was from the Divine Marquis residence. His words also meant that they could cooperate with the human race, but they could also cooperate with the devil race, ghost race, and even the deity race. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, two silhouettes shot over at lightning speed. Their murderous intent exploded. Their speed was as fast as lightning. If you die, everything will be meaningless. That's right. There is no Deacon Palace of the human realm anymore. Everything is based on strength. We can win by killing you. The two figures sneered. One of them was from the Divine Marquis residence, and the other was from the North Celestial Emperor. Their plan was very precise. How dare you? The 7 emperors were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to attack by force. In the crowd, Daoist came frowned. He had been hiding his strength all this time. He wanted to be Lin Ling's trump card in case the great demon king of the devil race suddenly attacked. But now he was ready to attack. He couldn't hide anymore. It seems like you are still not convinced by me. But I agree with your words. Strength is everything. Don't move. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he coldly spat out a sentence. Today, not only did he come for revenge, but he also wanted to be crowned as an emperor. Being crowned as an emperor was to protect his family and friends. Although he would become a thorn in everyone's eyes, if a man didn't stand in front of the storm and block everything, would a woman do it? Therefore, anyone who was not convinced would be killed. Little saint. Lin Ling let out a furious roar. His bloody mouth opened wide in his sleeves and shot out in an unstoppable manner. Divine world-suppressing beast. Lin Ling roared again. The appearance of 2 ancient giant beasts, one from the sky and one from the earth, shocked everyone. Boom. In the sky, the 9-headed lion prepared by Lin Ling fell like a meteor. The North Celestial Emperor's expert narrowed his eyes. That terrifying giant beast made his body tremble. On the ground, the expert of the Divine Marquis Mansion was good at assassination. But the bloody mouth came swallowing him. As an archer, he had killed countless demonic beasts in his life. Today he was going to die in the mouth of a demonic beast. Boom. Boom. 2 violent explosions sounded. The 2 experts of the human realm who attacked were turned into ashes. A 9-headed lion was floating in the sky. A black ancient snake was wandering on the ground. And this was Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, not to mention the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, even the 2 battle kings sucked in a cold breath. Had a martial emperor realm expert been killed just like that? Moreover, they felt that the black ancient snake was the most terrifying thing. They were afraid that even if they attacked, they wouldn't be a match for the black ancient snake. This guy. Prince Xiaoyao, Luofanshan, and the others were pale. They were all children of desolation, but it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, according to what they knew, Lin Ling also had the terrifying ancient divine crow. Lin Ling's strength wasn't the strongest, but the strength of his external objects was undeniable. The entire manor was destroyed. The whole city was paying attention to the Blood Manor. After seeing Lin Ling's dazzling rise, they were all frightened. The legend of the human realm, Lin Ling, no one could stop his rise. Are you going to hand over the people? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly, and he coldly spat out. Are you going to hand over the people? Chapter 2021. Immortal Drunken Wine. At this moment, Lin Ling was throwing out wave after wave of his forces to see who was stronger. The Divine Marquis Estate, the North Immortal Emperor, and the Xianyuan clan were all silent. Indeed, each wave was stronger than the last. It could be said that even without the help of the 7 emperors, Lin Ling could easily wipe out the forces of the mortal world's giants. Plop! The first dragon ancestor was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He had seen too many storms in his life, and thought that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. However, at this moment, his pants were wet, and he could smell the stench of urine. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits, especially that huge black snake. It made him feel like an ant that could swallow him at any time. He hoped that someone would help him, but there was only silence. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stood there like a puppet. She had always thought that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to threaten her, but now, she felt that he did. It was that mysterious black snake. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, I know that you are the leader of the Great Xianyuan domain, and the leader of this group. However, there are some things that you don't know. Moreover, I also guess that you didn't participate. Don't be used by others. Lin Ling said at this time. He had a feeling that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't participate in the massacre. You shut up. Lin Ling's words made some experts feel a little guilty. However, Lin Ling glanced over. With just a glance, the expert from the Sky Clan felt his heart tremble. What a cold gaze. However, he still braced himself and said, "You are only arrogant because of the 7 emperors. However, if our Sky Lord returns, you will die without a doubt." Clearly, the Sky Clan was also involved in the plan. The condition was that the Sky Lord could return to the mortal world. The Sky Lord is already dead. He died in the mouth of this guy. Lin Ling shook his head and said softly. This sentence was like thunder. If they had doubts about the Black Snake's strength at the beginning, they had no doubts now because the Sky Lord's strength was comparable to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, he had also fallen. This also meant that Lin Ling was indeed a threat to the mortal world's legends. I've said what I need to say. Now, do you want to hand him over? Lin Ling said again. Today he had achieved his goal. At the very least, he knew who was involved in the plan. When he became stronger, he would take revenge on them one by one. What if I don't hand it over? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's voice was clearly much softer, and she no longer had the domineering aura she had at the start. Slaughter you all. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom. This was definitely the most shocking sentence of the day. If they didn't hand over the person, they would all be killed. Furthermore, no one dared to doubt Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling possessed such strength. Thud thud thud. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned even paler. She had been forced by Lin Ling to hand over the girl. If she didn't, would he kill her? The others also stood there like idiots. With their status, facing Lin Ling, they were actually like ants, having their lives threatened by Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a long zither sound came from afar. The sound seemed to come from thousands of miles away, but in the next moment, it appeared right next to their ears. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, under the sound of the zither, the murderous intent in everyone's heart gradually dissipated. Master, you're finally here. Hearing that voice, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face lit up with joy. Her master was here. He was finally here. Everyone here was threatened by Lin Ling, but her master was an ancient overlord who was on the same level as martial god Tianyu. Thus, there was no need to fear Lin Ling. Master, the great calamity of heaven and earth. Someone wants to use this opportunity to eliminate the dissidents. Master, please help us. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother bowed to the sky and said. The people around her were delighted. Lin Ling was dead for sure this time. I saw the divine martial realm suppressing beast come out again, so I followed. What are you all doing? A gentle voice came from the sky. It was extremely pleasant to the ears, but there was no one in sight. Clearly, that ancient overlord was far away at this moment. Is that ancient martial god Yin? Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. The human race had several ancient overlords. Ancient martial god Yin, martial god Tianyu, guardian of the human realm, immortal Kame, immortal drunken wine, and death arrow martial god from the Grand Saint realm. Of course, there were also some hidden ancient overlords, such as the legendary sword immortal Tsang Tian. However, these people had disappeared for so long that people wondered if they were still alive. The ancient overlords were comparable to the 5 great demon kings of the demon race, the top divine lords of the godly kingdom, and the strongest ghost emperor of the ghost race. This is not the case. Seeing that an ancient overlord was about to arrive, Immortal Kame also stepped into the sky. He had been hiding to prevent the ancient overlords from interfering in this matter. In the human race, someone colluded with the ghost race and the demon race. They wanted to dominate the battle of creation and eliminate potential opponents. Lin Ling's hometown was massacred by those people, so today, Lin Ling is here for revenge. Immortal Kame said indifferently. Many people gasped. Immortal Kame was indeed supporting Lin Ling. Right now, martial god Tianyu was missing and the guardian of the human realm was seriously injured. They could not appear. Only Immortal Kame was supporting Lin Ling. It's just one side of the story. Old Tortoise, when did you become so shameless? However, after Immortal Kame's words, the sunset spread over from the other side of the sky. A handsome man stepped on the sunset with 2 fairies in his arms, smiling as he walked over. This person was very mysterious, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Kame frowned in surprise. This person was also an ancient overlord. However, Immortal Drunken Wine was extremely mysterious. It was said that he had opened a drunken immortal restaurant overseas, and lived a carefree life there. Immortal Kame did not expect that he would also come. The battle of creation will begin in 3 years. I should return to Jianghu, but I did not expect to see such a foul atmosphere as soon as I came out. Are all the younger generation so impetuous nowadays? The middle-aged man said indifferently. His words seemed to be directed at Lin Ling. Obviously, Lin Ling's sensational self-proclamation had made the middle-aged man somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Ling also looked at the middle-aged man, but he did not have any impression of him. He thought that this middle-aged man must be a powerhouse who rose after Li Xiaoyao. However, did he have the qualifications to criticize him? During the great calamity of the human race, some people only cared about romance and ignored the common people. At the critical moment, he came out and wanted to rule the world. Are all ancient overlords so shameless? Lin Ling said indifferently. This guy. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words. This was because Lin Ling was attacking Immortal Drunken Wine. Sure enough, Immortal Drunken Wine frowned. He was very surprised by Lin Ling's boldness, but he was not happy in his heart. This matter has nothing to do with you. You came here in a carefree manner, and then stood on the moral high ground to criticize me. Could it be that the so-called ancient overlords are so boring? Lin Ling said again. Chapter 2022. Fallen Mortal? Li Xiaoyao? Who do you think you are? Holding a wine jug and hugging a beauty makes you an ancient overlord? Then let me ask you, where were you in the true martial world sealing enchantment? Where were you in the battle for the enchantment token? At least martial god Tianyu, the mortal world's guardian, and Taoist Kame were all injured because of this. They are the true ancient overlords. As for you, go home and drink. Don't come here and make a fool of yourself. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons, bombarding Immortal Drunken Wine's body. Not to mention him, even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to not fear an ancient overlord. You see, this kid is lawless and doesn't even respect his seniors. He should be killed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said after being stunned for a moment. Immortal Drunken Wine coldly stared at Lin Ling, but didn't make a move. He believed that someone would make a move. Taoist Kame alone wouldn't be able to protect Lin Ling. In the sky, the distant sound of the zither was getting closer and closer, causing many people to become nervous. At present, Lin Ling had become a legend in the mortal world. There was no doubt about his appeal. However, he had provoked an ancient overlord. Then would the ancient overlord let Lin Ling go? What do you guys think about my zither? What was surprising was that a woman in green clothes appeared in the sky. She was very beautiful and gentle, making people fall in love with her at first glance. She stood in the sky, and a green guqin appeared in her hand. She gently played the guqin. However, she didn't ask who was at fault. She was actually playing the zither? Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't understand her master's actions. At this moment, Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Looking at the hazy woman, his eyes finally revealed a trace of nostalgia. He already knew who was coming and had been waiting for this person to come. Therefore, when Immortal Drunken Wine reprimanded him, Lin Ling wasn't afraid because he knew that he would be safe and sound today. However, the others didn't think so, because if ancient martial god Ruoyan also attacked Lin Ling, and Immortal Drunken Wine also joined in, Taoist Kame wouldn't be able to stop the 2 ancient giants. This zither is the zither of righteous sound, one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth. Only those who are righteous and pure of heart can play it. The martial god means that only those who are pure of heart can win for the world, for their family, and for their friends. The benevolent are invincible. At this time, a calm voice drifted out. Then a handsome young man walked out step by step. His steps were filled with confidence, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. When they saw that person, many people were shocked. It was Fallen Mortal. Rumor has it that mortal descendant was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Rumor has it that ancient rhyme was Li Xiaoyao's disciple as well. The great calamity of the mortal world and the battle of creation have surfaced. Who can rule the world is important to the entire world. However, if the ruler of this world is a narrow-minded person, then the world will become even more chaotic. Fallen Dust said as he walked, appearing even more carefree. Looking at fallen mortal, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother laughed, laughing very happily. Fallen mortal was said to be the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although there was no proof, at least he was the most similar to Li Xiaoyao. Most importantly, fallen mortal was on her side. If he could get his master to kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely die. As for her master, Ancient Rhyme, she was the kindest person in the world. Therefore, even if Lin Ling deserved to die, Ancient Rhyme might not kill Lin Ling unless Fallen Mortal asked. Fallen Mortal, now it's up to you. The North Celestial Emperor, Sky Clan, and other experts looked at Fallen Mortal. If they could get the help of an ancient giant, then their strength would increase greatly. The Zither of Righteous Sound, you actually know about this treasure? In the sky, the woman in green looked at Fallen Mortal indifferently, as if she could see through Fallen Mortal's past and present life. She had long heard that Fallen Mortal was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, but she secretly observed him. However, she didn't feel that Fallen Mortal resembled Li Xiaoyao in any way. But this time she was somewhat moved. This Zither is the only one in the world. Fallen Mortal stopped and looked at the sky indifferently. At this moment, the demeanor of an ancient master was even more obvious. In the whole world, only I understand you, only I understand this Zither. I reincarnated 100 times just for today. In the Genesis battle in 3 years, I will rule the world and decide everything. Fallen Mortal's voice was extremely heroic, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. Not only did it make Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, but it also made the experts of the demon and ghost race who were secretly watching from afar change their expressions. Did Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation finally admit it? If Fallen Mortal recovered his past strength, then who in the world could stop him? For a moment, the sky and the earth were silent. The 7 emperors and the others looked dignified. If Ancient Rhyme acknowledged Fallen Mortal, then they would be in trouble. Only Taoist came and God of Stone smiled indifferently, not panicking at all. You really are Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Finally, a clear voice like a bell came from the sky. That's me. Fallen Mortal nodded, causing Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others to agree. He really is Li Xiaoyao, guaranteed to be the fake. We've already witnessed his miraculous abilities. Ancient Rhyme Martial God, please believe in him. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, and the others smiled and said. Facing an ancient giant, they could only show flattery. In the sky, the woman in green fell silent, but many people could see that she seemed to have confirmed something. Hee, Li Xiaoyao can't be confirmed with just a few words. Ancient Rhyme Martial God, although I don't know you, I'm very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. You're his disciple, so you're not very familiar with him. At this moment, a voice that disagreed with the crowd sounded. It was Taoist came. Hearing Taoist came's words, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were secretly angry, but Taoist came was also an ancient giant, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Then what does Taoist came mean? In the sky, the woman in green asked. It just so happens that I have someone here who has seen Li Xiaoyao's illusion. He might be more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Taoist came looked at Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew Taoist came's painstaking efforts. Now that he had announced that he was Li Xiaoyao, there would be endless trouble. Therefore he took advantage of the situation and said, You said that the Zither is very rare and unique? Yes, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? Ancient Rhyme Martial God, I think this kid should be killed. Fallen Mortal said with his hands behind his back. However, the woman in green in the sky ignored Fallen Mortal, and looked at Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was teaching martial arts. The heavenly Zither of Righteous Sound is indeed rare, but what's really rare is the martial god's song. It's the 5 notes heaven and earth song. Lin Ling said calmly. His words made many people's expressions change drastically. The ancient rhyme martial god zither was one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth, passed down from the 4 great eras. However, Lin Ling said that the most precious thing was the zither's song? Nonsense. How ignorant. That's right. Does he think he can compare to Li Xiaoyao? Li Xiaoyao is the first emperor of the 4 great eras. What hasn't he seen? Fallen mortal must be right. Chapter 2023. The youngest human world legend. Many people coldly shouted. They knew that if fallen dust was mistaken for Li Xiaoyao, then Lin Ling's death was certain. I have nothing to say to you. I can only say that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. Fallen dust didn't even look at Lin Ling, and said with disdain. Yes, compared to this zither, a truly rare zither song is one that contains all the laws of sound in the world. It's not something an ancient zither can compare to. However, a thunderous voice came from the sky, causing fallen dust to be badly battered. Everyone's jaws dropped. A truly precious zither song? Not one of the 10 great immortal weapons? Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome. He slowly walked towards fallen dust and extended his fist, causing fallen dust to frown. What is the meaning of this? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly threw a punch at fallen dust's nose, causing him to stagger backwards. He was infuriated. Have you heard of the story of buying a jade and returning a pearl? A person's eyesight determines their cultivation, future, and previous life. You see the pearl in my hand, but you don't know that the true value is in my hand, the thing that holds the pearl. Lin Ling opened his hand and a pearl appeared in his palm, but his words were meaningful. Even the woman in green in the sky stared deeply at Lin Ling, wanting to see through everything about Lin Ling. However, she was surprised. Under her gaze, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Reality has proven that you are not the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. You are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lin Ling ignored the woman's gaze and faintly smiled. I am Li Xiaoyao. Fallen dust was hit by Lin Ling's fist earlier, and his nose was bleeding. However, at this moment, he angrily roared and appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were astonished. Compared to the previous Grandmaster Fallen Dust, this was the difference between heaven and earth. If you say so, then so be it. As long as you are happy. Faced with fallen mortal's unwillingness, Lin Ling lazily said. Words like this were undoubtedly like fallen mortal punching cotton. Then may I know how many types of heaven and earth sound laws there are? Meanwhile, the green-clothed woman asked once more. To everyone's surprise, she was skilled in the laws of sound. However, they were sure that she possessed a huge amount of laws. Heaven and earth are divided into 5 laws. Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng and Yu, which correspond to wood, fire, earth, metal, water, liver, heart, spleen, lungs and kidney. It's one of the great laws of heaven and earth. However, very few people can comprehend this law. Fallen Dust was the first to speak. He wanted to prove that he was Li Xiaoyao, and he seemed to have recovered his previous confidence. Many of them were puzzled when they heard this. The laws of sound had always been rare, so they didn't know how many of them there were. Sai, you're wrong again. However, Lin Ling immediately retorted. Li Xiaoyao, no Fallen Dust. You said that you're the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao and shocked the world. However, since I've known you, other than knowing that you've embarrassed yourself, I don't think I've seen you do anything sensational. You don't even understand the laws of heaven and earth sound. You should reincarnate again. These words were filled with ridicule and mockery. Fallen Dust was stunned on the spot. Lin Ling had struck him again. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. This is also the reason why you haven't stepped into the martial god realm. It's because you've been cultivating the 5 laws. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Ling looked at the green-clothed woman in the sky. His voice was calm, but it carried an indescribable temperament. At this moment, Came Daoist laughed. Stone Deity laughed. Fire Toad was also somewhat excited. This was because they saw the most familiar Li Xiaoyao. It was also because they were the only ones who had seen Li Xiaoyao. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. In the sky, the green-clothed woman's body trembled. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. She vaguely saw a familiar scene. In the past, when she was still young, that man sternly taught her not to follow the rules. He told her to break the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were 5 sounds, but she had broken the rules and created 7 sounds. Could it be that you are? The green-clothed woman's eyes suddenly became wet. She stared at the divine martial world-suppressing beast, and a guess arose in her heart. The divine martial world-suppressing beast rarely came out. However, over the years, it had been summoned a few times. This time, she had followed out of curiosity. Now, she realized that the divine martial world-suppressing beast had come for a reason. I'm just an ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever I go. Lin Ling replied with a smile. His long hair was flowing, and his long robe was fluttering. However, in the eyes of the green-clothed woman, her heart was finally shaken. An ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever he goes. Wasn't this what her master liked to say the most? Could it be that her master had returned? At that moment, no one knew what the ancient martial god was thinking. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't know, because there were very few people who had actually seen Li Xiaoyao. He's talking nonsense. I'm Li Xiaoyao. Fallen Mortal didn't know what had happened, so he immediately shouted, I'm Li Xiaoyao. Surprisingly, the gentle green-clothed woman in the sky shouted angrily, which was rare. She gently pressed down with a finger. Rumble. Fallen Mortal was pressed into the ground by the finger, and it extended all the way to the core of the earth. It made a human-shaped hole appear in the ground. Seeing this, the whole world was silent. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation was beaten to the ground? That was too embarrassing. And the one who did it was Li Xiaoyao's former disciple? Could it be that Fallen Mortal wasn't Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation? Suddenly, everyone opened their mouths wide. They couldn't express their shock with words. It was like watching a peerless master suddenly become a beggar. Thank you for your guidance. You let me know that he's not Li Xiaoyao, and you've seen the illusion of Li Xiaoyao. You're the one who knows Li Xiaoyao the best. Ancient martial god looked at Lin Ling, and then slightly bowed. She vaguely knew that Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being, so she naturally helped her master. However, seeing her master again, she was very excited and even wanted to throw herself at him. Of course, she held back all of this. However, her words represented the result. Ancient martial god seems to have chosen to stand on Lin Ling's side. What a lucky boy. Is Lin Ling going to rise completely today, and no one can stop him? Damn it. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that she secretly gritted her teeth. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was the same. Little Yao, after you go back, you'll be in seclusion for 1,000 years. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. The woman in green looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The latter's face instantly turned pale, and she knelt down with a plop. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. It's over. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is going to leave this world. There will be no more legends in the mortal world in the Xianyuan realm. Why is this happening? The result undoubtedly made everyone lose their wits. They looked at Lin Ling with shock in their eyes. Today, no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Lin Ling had become the weakest legend in the mortal world. Chapter 2024. Challenge. What the hell are you doing? Martial God Yungu, you and I know each other. Are you going to help that kid? In the distance, Immortal Drunken Wine's face was extremely ugly. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, he liked Martial God Yungu very much. However, other than discussing music with him, Martial God Yungu had no intention of getting to know him. Kid. Ancient Martial God Yungu smiled. Her smile was beautiful and gentle, but her hands were constantly moving like butterflies. A beautiful melody floated out, and through the jade zither, the power of 300 million laws was released. Boom. 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 This attack was too fast for anyone to react. And all of it was aimed at Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Drunken Wine did not expect that the other party would attack without warning. Martial God Yungu seemed to have been touched, and Immortal Drunken Wine was immediately bombarded by the terrifying laws. He was confused. Ancient Martial God Rhyme was very beautiful and gentle, but this was the first time he had seen Ancient Martial God Rhyme use violence. What the hell was going on? He did not know that he had indeed touched Martial God Yungu's reverse scale by reprimanding Lin Ling. Haha, don't be too violent. It's rare for others to come out of the martial arts world. Give them some face. Lin Ling said with a smile. That's right. What made everyone's pupils tremble was that martial god Yungu actually agreed and stopped. What the hell was going on? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at those surprised people. Finally, his smile became colder and colder. Now, is there anyone who wants to stop me? As soon as his voice fell, the first dragon ancestors of the Xianyuan clan fell to the ground again with a plop. Today, all the experts of the mortal world had come out. There was no strongest, only stronger. Everything was to kill him and destroy his clan. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again. In the end, he was still forced into a corner, leaving him with no way out. Around him, no one dared to speak up for him. Silence. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. I admit that I colluded with the ghost race and the devil race. They promised me that they would make me stronger, and even let me participate in the battle of creation. However, I didn't expect that we would ignore you when we paid attention to Taoists came. Now that things had come to this, the first dragon ancestor of Xianyuan had clearly thrown caution to the wind. This made many people shake their heads. The Xianyuan clan had really colluded with the demons. There are many things that you can't think of. However, I'm not interested in what you think or how you cooperate with others. However, you shouldn't have attacked my people. Lin Ling said coldly. Waving his right hand, the little sage shot forward, transforming into a black torrent of magical laws. Shockingly, the black torrent of magical laws was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying demonic beast? Other than the ancient era's giants, who could be its match? Without any suspense, the #1 dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan had perished, and the experts of the Xianyuan clan had suffered the same fate. Go. In the Divine Lord manner, the North Deity Emperor and the others knew that the situation was hopeless, so they all fled. You want to leave? Dream on. The 7 emperors and the others also knew that the Divine Lord manner and the others had participated in the massacre, so they were all prepared to attack. Let them go. However, Lin Ling stopped the 7 emperors and the other experts. He looked indifferently into the distance, and saw that the sky was filled with demonic chi that had turned into a giant. It was the great demon king of the demons. Obviously, if the 7 emperors and the others were to attack, the war between the demons and the humans would break out. You're Lin Ling? I've heard a lot about you. A deep voice came from afar, shaking the heaven and earth. The mysterious great demon king had actually heard of Lin Ling's name. I was just lucky. Lin Ling replied indifferently. You're a very good junior. I'm looking forward to your participation in the Battle of Genesis. The mysterious great demon king stared at Lin Ling indifferently, and left behind a sentence. In the end, he turned into endless demonic clouds and disappeared. When did the great demon king of the demons come? Has he been paying attention to this place? Only then did the crowd react, all of them trembling with fear. Only Lin Ling, immortal, came. An ancient martial guardian in the sky had already sensed it. When ancient martial guardian arrived, she did not act impulsively. The reason was that she was afraid of the demons and did not know what the demons were planning. However, by chance, ancient martial guardian had found the person she had been waiting for thousands of years. Only the ancient giants of the various clans can participate in the Battle of Genesis. However, ordinary martial artists who have experienced the Outstanding Talents competition can also participate. Lin Ling, let's meet at the Outstanding Talents competition and settle all our grievances. Prince Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze from the sky and finally stared coldly at Lin Ling and said, All right, let's end this in a year's time. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. After getting Lin Ling's agreement, Prince Xiaoyao also left. However, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. The last time he saw Lin Ling was in the star-picking purple mansion. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. However, he knew that Lin Ling had the same origin as him. They both came from another world. But now Lin Ling had grown to such a level. As a time traveler, he, Prince Xiaoyao, must determine the winner and the loser. He did not know that Lin Ling was a time traveler in his previous life. However, 100 lifetimes ago, Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although he and Lin Ling were both time travelers, Lin Ling's origin was much stronger than his. Let's go. Lin Ling did not intend to stay and left with his people. Lin Ling has become an emperor. He has become a legend in the human world. I'm looking forward to him participating in the Genesis battle 3 years later. Perhaps he will rule the world. Let's wait for the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. Only by passing the competition will he be qualified to participate in the Genesis battle. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed animatedly. However, they also acknowledged Lin Ling's identity as a legend in the human world. Moreover, after a day, the news spread throughout the human world. Everyone knew about it. Even the news spread to the nation of God, the ghost race and the devil race, causing an uproar among the 3 major races. Has he finally risen? It won't be long before he comes to find you. Yes, Father. I'll wait for him. On a mountain peak, Xian Yuanguer and the Eastern Demon King looked into the distance. At this moment, they also heard Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling could be said to have shaken the 4 major races. Of course, the most important thing was the Genesis battle 3 years later. Because no matter what kind of legend or powerhouse one was, if he could not rule the world in the Genesis battle, then everything would disappear with the wind. Lin Ling was obviously working hard for the Genesis battle. However, before that, he had to go through the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. However, Lin Ling did not have much pressure for the competition. Bringing everyone back to the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling's first priority was to improve the talent of Yu Yu and the others because he planned to let Yu Yu and the others participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. Chapter 2025. The arrival of the ancient martial god. Everyone was gathered in the rainforest's sacred ground, causing the spectators in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. What did they just see? Outside of the 7 kings, there were the supreme clans, the Eternal Palace, the 3 historical clans of Xianhuangdeyu, and the 2 war monarchs. It could be said that more than half of the human forces were gathered in the rainforest's sacred ground. Lin Ling was crowned as an emperor, and became a legend of the mortal world. Many people gave him face. Yes, Lin Ling was the junior with the shortest cultivation time, but he rose up in 1 step and became a legend. This is the kind of martial artist we should worship. In the future, I will follow in Lin Ling's footsteps and become a legend of the mortal world. These martial artists' blood was boiling. As for the female martial artists, their eyes were filled with worship. Everyone wanted to create miracles, but not everyone could create miracles. Over time, some hot-blooded martial artists lost their will to fight and could only cultivate blindly. But now, Lin Ling was like a rising star, telling them that as long as they persevered, nothing was impossible. TSK, this time His Excellency became a legend of the mortal world. Even though we have turned into ghosts, I am still very excited to see His Excellency's pride. As expected of Our Excellency, those who died in the rainforest's sacred ground were also very excited at this moment. Not only them but Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Elder Extreme Flame, and Yu Yu were also the same. In the past, they could only look up to the legends of the mortal world because they were the top experts of the world. But now such a legend was right beside them. Moreover, in order to celebrate Lin Ling, more than half of the experts of the mortal world came. One had to say that this was an honor. Ling quickly entertained them. Patriarch Extreme Flame whispered beside Lin Ling. He was rather flattered by this unexpected favor. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. It's not their first time meeting, no need to be so polite. Ancestor Extreme Flame was speechless after hearing this. Only his little grandson would dare to neglect the giants of the mortal world like this. Hee, that's right. It's not the first time we've met. Just be casual. The overlords of the mortal world also spoke with a smile. They appeared to be approachable, but everyone knew that this approachability depended on the person. If it was a junior here, they would absolutely not receive such courtesy. But some people were still confused, such as the 2 battle kings of Champion University. They still didn't understand why God Sure and the others supported Lin Ling. Why did he want them to support him? Why did he want them to support him? Was he trying to force them to support him? Only Stone God and Taoist came knew that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. His future achievements would definitely not be low. He might even be able to rule the world. While everyone was talking, a woman in a green dress flew down from the sky excitedly. Martial god Yungu. Seeing that woman, everyone was immediately surprised. They never thought that ancient martial god Yungu would come. Linling, on the other hand, smiled and was not surprised. Ancient martial god Yungu was extremely excited, but she controlled her emotions. Even though she could announce Linling's identity, it wouldn't bring her any benefits. After all, in 3 years, if everyone knew that Linling was Li Xiaoyao, they would definitely target Linling. Even though ancient martial god Yungu was an ancient overlord, there were many people who weren't weaker than her. Hehe, another ancient overlord is here. Little Ling, hurry up and bow. If that master hadn't helped you before, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Looking at the beautiful and gentle ancient martial god Yungu, Ancestor Extreme Flame was even more flattered. Even Yu and the others were the same, because in terms of seniority, ancient martial god Yungu could be their grandmother. Even though Daoist Kame was there, they were already familiar with each other, so they didn't feel flattered. Bow. Linling was surprised. Brat, she helped you before. Brother Ling, senior martial god Yungu is the master of Heavenly Mother. You should indeed bow. Yu and Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Yes. The 7 emperors nodded. Ancient martial god Yungu was the most mysterious among the ancient overlords, so they could only look up to her. All right. Linling rubbed his nose gloomily and hurriedly bowed. No need. To everyone's surprise, ancient martial god Yungu actually panicked. Moreover, when Linling bowed to her, she quickly swept past and avoided that bow. Seeing this, everyone opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. Only Daoist Kame smiled. Linling was ancient martial god Yungu's master, so ancient martial god Yungu didn't dare to accept Linling's bow. Little Ling, look at you. Ancient martial god Yungu must be dissatisfied with you. Ancient martial god Yungu's appearance undoubtedly caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to misunderstand that she didn't accept Linling's bow. But how could this be? If ancient martial god Yungu no longer supported Linling, then Linling would become a legend in the mortal realm, and would be in constant trouble. Linling was even more depressed, and could only bow to ancient martial god Yungu again. However, ancient martial god Yungu was even more flattered. She swept past and retreated 100 meters away, like a frightened rabbit. It's not that I don't want to bow, it's that she doesn't want it. Seeing this, Linling was extremely helpless. The corner of Ancestor Extreme Flame's eyes twitched. He still didn't understand what had happened. If you want to bow, it should be me bowing to you. No, it's you who has become a legend in the mortal realm, so there's no need to be so polite. In the distance, ancient martial god Yungu was obviously incoherent and even flattered. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Could it be that ancient martial god Yungu had taken a fancy to Linling? However, it was possible. After all, Linling was young and handsome, so it wasn't strange for an elder to take a fancy to him. Thinking about this, the 2 champions of Champion University suddenly became depressed. They were also good-looking. Why didn't ancient martial god Yungu like them? Even the law overlord of the 7 champions had the same thought. He even shook his fat face to attract ancient martial god Yungu's attention. Of course, in the end, he was ignored by her. Without a doubt, if they could get ancient martial god Yungu's help, any one of them could soar to the sky. Linling, this time, I'm here to congratulate you on becoming a legend in the mortal realm. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, martial god Yungu walked over and smiled. She was extremely excited. She was getting closer and closer to her master. She was willing to stay by her master's side for the rest of her life, even if they were 10 meters apart. Oh, is that so? Thank you, said Linling indifferently. In front of ancient martial god Yungu, he subconsciously put on the airs of a teacher. You stinky little boy, don't be so arrogant. This tone undoubtedly caused Ancestor Tai Yin to feel extremely displeased. Moreover, he was not the only one. Even the 7 emperors blinked their eyes. Linling was extremely courteous to them. Yet he was so lazy in the face of the even more powerful martial god Yungu. It had to be said that this freak's way of doing things was really difficult to understand. However, to their surprise, Linling's lazy attitude made ancient martial god Yungu smile. Her smile was so beautiful that it made the flowers pale in comparison. They also saw that ancient martial god Yungu was very excited. Everybody. Chapter 2026. He had waited for 1,000 years. Alright, you can go back first. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, but he smiled at ancient martial god Yin. Alright, ancient martial god Yungu guessed. Lin Ling still did not want to reveal his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. She immediately nodded obediently and disappeared without a trace. Why do I feel like you're an ancient magnate, and martial god Yin is your junior? Emperor Lisho said in surprise as he watched martial god Yungu leave. Ancient martial god Yungu treats people kindly. That's her temperament. It's just that you're not familiar with her. Lin Ling explained. Everyone nodded. That seemed to be the case, because they were not familiar with ancient martial god Yungu. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's prepare for the battle of creation in 3 years. Lin Ling said. There will be many variables in the battle of creation 3 years later. What is certain is that the participants will be the ancient giants of the human race, the god king of the celestial race, the great demon king of the devil race, and the ghost emperor of the ghost race. However, it will be difficult for the legends and giants of the human world to participate. The 7th emperor said with a frown. Lin Ling will definitely participate in the tournament. However, Lin Ling must win the Heaven's Pride tournament 1 year from now. Daoist Kame said. In this 1 year, Lin Ling, you have to do your best to improve your strength. Although you have all kinds of trump cards, the competition seems to be looking at individual strength. Yeah. Plus, Prince of Freedom, Fallen Mortal, Heaven Bless Martial God, and the others all benefited a lot from the Nation of God. They'll definitely increase their strength this year. Apart from them, the Devil race and the God race also have powerful geniuses. The giants of the mortal world spoke one after another. Lin Ling's power was enough to kill the big shots of the human world, but he relied on external items, such as the Little Saint and the Divine Martial World Suppression Beast. Obviously, such trump cards could not be used in the competition. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't seem to be under much pressure. See you in a year. Alright, we'll wait for your news. That night, they stayed in the rainforest and chatted with each other. Then they left in the middle of the night. Lin Ling stood calmly on top of a mountain peak in the sacred land of the rainforest, looking into the distance. Master. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and knelt down. It was martial god Yungu. Little Wu, it's been a long time since we last met. It feels like a dream for me to be back here again. Lin Ling's eyes were deep. At this moment he wasn't Lin Ling, he was more like Li Xiaoyao. I didn't expect Master to come back. Tears streamed down martial god Yungu's face. She used to be a blade of grass in the demon world. Only after being enlightened by Li Xiaoyao did she transform into a human body. After that, Lin Ling took her in as a disciple and taught her with great care. For ancient martial god Yin, the first person she met in her life was her master. In the years after that, she stayed by her master's side. She didn't ask for any vows of eternal love. As long as she could see her master, she would be very happy. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao's target was the martial god realm. In the end, he still left her. At that time, she waited for news of her master's return every day, but in the end she only received news of her master's death. This news was like a bolt from the blue. In the following life, they stayed together for 1,000 years, and waited for another 1,000 years. She had been looking forward to the day when he would return. Even if the stars changed and the sun rose and set, she didn't dare to forget his back. Because the distance between life and death was even greater than the distance between life and death. It was a memory, but in the end, she waited for it. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. He took a step forward and gently helped ancient martial god Yin up. In this life he had taken in many disciples, but the one who pestered him the most and worshipped him the most was ancient martial god Yin. Master, you're back. Ancient martial god Yin raised her head and looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to remember everything about Lin Ling. After 100 reincarnations, I'm indeed back. From now on, I won't let you leave me. Lin Ling nodded. Thank you, Master. Ancient martial god Yin smiled through her tears. With just one sentence, the thousands of years of waiting were worth it. Xiaohe, the Dark Dragon Emperor, I saw him last time. He's still in the human realm prison of Chaos Demon Sea. But where's Xiaobai? Linling looked into the distance and thought of his 3 disciples, who were also the only disciples recognized by Li Xiaoyao. Xiaobai is in the demon realm. Later, she went to the ghost realm, and hasn't returned for 10,000 years. Ancient Martial Guardian said, Master, should I tell them that you're back? If you can find them, then tell them. If you can't find them, then leave everything to fate. After all, they'll still be back in the creation battle in 3 years. Even you may not be able to win the battle of creation in 3 years. You must improve your strength in these 3 years. That's right, Linling said calmly. Ancient Martial Guardian quickly nodded, and then took out a ring from her hand. Master, there are treasures that Xiaowu has collected over the years. It's enough for you to recover 40% of your strength. Linling shook his head with a wry smile. I can't accept these treasures. Why? Ancient Martial Guardian was surprised. Her surprised look was as cute as a little girl's. Just take it as my pride acting up. How can a master accept treasures from his disciples? Linling shook his head and asked Ancient Martial Guardian to put away the treasures. She knew that her master was a proud person. Even if he snatched treasures from his enemies, he would not ask for treasures from his own people. Go back. If you need anything, you can come to me. Linling took a deep look at Ancient Martial Guardian, and then said with a smile, Okay. Although Ancient Martial Guardian wanted to stay by Linling's side, she knew that Linling was still alive, and she could come to see him at any time. That was enough. After Ancient Martial Guardian left, Linling was still standing on the top of the mountain, looking calm. He was preparing for the Heavenly Talents competition in a year's time. Linling guessed that his opponent would at most be a LV1 Martial Emperor. He was not afraid of such strength, but he needed a lot of cultivation resources. Grand Sage Realm. Then Linling laughed. If he remembered correctly, there were a lot of treasures in that place. In the following days, Linling also entered a state of cultivation. Although he lacked cultivation resources, he could improve the power of his martial techniques, especially the Underworld Flame. Because the Underworld Flame had not reached its limit, it was not comparable to the celestial demon dominating Earth body. Moreover, Linling also knew that although he was a legend in the mortal realm, many people still wanted him dead if they had the chance. Therefore, improving his strength was indispensable. When Linling entered seclusion, Ancient Martial Guardian returned to the Ancient Martial Guardian Gu Immortal platform. The first thing she did was to find the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Master, why didn't you kill Linling? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was punished to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. She knelt on the ground and said unwillingly, He is not someone you can provoke. Ancient Martial Guardian Gu said indifferently, which made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother tremble. Linling was just a junior. Although he had some ability, he was not someone she could provoke. Master, are you also? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was surprised. I can't provoke him either. From now on, don't provoke him anymore. If he wants to kill you, I will be the first to act. Chapter 2027. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Animal Path. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother was stunned. She had been following her master since she was a child. She had an indescribable feeling towards her master. Not only was it worship and gratitude, but there was also a kind of abnormal love. That's right, love. Although this kind of feeling shouldn't be born, she didn't know why, but she liked her master very much. Perhaps her master was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world. I don't believe it. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother's eyes turned red. She didn't believe that her master would kill her for a mere junior. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe it. After Linling was crowned emperor, the world had a short period of peace. Linling, on the other hand, was cultivating in his Zifu. Using the time he spent in his Zifu, he finally managed to raise the grade of the Flame of Yellow Springs to the 5th grade of the Divine grade. He was also able to cast the 3rd path of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the Path of Animal. It could be said that he wasn't weaker than any of the desolate children. Excluding cultivation, he surpassed them in all other areas. And the animal path brought about a terrifying 10,000 laws. It could also be said that unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, Lin Ling could kill a first-level martial emperor. If the 7 emperors knew about Lin Ling's cultivation progress, they would definitely be shocked. Apart from increasing his own strength, Lin Ling also helped Yu and Yuer, Little Flame, and the others to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. Each of them stepped into the Xiandi 10 heroes. This kind of progress was undoubtedly terrifying to many people. Even Little Flame and the others felt that it was a dream. However, what made them speechless was that this kind of progress was too slow in Lin Ling's eyes. In the following days, Little Flame and the others also went out to train. Lin Ling focused on nurturing Yu and the others. This was because Yu and the others' talents were higher than Lin Ling's, and with the help of the Violet Palace, their strength increased like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. This led to the fact that in the rainforest's sacred land, other than Lin Ling, Yu and the others were the second strongest. Now that I've used up all my cultivation resources, it's about time to find new ones. Today, Lin Ling said with a smile. Where are we going to find them? Right now, the human realm's highest imperial palace has collapsed. Those treasures have all been plundered clean. Yu said with her small nose wrinkled. Even though she was a mother, she was still extremely cute. Lin Ling scratched her little nose and said, Let's go to the Saint's grand domain, there's something we need there. Alright then, let's go together. Yuer was still a frosty beauty, but only when she looked at Lin Ling would she reveal a beautiful smile. Upon hearing this, Yu excitedly nodded her head. It had been a long time since they had ventured out with Lin Ling. In the past, they were weak and could only be a burden to Lin Ling. However, they would definitely be of help to Lin Ling now. The 3 of them chatted for a moment before leaving. They didn't tell anyone else apart from informing Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the sky, the Dragon Turtle battleship appeared and headed towards the Chaotic Demon Sea, because the Saint's grand domain was on the other side of the Chaotic Demon Sea. After spending a day, the 3 of them stopped at the Chaotic Demon Sea, put away the Dragon Turtle battleship and walked. Rumble. While the 3 of them were strolling, terrifying waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea was flowing backwards. Within them, a large number of mountain-sized lightning demon sharks appeared. Their terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to change colors. Yu and Yuer's faces froze. They sensed that those lightning demon sharks were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression was calm. In fact, he specially brought Yu and the rest here so that they could raise their combat strength. Go, get rid of them. Lin Ling, you're not going to do anything. Yu and the rest were shocked. Didn't you say that you wanted to help? The small demons we saw along the way must be you guys. Lin Ling grinned. Baddie. Yu and the rest said at the same time, wrinkling their little noses, but they still charged forward. Yu's innate talent was a divine body, stronger than Lin Ling's innate talent, but she wasn't familiar with it. But even so, her strength could enter the ranks of the Sons of Huang. That was because during this period of time, she had crazily raised her strength, and her cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling, reaching Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. As for Yuer, she had the Spirit Ice Profound body, and her cultivation realm was the same as Lin Ling, but her laws were slightly weaker than Yu's. Sometimes Lin Ling was jealous of them, but he felt that it was normal. Profound body innate talent was indeed heaven-defying. Heavenly blessing. Like a fairy floating across the sea, Yu instantly made her move, and a colorful power of laws exploded. It was the power of the 5 elements. Spiritual realm. As for Yuer, it was the combination of laws and soul power. Her attack was formless and colorless, very similar to the extreme realm that she cultivated in the past. Boom boom boom. On the sea, a large number of lightning demon sharks exploded. Although these demonic beasts were terrifying, it was a pity that they met Yu and the rest. Woo woo. Those lightning demon sharks were immediately frightened. Those 2 women were too strong. Seeing this, Yu and the rest also planned to stop. After seeing the lightning demon sharks disappear, they all walked towards Lin Ling, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Under their feet, a black shadow of lightning rushed out from the sea. It was the lightning demon sharks. Obviously, those lightning demon sharks were cruel by nature. How could they easily give up on their prey? Yu and the rest's faces changed. In a moment of anxiety, they once again used their full strength, and in the end, they only suffered light injuries. Until all the lightning demon sharks were killed, Lin Ling solemnly said, "Don't be merciful to your enemies, because if you are merciful, it is cruel to your loved ones." Lin Ling was using this opportunity to guide Yu and the rest. "I know. Next time, I won't be merciful." Yu and the rest lowered their heads. Although they had killed people before, those people were people who deserved to be killed. But facing an enemy who chose not to fight, they couldn't do it. Their temperament was a bit too kind. This temperament was nothing in the past, but now that the human race was facing a great calamity, they had to be more decisive. "It's good that you remember." Lin Ling also gave them some guidance, and just as he was about to leave with Yu and the rest, a terrifying killing intent instantly arrived. "Haha, Lin Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met." Above the sea, ghostly energy roared, and demonic energy surged. A large number of people appeared, blocking in front of Lin Ling and the rest. The person in the lead was the pink second prince. In the past, Lin Ling had humiliated him with 2 punches in the nation of gods, and this grudge had always been in his heart. But after Lin Ling was crowned emperor, there were countless powerhouses around him, and this caused him to not dare to approach Lin Ling. But here, he didn't have to fear anything. "So it's you." Lin Ling's face sank. The pink prince said coldly, "Haha, I have already investigated you, and I know that your strength is indeed terrifying, but it is all because of external items." Lin Ling frowned and said, "So what?" "Haha, it's nothing. I am only targeting your strength, so I brought some stronger powerhouses. They should be slightly stronger than you. Come out, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian." Chapter 2028. Beyond Imagination. This expert's strength had actually reached the 5th stage of Wu Shang's realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. "Come out, savage devil throne." Almost at the same time, Pink Prince shouted coldly once again. A throne floated down from the sky, and circles of black devil chi rippled out. This throne's aura was extraordinary, and was obviously an extremely powerful treasure of the Devil Clan. "You actually brought the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's throne. Your father really dotes on you." Lin Ling's face became even gloomier. "Haha, Lin Ling, you have good knowledge. Previously I wanted to surprise you a little, but who knew that you would recognize the throne?" "That's right, this throne is my father's throne, and it can restrain your ancient heavenly crow. If you don't believe me, you can try." Pink Prince laughed out loud, as though he had already killed Lin Ling. Hearing that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his right hand, a black shadow shot out from his purple mansion. It was the ancient heavenly crow. However, the moment the ancient heavenly crow came out, the mysterious throne emitted a devil's might, overbearing and majestic. The ancient heavenly crow stopped flying, as though it did not dare to violate the throne's prestige, and showed signs of hesitation. In the end, the enchantment in the depths of its soul exploded, and the ancient heavenly crow fell. Seeing that, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. That throne was specially used to restrain some demonic beasts, and had the might of a devil god. "Haha, a crow died just like that. Lin Ling, let's try releasing a few more." Pink Prince was undoubtedly excited, and the Devil Clan behind him were also laughing out loud. Lin Ling's methods had been suppressed, and without those methods, Lin Ling was only so. "The last time you punched me twice, now it's time to settle the old score." Pink Prince licked his lips, and at the same time stared at Yu and the rest. He sneered. "After you die, your women will belong to me. The tournament of heaven's chosen is about to begin. Can't you be like Prince Xiaoyao and the rest, and end your grudges in the tournament?" Lin Ling said coldly. "Haha, are you afraid of me? Are you begging for mercy? I'm sorry, but I can't wait for that day. I can't wait to kill you." Pink Prince laughed even louder. Seeing Lin Ling beg for mercy made him very happy. "Are you so sure you can kill me?" However, Lin Ling quickly said, "Hee, how hard is it to kill you? Killing a human realm legend isn't hard at all for me. Stop trying to be mysterious. After today, the human realm will spread the news that human realm legend Lin Ling has fallen in the Chaos Demon Sea. The one who killed him is Pink Prince. Kill. Pink Prince bared his fangs and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tong Tian ghost ancestor behind him pounced forward, and a ghastly wind blew. From the looks of it, this Tong Tian ghost ancestor was even stronger than ordinary human realm giants. Pink Prince, after you kill him, you must do what you promised me. Clearly, this ghost ancestor Tong Tian had reached some sort of agreement with Pink Prince. Woo-woo. The water ghost's voice reverberated through the air, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could make one lose the ability to fight in an instant. That was the law of resentment. According to legend, every drowned person had extremely dense resentment, and the Tong Tian ghost ancestor was undoubtedly the ancestor of cultivating resentment. Little Saint. Staring at the water ghosts that filled the sky, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A black shadow shot out from his sleeves and transformed into a black torrent. It collided with the Rain Ghost King in an unstoppable manner. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Pink Prince was not surprised by this. He invited the Tong Tian Ghost Ancestor King with the purpose of entangling Lin Ling's mysterious ancient snake. Without the mysterious ancient snake, coupled with the fact that Lin Ling could not use the ancient heaven divine crow, wouldn't Lin Ling be easily captured? Kill. The demons also rushed over and fought with Yu Yu and the others. Pink Prince strode towards Lin Ling. Now what other trump cards do you have? The law around his body crazily spiraled and rose. To him, Lin Ling was already half a step into hell. Pink Sky Fist. He directly unleashed a terrifying punch. The law had reached 6,000. To any 10th stage realm Wuxia, this was extremely terrifying. Of course, the demon race's cultivation method that he cultivated could raise the law energy by a certain margin. Even Lin Ling was shocked. Because not long ago, all of his laws had not reached 5,000. Of course, this was not long ago. Evasion domain. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from the spot. Pink Prince's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, his law and innate talent combined together could freeze the dust and turn it into demon stone. But Lin Ling could actually avoid it? How was this possible? Looks like you're still hiding a powerful move. But that's it. Pink Prince's eyes turned cold. Lin Ling was a mysterious person. The trump cards that he had were all unfathomable. Hence, he wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Spontaneous devil blood ignition. 8,000 exclusive world. Pink Prince's entire body emitted a red glow as though he had opened up the Devil Kingdom. This move was obviously learnt from the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master Great Demon King. In the red glow, the law energy became even more terrifying, almost reaching 10,000. Numerous Devil Clan members charged out, turning the sea into a Devil Sea. Haha, kill him. Those Devil Clan members who were surrounding the scene were all in high spirits. On seeing the terrifying law energy in the sky attacking, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Pink Prince had found out some of his trump cards. But alas, his trump cards weren't only this. Not to mention other things, just based on the berserk armor, he wasn't afraid of Pink Prince. You're only SOSO. This time, Lin Ling didn't choose to defend. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and white flames spread out like a tide, but it was sinister and cold. The moment the flames appeared, the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to drop by several degrees. What? Pink Prince sensed that terrifying power, and his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the underworld flames, but it didn't seem to be this powerful the last time. I know you're confused. Then, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. The last time was the last time. To me, Lin Ling, if I can't increase my strength next time, then I'm not qualified to protect my family. 6 paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation of heaven and earth. Under the law, enter my reincarnation, beast path. White flames drifted out, forming a dazzling giant flaming wheel in the sky. That was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born. More than 10,000 law energy exploded, turning the sea into a ghost domain. The sea water soared into the sky, and countless fishes and prawns were brought into the reincarnation, as though it was the wrath of heaven and earth. As for Pink Prince, his eyes widened. He realized that Lin Ling's law energy was more powerful than his. His Devil Kingdom flew toward the reincarnation in the sky. It couldn't stop it at all. Even he couldn't avoid the reincarnation. What? Of course it wasn't just him. Even the Water Ghost King was shocked. Lin Ling and Wu Sheng were only in the 9th stage realm, but they exploded with the law energy of a martial emperor. I don't want to enter the reincarnation. Pink Prince cried out miserably. His body flew toward the reincarnation flames in the sky. He didn't expect that today's ambush would be complete. But he still had to die. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this now. Gradually, Pink Prince disappeared into the reincarnation. The Devil Clan on the sea were stunned. They came to kill Lin Ling, but their prince died. Chapter 2029. Arrival in Crystal City so fast? As for Tong Tianguizu, he was also stunned. He had guessed that they would be fully prepared today, and should be able to kill Lin Ling in a single move. However, the result was that it was indeed a single move, but the one who was killed was Pink Prince. This Lin Ling's strength was so strong. In the Prodigy tournament a year later, he would definitely be able to charge into the rankings. I'm not fully prepared. Lin Ling stared at Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian at the same time, and Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian knew that the situation was hopeless. He immediately turned into countless water ghosts and rushed into the sea, weaving through the sea like countless jellyfish. Only by doing so could he escape. It wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but if Lin Ling joined forces with the ancient black snake, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. You killed the Pink Second Prince. The Great Demon King will not let you go. You are dead for sure. As he fled, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian also left behind a sentence. I've heard this a lot. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He watched as the little saint charged into the sea, overturned the seas, and plundered the heaven-span Devil Lord. Eventually, he devoured a large number of water ghosts, then returned with a look of dissatisfaction. There's no need to be unwilling. With your strength and bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult to kill him on land. He only has the geographical advantage because this is the sea, Lin Ling said with a smile. The little saint began to shrink, turning into the size of a finger. He wrapped around Lin Ling's arm and stuck out his tongue. He looked extremely cute. Lin Ling gently stroked the little saint's head, causing it to close its eyes in enjoyment. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility. If the opponent has the advantage of time and place, then the invincibility can be broken. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, once you think you are invincible, then you are not far from death. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. Although he had Li Xiaoyao's memories, he still had to be careful as long as his vision was not restored. With the help of a little saint, he wasn't afraid of the overlords of the mortal world. However, if there were too many of them, even a little saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, if the ancient giants were to make a move, the little saints would not be able to stop them. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the wild throne not far away. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the wild throne. Then he continuously pointed with 2 fingers. How dare you? You actually dared to destroy the Demon King throne. When the devil race saw Lin Ling's actions, they were all enraged. Lin Ling ignored them. Those demons were just nice for Yu and the others to practice, while he continued to release enchantments to destroy the Savage Throne. This Savage Throne was a 3-star immortal weapon, and its power was reflected in its majesty, so it was able to make the ancient divine crows not dare to approach it. However, other than this power, the others were of little value, but one of them was the Empty Soul Ice Soul. If used to forge the Tyrant Song Sword, it would be able to increase the power of the Tyrant Song Sword once again. Right now, the Tyrant Song Sword was not weak, and could sweep through many CND. However, against the son of Huang, a giant of the human realm, this sword was clearly somewhat powerless. Boom. In the end, the Savage Throne exploded. After Lin Ling collected the Empty Soul Ice Soul, he directly refined the rest and raised his cultivation. What? He actually used materials to cultivate. Those devil race were all shocked. After all, they had seen many people using heavenly treasures to cultivate, but this was the first time they had seen using materials to cultivate. Even Yu and the others were speechless. They felt that it was fine if Lin Ling wanted to cultivate, but he should have found a good place to cultivate. Moreover, he was actually not helping. Too lazy. The two girls could only use all their strength. In the end, they let a dozen or so devil race escape, and the rest were completely annihilated. At this time, Lin Ling also opened his eyes, and there was regret in his eyes. After Wuxia's realm, the cultivation resources required were even greater, so this time, Lin Ling still did not break through. You let a dozen devil race escape. You guys are not qualified. Lin Ling looked at the two girls and said, "Annoying, you're not helping again. Moreover, you're actually cultivating here. If you're interrupted, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yu and Anue were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was too reckless. Since I dare to cultivate here, I naturally have confidence. However, this cultivation can be considered to have some effect. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Crazy. Others spent 100 years to raise their strength, and you raised your strength again in a short period of time. How enviable. Yu and Anue were shocked, but Anue was a little envious. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. You guys are the same. Lin Ling scratched Anue's nose and looked at the sky. Pink Prince is dead. We can't stay here for long. Leave quickly. Yu and the others were still thinking about Lin Ling's words. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. This was indeed the case. Lin Ling's cultivation speed seemed to be fast, and no matter what happened, he would not be alarmed. However, who knew the sacrifices he had made behind the scenes? The three of them advanced along the sea and gradually disappeared. And at the place where the battle happened previously, a pair of demon eyes appeared in the sky. They were extremely cold and also carried fury, but they also gradually disappeared. Obviously, Lin Ling's killing of Pink Prince had infuriated the great demon king of the south, because Lin Ling had already killed two of his sons. Crossing the chaotic demon sea, a vast continent appeared ahead. The spiritual energy was rich, and martial artists could be seen crossing the sky from time to time, like fireflies. That place was shockingly the Saints' great territory. The Saints' great territory was far away from the three profound realms of the mortal realm. Apart from the mortal realm's giants, martial artists from the two places rarely interacted. The Saints' great territory was clearly smaller than the three profound realms, but the martial artist's strength was not weak. Were these jade pendants? At that time, apart from the ancient giants, ordinary people won't be able to see your aura and realm. Lin Ling took out two sparkling jade pendants and smilingly put them on for Yu and the others. These two jade pendants were precious immortal weapons. This time, Lin Ling was here to search for the treasures in his memories. Hence, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there were 4 human immortal sovereign races in the Great Saint domain. If the 4 overlords joined forces, even a minor saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, the Great Saint domain also had an ancient overlord. The 3 of them landed on the ground and found that the ancient city was extremely grand. It was like a giant beast lying on the ground. After entering the city, they found that there were mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. Big, it was really big. Among the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm, I'm afraid that no other city can compare to this city. Yu was immediately surprised. Regarding this, Lin Ling was also surprised. Although he had been here before, there were no humans in the Saints' great territory at that time. There were only primeval forests and terrifying demonic beasts. This is very normal, because the other places in the Saints' great territory are filled with demonic beasts. There would be beast tides from time to time. Therefore, humans are all gathered together. Moreover, this city contains 300 countries and even has 4 immortal imperial clans. At this time, a young man wearing blue clothes smiled and said, "It should be your first time here, right? Could it be that you are from the border village?" This city was called Crystal City, but there were many border villages around the city. Those who did not have high status and strength lived there. Of course, the young man was so polite mainly because he felt that Yu and the others were very beautiful, so he wanted to befriend them. Chapter 2030. Map disturbance, thank you. Yu replied plainly. Her words seemed polite, but her attitude was cold. As for Anue, she did not even look at the young man. She was as cold as an iceberg. Thank you. Lin Ling replied with a smile as he led Yu and the rest forward. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You're all frogs at the bottom of a well. You can't even tell my identity. Yet you insist on following a country bumpkin. The young man was extremely unhappy. He could also tell that the two beauties were the man's lovers. Therefore he was jealous. Why couldn't he win the hearts of the two beauties despite his high status? However, he was still afraid of the 36th Palace's guardian beast, so he could only leave gloomily. Let's go to Dao Seeking Mountain. We'll know the whereabouts of the treasure once we find it. Lin Ling continued to move forward according to his memory. Unfortunately, there were too many changes here, making it difficult for him to find it in a short period of time. However, Yu's eyes were sharp. Very soon, she saw a shop selling maps. Immediately, everyone walked towards the shop. This shop was decorated beautifully. The windows and doors were made of crystal. Other than selling maps, there were also many other treasures for sale. To the warriors of Crystal City, maps were indispensable because this place was too big. Without a map, they would get lost. Buying maps? 1 map for 100 vitality stones. Lin Ling and the rest quickly saw that in the shop, many people were buying maps. As for the scantily dressed women, they were warmly entertaining the customers. Vitality stones? Yu looked at Lin Ling happily. She did not expect that vitality stones were also used here. I don't have these things. Lin Ling spread his hands helplessly. At his level of strength, only treasures could catch his eye. As for vitality stones, he had already refined them. We have them, and we have a lot of them, Yu said with a smile. She seemed to be good at running a household. She held in Yuer's hand and walked towards the counter. Excuse me, we want a map. The voice sounded. It was gentle and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the entire shop. What a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, even her temperament is top-notch. The other one is a woman of ice and frost. She has a great figure. TSK is such a beauty from the border village? Don't miss it. The crowd was discussing animatedly. Some of the young masters were getting excited. However, just as they were about to make a move, they suddenly realized that there was a young man following behind the two women. This young man was wearing a blue and white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked very handsome. Most importantly, the faint and indifferent aura emanating from his body was extremely attractive. How handsome! He's a good match for those two women. The eyes of some female martial artists flickered. Although they saw that the youth's cultivation was the same as theirs, they still felt that there was something extraordinary about him. The young man was none other than Lin Ling. He was also wearing a jade pendant, and the aura on his body was strange. It could change according to the cultivation base of the person he was observing. He's not even at the level of Wuxia. He's just a pretty boy. Those young masters said jealously. Their cultivation base was not at the level of Wuxia, so when they looked at Lin Ling, they felt that Lin Ling had not reached the level of Wuxia. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he ignored them. Sorry, 500 vitality stones. At this moment, the woman selling the map said indifferently. Isn't it 100 vitality stones? Yu was surprised. That depends on the person. Moreover, the Northern Immortal Market is spread all over Crystal City. The price is set by us. The woman played with her nails and said with a look of disdain. Although the handsome man and woman in front of her gave off an extraordinary aura, her many years of experience told her that these people did not have any background. That was because the residents of Crystal City were divided into different levels. It could be seen from their clothes and the jade pendants they wore. And these people's clothes were completely different from those in Crystal City. They must be country bumpkins from the border village. That's too much. It was clearly 100 vitality stones before, but now it's 500. What a snob! Yu said with dissatisfaction. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind. 500 then. It's no big deal. Although he was extremely famous in the mortal realm, in the Saint's great domain, he was just an ordinary person. And Lin Ling was not interested in announcing his identity. He did not have the time to show off his strength. Look at their clothes. It's not the style of Crystal City. They are definitely country bumpkins from the border village. Can they take out 500 vitality stones? Hee hee, they definitely don't want to lose face. Hee. Then I'll see how he takes it out. Hee. The surrounding people did not believe that Lin Ling could take out 500 vitality stones, especially those young masters. Their faces were complacent, because if Lin Ling could not take out 500 vitality stones, not only would he lose face, they could also take advantage of the situation, and let the two beauties know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, 500 origin stones was simply too little for a legend of the mortal world. Take it. 500 vitality stones. Bring the map over. All right. Before Yu could say anything, and Yuer said coldly, they did not lack vitality stones, but they did not like that woman's snob. Chi. When 500 vitality stones were taken out, the entire shop gasped. 100 vitality stones was enough for an ordinary person to use for a year. Only martial artists would use it to buy maps. As for 500, the woman who sold the map was also surprised. How much commission did she want? And even if she got 100 vitality stones as commission, it would be enough for her to use for a year. However, when she saw Yuer's cold expression, she immediately felt unhappy. That was because the two women were too beautiful, causing her to be extremely jealous. Moreover, she guessed that the two women had braced themselves and taken out all their savings for the sake of face. Sorry, now it's 1,000 vitality stones. Fine. As she thought of this, the woman raised her chin and spoke. She knew that these people would definitely not be able to produce 1,000 origin stones. She planned to sell the map for 500 origin stones after these two women begged for mercy. At that time, she would teach them a good lesson. You're going too far. Fine. And Yuer's brows furrowed. If you can't take out the money, then I can't sell the map to you. If you don't have money, then don't pretend to be rich. The woman sneered and said, Don't think that you're so great just because you can take out 500 vitality stones. I'm a member of the North Celestial Royal Family. What kind of money have I not seen? Also, those 500 vitality stones should be all your savings. You're too naive. Fine. You're too much. Fine. Yu had always been kind, but at this moment, she could not bear it anymore. The woman was clearly making things difficult for them. Interesting. Interesting. The people around them became interested. The market of the North Celestial Royal Family had always been based on status. Guests with low status naturally would not be treated well. Later, when we take out 1,000 vitality stones, are you going to raise the price by 10,000? Yu said again. Wait until you take it out first. I suspect that you don't have it at all. The woman began to play with her nails again, with an air of indifference. Let's go. It's just a map. Don't buy it from her. Go. Chapter 2031. Rich and willful. Ha ha ha, you really can't afford it. If you don't have money, why are you pretending? You're just a few country bumpkins. Do you really think you're residents of Crystal City? Get lost. Our shop is noble. Even if we don't want the commission, we won't do business with you. Don't dirty our floor. Seeing Lin Ling speak, the woman thought that Lin Ling couldn't pay the money. Brother Ling, let's just buy it. It's only 1,000 yuan stones anyway. Although Yu felt wronged, when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she still said obediently, Silly girl. I can't bear to let you suffer because of a map. Lin Ling held Yu and Yuer's hands and left. However, when everyone thought that they were about to leave, Lin Ling's footsteps quickly came to a stop. He stared at the old man who had bought the map before and said, How much is your map? What? Everyone's eyes widened. It wasn't that Lin Ling didn't want to buy the map, but he didn't want to buy it from the shop. Don't sell it to him. The woman was immediately enraged. The old man smiled bitterly. Although he wanted to help Lin Ling, the market of the North Immortal Royal Family was not to be trifled with. 1,000 primeval stones. Lin Ling directly stated, causing the old man's expression to drastically change. The map he had bought was only 100 source stones. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted out once again. 2,000 yuan stones. 5,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons, blasting the old man into a daze, and the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. As for the woman, She still wanted to threaten the old man not to sell the map, but now she was excited. If she sold the map for 500 primeval stones, she could get a commission of 100 for her own use. What about 5,000? Her heart was beating violently. 10,000 primeval stones. However, a sound that caused her heart to beat even more fiercely rang out. 20,000. 30,000. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said unhurriedly. The old man was scared silly. The people around them were the same, especially those young masters. At this moment, a sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. 100,000. The sound Lin Ling spat out didn't sound like money at all. Plop. The old man was so scared that he sat down on the ground and presented the map with both hands. Sell, 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 nobody is allowed to stop me. Me too. The entire store was in an uproar. Those who had maps all handed them over. 100,000 primeval stones. They wouldn't be able to find so many in their lifetime. No, it would be 3 lifetimes. Lin Ling smiled, then nodded at Yu. Yu waved her right hand, and white primordial stones poured out from her green ring like water, piling up on the ground, making everyone lick their lips. It was really 100,000 renminbi for the map. A map of 100 primeval stones had actually been inflated to 100,000? Everyone couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. Their hearts were like thunder. This is what a tycoon is like. Even those young masters were rubbing their hands. If they could give their bodies to him, they would definitely agree. I've poured out a bit too much. Forget it, I won't take the extra. Anuera roughly looked at the ground, then curled her lips and said, There's about 50,000 extra primeval stones. Just treat it as a gift to this old man. With Lin Ling's current wealth, primeval stones were simply innumerable. 15 primeval stones were like a strand of hair to him. 50,000 extra, just treat it as a gift? The surrounding people looked like they were struck by lightning again. If Lin Ling was from the countryside, then they were even worse than country bumpkins. Let's go. Lin Ling naturally didn't have time to care about their thoughts. He took the map and left with Yu and the others. At this moment, Yu and Anuer were extremely happy. They stared at the woman who was already in a daze, then spread out their hands and said, You're rich, you can do whatever you want. Money. The woman stood there trembling, then finally fainted. 15 primeval stones. What if she didn't look down on others and sold the map? That commission would be enough for her to live a happy life. Because of jealousy, because she looked down on Yu and the others, she missed out on a great fortune. Sir, you're so generous in the market of the Northern Celestial Royal Family. Do you want to stay for a cup of tea? Just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to invite Lin Ling to have tea, but it was obvious that he wanted to keep Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's previous actions were like a slap to their faces. Not interested. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he said, What if I insist that you stay? The middle-aged man's voice also became dignified. Lin Ling finally stopped, turned around, and said indifferently, If you insist on keeping me, you'll regret it. His voice was calm, but it made the middle-aged man's whole body tremble, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, an indescribable pressure came over him, making him feel as if the whole world revolved around this young man. If he dared to keep this young man, heaven and earth would kill him. Invite tea, but you don't have any sincerity, then forget it. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Ling left again. The middle-aged man stood in place, not daring to move. Only when Lin Ling disappeared did he realize that his whole body was drenched in sweat. And there was also a puddle of water on the ground. Outside the street, Yu and the others were obviously very happy. The 2 girls were like little girls, buying things on both sides of the street, such as selling things to Lin Yi, buying things to Ancestor Taiyan, and buying things to Mo Nianchen. At this moment they were perfectly satisfied. Because their men could handle everything, just like what happened before. If it were an ordinary person, they could only swallow their anger, but their men wouldn't allow them to suffer any grievances, and stood up for them, using crazy amounts of money to make the other party speechless. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was looking at the map. One had to admit that Crystal City was really big. Even with the map, it took Lin Ling a long time to find it. Dao-seeking tower? Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. The former Dao-seeking mountain had become the Dao-seeking tower today, and looking at the geographical location, it should be that place. Let's go, girl. Lin Ling waved to Yu and the others. They're here. Yu and the others' voices came from afar. One had to admit that in a place where no one knew them, they were like ordinary people, letting loose as they pleased. Lin Ling also enjoyed this feeling. Of course, although no one knew them, they were still the center of attention on the street. What a handsome man, and those two girls are also very beautiful. They're a match made in heaven. I really envy that young man. Both of them are devastatingly beautiful. If I can get one of them in my life, I can die in peace. But looking at them, they don't seem to be local residents of Crystal City. Around the street, many people laughed. One had to admit that looking at a handsome man and a handsome woman was also a great enjoyment. Yu was holding a specialty of Crystal City in her hand. After taking a bite, she gave it to Lin Ling, and Anywhere did the same. Just like that, the three of them headed towards the Dao-seeking tower. Chapter 2032. Dao-seeking restaurant. Wuxia 5th degree realm practitioners could be seen everywhere. There were even quite a number of 10th degree realm Wuxia practitioners. However, martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. But thinking about it, once one stepped into the martial emperor realm, one would be a martial emperor. How could such a person appear here so easily? Moments later, a towering restaurant appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. The restaurant was entirely white and looked extremely holy. It was divided into 10 levels, but its height seemed to be the highest restaurant in the entire Crystal City. Moreover, from the passers-by, it could be seen that everyone was extremely respectful towards the restaurant. Dao. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. He sensed a mysterious power of law spreading out. That was Dao. Heaven Dao, Martial Dao, they were all Dao. Interesting. I wonder if that old granny is still around. Lin Ling smiled, and led Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Who is that person? How dare he enter Dao-seeking restaurant? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be a resident of Crystal City. His guts aren't bad. There's a good show to watch. I think he's only Wuxia 1st degree realm. With such cultivation, he's just asking for humiliation if he wants to go up. The surrounding people sneered. Apparently, they had tried many times to enter Dao-seeking restaurant, but they were all stopped. Dao-seeking restaurant was the place to pursue Dao in Crystal City. Many geniuses and even the older generation experts who were stuck at a bottleneck would ascend Dao-seeking restaurant in search of an opportunity to break through. Moreover, the wine in this restaurant was extremely powerful and could greatly increase a practitioner's ability. Sir, without Wuxia realm, you can't step into the restaurant. Moreover, ordinary Wuxia realm cultivators can't step in either. Scram. There were 2 stone carvings at the entrance of Dao-seeking restaurant. At this moment, the stone carvings swayed and transformed into 2 white-haired old men who spoke coldly. The black skeleton stone king has awakened. Hee, guess how many meters that youth will be swept away. Maybe he'll be swept out of Crystal City. That's right. In the past, someone wanted to enter the restaurant but was blocked by the black skeleton stone king, and was sent flying out of the city. Everyone looked forward to it even more. Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. He calmly looked at the 2 old men, and didn't say a word. Then he led Yu and stepped inside. He sensed that these 2 stone men were in actual fact only in Wuxia's 10th stage realm, and this cultivation, he didn't need to care about it. How dare you? The 2 stone golems roared angrily, and a terrifying power of law spread out, causing the entire street to sway. Excuse me, Lin Ling softly shouted, but did not move. His gaze looked towards the stone man on his left as a frightening aura surged from the depths of his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and the space laws appeared. Like a pool of lightning, they blocked the stone man's laws. How dare you? The stone person on the right shouted angrily. He had been guarding this place for a long time. Yet this was the first time he saw such an arrogant individual. Even if Huang's son Yuanshi came, he still wasn't this insolent. Yuanshi Z was the strongest genius in the saint's great domain, and also one of the desolate's children of the mortal world. Stop. But just as the stone man on the right was about to make a move, An anxious shout was heard from not too far away. It was the stone man on the left. "Let them in." Following that, the stone man on the left said something, which made everyone shocked. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled and led Yu Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Why? It was until Lin Ling and the other two disappeared before the stone man on the right opened his mouth. Earlier on, that young man didn't seem to make a move against his brother, so why did his brother stop him? "Those two young ladies, their abilities are not bad," the stone man on the left said. "As for that young man, he's even more terrifying. Although he didn't make a move against me, but from his eyes, if he really wanted to use force, he could destroy us." "What?" The stone man on the right couldn't help but tremble. Just one look and his brother was afraid? What was that young man's background? Was his ability so strong? "Our responsibility is to stop those practitioners who haven't reached Wuxia's first-degree realm from entering the restaurant. He has obviously reached the standard, so let him in," the stone man on the left said in a low voice. He also couldn't tell where Lin Ling came from, but the previous glance gave him an illusion that this young man seemed to be an ancient strong practitioner on the same level as Granny Wen Dao. When Yuan Shizi entered Dao-seeking restaurant, I thought he was the only one who shocked us, but who knew that there was another one here? But this matter isn't something we can bother about, so let's continue to guard this place. The two stone men closed their eyes and once again turned into stone statues guarding the door. What's going on? Seeing this, those people from afar were even more confused as they started to discuss animatedly. On the other hand, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and Yu Yu into the restaurant. The restaurant's surface area was very big, but it was also filled with a large number of practitioners, both young and old, whose cultivations were between Wuxia's second-degree realm. And when Lin Ling stepped in, many people instantly looked towards them, because those who could enter Dao-seeking restaurant were those whose strength had been recognized. "What a beautiful woman," many young men secretly said. However, when they checked their cultivation, they found that Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as theirs. They didn't know that this was caused by the jade pendant immortal weapon that Lin Ling was wearing. "What's this place for?" Yu Yu's beautiful eyes looked around curiously. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a stone tablet not far away. It was written that if one wanted to enter Dao-seeking restaurant, they had to drink all 9 floors of Dao-seeking wine. Then, Lin Ling looked at the restaurant again, and found that many people were sitting with wine cups in front of them. However, they didn't move at all. Some closed their eyes and pondered, while others looked at Lin Ling indifferently. It was extremely strange. "It's so quiet. What are they doing?" Even Inuer was curious. "Ignore them. If you want to go to the second floor, you have to drink first." Lin Ling shook his head and came to the front of the counter. There stood a cold old man, who seemed to be from ancient times. "Do you want to drink?" the old man said expressionlessly. 9 cups. We'll drink 3 cups each," Lin Ling said indifferently. "If you want to go to the second floor, you have to drink 3 cups of wine. Are you sure you want to drink now?" The old man was slightly surprised because Lin Ling didn't hesitate and ordered the wine directly. "I'm sure." Lin Ling nodded directly. The old man's eyes flickered and he took out 9 cups of wine. The wine looked pitch black and ripples spread out in the wine. It was as mysterious as the night. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't tell the origin of the wine in such a short time. Interesting. After so long, that old lady still likes to play with strange and novel things. Lin Ling shrugged, picked up the wine cup, and drank directly. This action caused everyone in the restaurant to be stunned. Then, everyone started to take pleasure in the misfortune of others. As for Lin Ling, after drinking a cup of wine, he immediately felt the source of real force in his dantian burning. Moreover, his power of law was also burning, and was disappearing one by one. Why is this wine so fierce? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Haha. Chapter 2033. Mysterious wine. Where did this fool come from? Is the wine of Wendao restaurant so delicious? Someone said disdainfully. Looking carefully, there was already a cup of wine in front of him, but he still did not drink it. Clearly, he was brewing and hesitating whether to drink it or not. The wine of Wendao restaurant could burn the source of corporeal power and burn the precepts. If one's foundation was not strong, It was easy to become a cripple. That was why they were hesitating whether to drink it or not. Reckless. Looks like another cripple is born. Another person sneered, as if he was excited to see others in dire straits. Brother Ling, are you okay? Yu and the rest asked nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes and face were red, as if there was a mysterious force burning him. However, he realized that the power of precepts that had been burned seemed to have been tempered. The precepts were born again, and they were even more condensed. It turned out that this wine had such benefits. No wonder so many people came to drink it. As everyone knew, the number of precepts represented one's strength. The more precepts one had, the stronger one would be. However, if one met someone with greater talent, one precepts would be comparable to 2 precepts. Naturally, they would not be able to win. However, this wine could improve the quality of precepts, greatly increasing one's strength. It was similar to talent. Good wine. After realizing this, Lin Ling raised his head and drank. The strong wine entered his throat, and he was full of heroism. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time. This wine was even more ferocious than the strong wine of the demon race. He's really lucky to have survived the first glass of wine. It seems that being an idiot has its benefits too. Without fear, one's cultivation speed will be faster. The person who spoke earlier immediately said with jealousy. They still didn't dare to drink, so they were jealous of Lin Ling. That's right. I thought a cripple would be born. Another person said with dissatisfaction. Again. At this moment, Lin Ling picked up the second cup of wine and poured it down his throat. Boom. In the depths of his dantian, black flames appeared around the source of corporeal power, burning continuously. However, it made Lin Ling's precepts even stronger. Again. Lin Ling drank more and more enthusiastically. This Wendao wine was not bad. Continuous drinking? The restaurant was silent. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Even the old man was shocked. Could it be that this guy was not Wuxia's second-degree realm? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling downed 3 cups of wine. His boldness shocked the entire floor, especially the 2 people who had mocked Lin Ling. Their faces turned pale, because to be able to drink 3 cups of wine meant that the youth had already entered the second floor. His strength was something they could only look up to. More. To everyone's horror, Lin Ling still wanted to drink more. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He immediately waved his hand and said, "This wine is very precious. Each person can only drink 3 cups. Moreover, after 3 cups, the effects will disappear. Sir, it's useless for you to ask for more wine. It doesn't matter, as long as the wine is good," said Lin Ling with a smile. The old man was stunned. Lin Ling was actually doing this for the sake of tasting good wine? If Sir wants to drink stronger wine, why not go up to the second floor? That old man suggested. Lin Ling nodded his head. But his gaze shifted and looked at the people who mocked him earlier. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me this restaurant forbids martial arts. As long as you don't kill, you can do anything." That old man immediately replied. The minute he said that, Lin Ling's gaze turned icy cold. If it was at the start, he couldn't be bothered to haggle over anything. But when the wine entered his throat, that impulse made him dare to raise his sword to the 9 heavens. This was using wine to move the heavens and earth. Thump. Hearing Lin Ling's words, all the practitioners on the first floor felt their hearts pounding. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling. As for the 2 people who mocked Lin Ling, their bodies were trembling. "Drink the wine." Lin Ling's icy cold voice was heard. It made the 2 of them turn pale instantly. They lowered their heads, not daring to say a single word. "Killing is not allowed here, but it doesn't seem difficult to cripple you. You can continue acting. If you continue acting, I'll cripple you directly." Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The 2 people's teeth chattered. They knew they couldn't continue acting. They smiled and said, "We were just reminding you. We hope you don't take it to heart." Reminding? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Moreover, I'm a very easygoing person. I don't mind the first time you mocked me. But it seems like this isn't the first time you've mocked me. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It shocked the 2 people so much that their ears hurt. "Sir, please show mercy." The two people immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Don't worry. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't cripple you. But I've drunk 3 cups of wine, so you'll have to drink your wine immediately, Lin Ling said indifferently. The two of them were stunned. If they didn't drink, Lin Ling would cripple them. But if they drank, if they weren't prepared enough, then it would be easy for their physical energy source to be burnt. Thinking in this way, the two of them considered fighting it out. But when they met Lin Ling's eyes, their hearts trembled. From Lin Ling's eyes, they sensed a terrifying might, as though killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. We'll drink. They didn't dare to resist anymore. The two of them drank some strong wine. One of them spat out blood and his cultivation retreated. The other person fainted directly. His body surface was burning with black flames. Apparently, the two of them had failed. Whether they would become cripples or not would depend on when they woke up. So vicious. Many people subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. They were certain that Lin Ling wasn't Wuxiang's second-degree realm cultivation. Let's go, prepare to go up to the second story. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and smiled. Yu and the rest pondered for a moment and raised their wine cups to drink. Instantly, the two ladies emitted a terrifying might, making everyone on the first story suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying aura. Where did these people come from? Why hadn't they seen them before? Even the elderly on the first story was extremely astonished. But Yu and the rest's cultivation was high, so they weren't used to it initially. But very soon they weren't affected, and instead, their cultivations improved by a notch. We can go up to the second story now. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. He led the two ladies up to the second story. After the three of them left, the first story hall then started to discuss. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be residents of Crystal City. Could they be from the fringe village? There's a high possibility of this. Their abilities are definitely Wuxiang's third-degree realm. But those two who fainted, one of them is from the North Immortal Royal Residence while the other is from the Infinite Immortal Clan. Offending them would mean offending two human immortal emperors. Just wait, they will definitely be chased down when they reach the second story. Those people looked at the stairs in anticipation. But they were thinking too much.